Wait, am I working? Sorry, I'm doing a test right now. So... I'm waiting for Jesse to tell me if it's working or not so I can get off all this more audio. Oh, is she gonna message me or not? I'm just gonna go up and ask. All right, apparently good. Chat, I'll be live in 5 minutes. So this is what's about to occur, my friends. I'm going to play a nice song for 5 minutes while I go chill in the sun for 5 minutes. And then I'll be live, brother. So, yeah. Sick lines, you know. Well, good. What a great stream, lad. I need to update my title. To be honest, I've already spilt one coffee today and I almost spilt the second one. Yes, lad. Right back on. What the hell? Pause. Pop out the chat. Longest intro ever. Sorry, we had to do a test. The test is complete. That means we're now testing everything. Oh, my face cam actually turned on. Nice. All right, what else have we got? Right. First things first is test number 2. Twitch should be able to hear RuneScape game sounds and music. Kick should be the same, and YouTube should only hear the game sounds. If that is correct, good. What we don't know is if it's gonna like double up later on or anything like that. So time will see. Correctamundo. There we go. It's all good. Oh, it's fine. Tomstone, how you doing, mate? Thanks, Prime. Bro, my headphones, chat, are broken, mate. Here they are, mate. Some of the best headphones on the planet, bro, and the left driver's gone. Sad scam, mate. Luckily, I think I have another pair on the way. But yeah, I'm gonna have to mess around with some shit. But if I wear these in-ears that I have that are pretty good, the piss annoying part about them, bro, is I can't hear myself speaking, man. And it was gonna cost, I don't know, I should have to get the driver repaired for free. The other pair is free because it's a sponsor-ish. And yeah, it's just, I cannot under any circumstances play All-Stars with closed back in-ears, bro. Like, well, I can, but it would be horrible, man. It'd be so horrible, man. All right, the gringo, you're about to get clobbered, mate. I've already misclicked, mate. I'm All-Stars last pick now. Oh, he catches. Look at the click. All right, okay. You go to the Rampage prayer. We bolt him. I'm going to honestly... Oh, no, he's put robes on. He never changes prayer at the same tick there. We bolt one more. Mirage. He's in my head. Oh, he's a staff basher, man. Unlucky, brother. My pit. Look at the cancel, mate. The pit cancel right there, bro. Studied for a decade, mate. And again. He's dead! The general is last pick. Take the helm off just for a little bit of things. My music volume's a bit high. Yeah, I don't know. I have all my audios will be broken now. I don't know. Everything's different. Because I don't have my headphones anymore. So yeah, you heard Reese's first. Oh shit, we got the rules today. We got the pick order, bro. Will I be a what, Reese Rhino? Yeah. Why are you not getting points on your hardcore? I have like 1 trillion points on my hardcore, to be honest, but I don't know. I could play on the hardcore, it's fine, mate. Alright, bro. This guy looks like a vengeance, so I won't lie. I'm already a stabber. I'm a staff basher as well. I'm a staff basher twice. Fine, he ain't really doing shit, is he? Oh my god. Yeah, at least not a blind bagger. Hey, man, I think he is a blind bagger, mate. I won't lie. He's pit. I actually don't get the free hit, do I? Because he has a 3-tick weapon. What the hell? Oh, I'm praying the wrong thing. Die! What the hell did I just witness, bro? I just have no idea what this. Oh, everything sounds so shit on these headphones, bro. It's actually sad scam, mate. Everything's so flat. I can live with it, chat. Don't worry. Diddle him. Man, I'm getting bought by this guy's at low. I've been praying. 15 through prayer, 27. It's fine. Stuff bash twice. Where's that 17 coming from, man? Oh, vengeance. Oh, I'm actually gonna lose. Every single hit I get off prayer is a freaking 30. I'm losing. It's fine, mate. Yeah. 89 viewers. I did fall off, man. No, the Venge. Good. It's a small Venge break. Come on, bro. It's so good, bro, man. Oh my god, what the hell, man? 12 through prayer. Go on, just hit the 10 as well through prayer, mate. That's fine. Good lord, mate. I'm just the one who does the killing. Look, bro, I can't do anything when all they hit through prayer is freaking 15s and 20s, mate. And then if I miss a prayer, they hit a 25. It doesn't matter, mate. It generally doesn't matter. You just have to fight. Yeah. Turn the game sounds up on OBS. This one. Let me try. Yeah, it's gonna keep on leaving on. It don't matter, bro. I know I did the fight pretty well. It wasn't the best fight in my life, but I know that I played fine. It's just that, you know, you can't win them all, bro. You can't win them all. But if you fight a guy with an atlatl and you pray range and he just hits a 15 through prayer 10 times in a row, bro, what do you do? Oh, is this guy a bot? I can't be arsed with bots. Hopefully he doesn't pray. And he falls over and dies. And then I can move on, mate. What time's the captain order? I have no idea. Did solo missions say, like, what time anything goes live or no? Because once the captain order comes out, whoever has first pick can say who they're picking, or they can lie about it for drama. You know, if I had first pick, I'd be like, yeah, I'm picking Lake no matter what. And then I pick Greg. 6 hours? Come here, bro. Bolt! Oh, we escaped. No, it doesn't. Big freeze. Holy shit. Straight for the dagger. His pit. Fang. Oh my god, it's a splash. Wait, he's frozen. Alright, bro, he's not eating, bro. Just clobble him down, man. Well, I can't even hear my alerts. Mr. Twizzle, how you doing? Everything is silent, bro. She's a fang only for fun. Yeah, in-game down sounds. Oh my god. Right, let's go with 9.4 minus. I'm gonna have to do, well, I'd have to do loads of changing because I don't know when I'm gonna get like my other headphones or whatnot. You died! You died! I died to 1, 2, 3 Hawk. Oh, hello. You know, I'm gonna hold the Nox Halley, bro, just so no one else picks it up, man. Nox Halley's through prayer pissing on me. Come here, bro. I'm gonna give him a stabby because I can. Pow! 59. Those shimmy bolts me on roads, but I have the attack on there. That's fine. He's gonna heal up here, so I get 3 hits. Bolt on robes, but with prey range, it's fine. He actually missed a tick there. That's good. Yeah. Oh, there we go, chat. It's gonna be big. Die! He's dead, bro. He died. Oh, the volley's worse than Staff of the Dead as far as I'm on. That's garbage. That's good, though. Oh, wait. Oh, I thought you had a helmet off. Ease to the core of chaos or a fight? Always a fight, bro. Oh, it's big. Question is, how good is this guy? It's It's my pit, unfortunately, for him. Wait a tick. Big stabby. He's being clobbered. He might die for you. He catches the freeze. He goes for the bofa. I'm just gonna blood barrage. Might get bofed on the ropes yet. I missed the prayer. Oh, the 47. He's been diddled. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you as well. Diddled him right. East of the Court of Chaos was a chest, so we'll take this side down here for a hideout. Oh, man, the music's so flat. Maybe I gotta put it in for... There we go. You boy? Hey, man, I'm pretty trash, bro. Somebody slurped it up. Oh, there he is. Right, let's try not to get gargled in our next fight. Yeah. Oh, the west side. Lightbearer over Magus? Nah, mate. I think Lightbearer might like always be the best, but I don't know. Oh shit, this guy's gonna get my pit. I misclicked, but he lost ticks, so it's fine. Is he gonna change prep? Oh, he's giving me the freeze! Cancelled his barrage as well. He's diddled. Holy! Any of this shot you? Chaps? This guy had everything. Claws? Yeah, why not take the claws? Drop. Trash, trash. Free loot for whoever wants it. I don't really know if the Magus is better than the Ultor in LMS, in all honesty. Maybe Ultor with Fang and a Magus with anything else, but... I don't know, man. Alright, hopefully these guys double death as well, bro. Let's watch who's better. Big Rizzler or the cat? Ultor with Fang and Nally. Yeah, probably something like that. We're joking the best range weapon. What, Morrigan Javelins? I'm gonna be honest. I think Mori Javelins in LMS is shit. I don't know what the DPS calcs are or any of that garbage, but the ACB is just so much better in my opinion. And obviously Zarite destroys him. Mr. C Engineer, how you doing, bro? Last pick for C Engineer, mate. Unlucky. Greg asked me to do some fights. Second to last pick, mate. Unfortunately, first going last. I'm going to be honest, C Engineer. We all know V the victim is going last, mate. Don't worry about it, bro. Yeah. What time's the picking order? Thinking... I don't know. Owned, right. Ritzler, how good is he, chap? Place your bets. Goes Bochi win. Think V's going last? Hopefully, mate. You know, if V the victim goes last, it ends up being cracked, then yeah. As long as I'm picked first. If I'm picked second, then I want V the victim to be second and first. It's fine. Fortunately, it's my pit. What do you even pray here, bro? He has a horrible game of rock, paper, scissors. He's got a horrible game of rock, paper, scissors. No, I starfushed. Oh, I don't have a close back, but pit swap. Stop us. I took a bit of damage at the end. Other than that, fight was handsome. Pit stop was noticed immediately as well. That's good. Look, bro, GLM Tom doesn't need to come LMS, mate. He's already got 1,000 wins, bro, you know. Max main, not pure. First opponent, dumb account 4, mate. 75 attack pure could be cracked at the game, though, but it's not 1 defense, so we're fine, mate. Yeah. Where do you think you're going, Sunshine? I don't think so, Junior. Wait, I thought you just froze me. My pit? Cancel his hit, bro. Wait a tick. Nice attack there, bro. Why is he not diddled yet? Gobbled him. The ward F and Blessed Spirit Shields are the same defense and no negatives. Meaning what? Take the Blessed over the Blessed Spirit Shield? I like the Blessed Spirit Shield. Mr. Toucan. Why is he running? Oh, I guess there. Actually, I could Trinity. Ooh, what world? LMS is 559, my friend. UK ping. It goes to US ping tomorrow, so I don't really think I do it. Oh, no, I get like 3 more days of LMS before All-Stars. But LMS, I'm mainly only practicing pit swaps. So the faster I notice a pit swap in a fight that's correct and back and forth, the better. Everything else I practice in the arena. Stardust Sing! It's him, bro! We had a rumble yesterday, bro. There's freeze to the Zik. He does have a Nox Halley. My pit. His pit. Come on, shot. Some nice fakes from him there. Oh, I might get caught in the fog. That was a Halley on robes, no prey melee as far as the more. He deserved a little bit extra. It's his pit, actually. No, the fog! I'm sorry, Zig. Robes. I don't know how that click decided not to go through, though. Agent range battle. I don't have any prayer on him, misclicked it. Oh, I brewed my stats down! I'm gonna lose now! No! The Stardust Sig is the winner. Oh, and I'm gonna be poisoned for the rest of the fight. Horrible game of rock, paper, scissors for me now, but I think the Stardust Sig is gonna get his revenge here today. I have an HS spec. He zigged him, bro. He's been zigged. Yeah. Zig got zugged, bro. Toucan time. He splashes, giving me the AGS. He bolts, giving me the freeze. Splash though, don't worry. He gets the first catch. His pit. Wow, 75 in LMS. Run away in case it goes to the freeze. Reset the fight here. He's full HP. No reason for me to continue because I will not have anything good. Fuck! Please let me in the final arrow. Oh, I froze him there. I don't know why he stood still. High pit. Very bad potion management again for me. Oh, I have a key, bro. I want to use it. I don't know how the hell I just misclicked that many walk unders. He's unfrozen. He didn't go for the DD. It would have passed him too forward. And he would have walked right into my HS though. Why am I so shit at stepping under? Every time it's a misclick. It's embarrassing. It's his pit now. Why is May just up there? Oh my good lord, bro. I have no idea how I have failed so many step unders. There we go. A redemption! Where is he? Slice! No! Nothing I can do, chat. Or pit swap as well, bro. Bro, that was an AGS pit swap. Give me that. Drag him. Oh, I don't even need the DFS, do I? Right, where's my potions at? There's a buckler. Buckler's ECB. Tick the lane. I misclicked pre-mage. It's over. What? A 42 barrage? How do I beat this combo? Wait, what? Potion manager, not bad this time. A 31 through prayer! Yes! 21 through prayer. Oh my god. Go on, Demon. Nothing I can do. Nothing I can do. Oh my god. That was horrible, bro. 42's a barrage. And a ZCB with a buckler? Oh, what am I supposed to pray? Alright, Louis, teacher, bro. You think you're good? Alright, mate. I'm just gonna dump the specs. Never mind. No damage. This is one of those fights where I feel like all these attacks that I've done without him doing anything, he dealt 0 damage. And this is sometimes where someone just hits you back twice and does more damage than my entire full brain power at work. I will win. Can't be dealing with the Hecarim, bro. This guy could be the Hecarim. Can't be losing, bro. When in doubt, chat, if you need to win a fight in LMS, just pretend your opponent is sickened, bro, and then you cannot be risking losing to him, you know? What? Trades on ropes. All right, we got him. We got him. Oh, bought some deference. Thank you. Prayers are Elon Musk. Can I ask what that means? Right, I'll be nabbing that, thank you, and I'll be taking it. Why the investment in deference? Raids 4. Raids 4 requires the items to be charged with deference rather than souls or bloods. So I'm buying as many as I can, so, yeah. He's dead. The Dutch bear is gone to the bed, bro. Oh, Avenger. Free rank. Come on, bro. If you're gonna avenge, you might be typing. Could be a typer. Maybe not. Yeah, I play LMS at public off, bro. You see no one flame you, and you see no one typing, mate. It's peaceful. I just fight. I die. Someone bops me and then types tracker in game. I don't see it, mate. Why do I honestly feel like what he just did then is that weird Port Khazard shit where his auto-retaliate was on? And he got the insta-hit back on that movement. Oh, man. What? So now he's suddenly on Ice Barrage! Since when? Guy just spawned Ancients out of nowhere. He's in the fog! He's in the fog. It's a horrible position to be in, because what do you pray there? Melee prayer, maybe not the best option when I've already done both my specs. Yeah. Oh, I missed out the arguments in the lobby. That is actually kind of true, but... I find LMS so peaceful to play, bro. When I can just bot people and not have some Garglehead 3000 move his mouth. Nice ropes. No! Don't happen in the final, please. Spawned the Nox Halberd out of nowhere, bro. Whoa! Be honest, I counted 5 ticks wrong. Dead! Not dead. Lame, lame. Searching, searching, searching. Close. Yeah. Oh no, not Bowcat again, bro. Nah, he's a free round this time. The revenge has been earned with the pit blitz. Mate, the pit blitz is horrible, bro. Wait, I see C engineer. Bro! And pure doom, dude. What the hell, mate? I don't see any C engineers in the area. Third row pick. We all know, chat, that I'm obvious. Oh, man, I'm killing the Venger, bro. I have a vendetta on Vengers. All Vengers must die. All Vengers die. Look at him running. He's a Venger running. My pit. This one's for all the people out there that don't like people that use Venge and LMS. Oh, bad move from me. Dude! And the pit swap. Here it has fallen, chat. A vengeance here has been removed from last man standing, bro. Blind bagger, man. I'm calling it. The hell? Definitely a blind bagger. Pure doomed, man. Wait, I'm in the wrong gear. I hate it. I don't trust that bofa, bro. No! Please! Die! Yes! The whip came in strong. How did that moron Crystal get, bro? Did Solo say he didn't want people making mock drafts? I actually can't even remember. I think the only thing was... I can't remember, actually. You can't ask any captain to not pick you, which obviously I would never do. And you can't... I don't know. When the team's drafted, 31st of May. Yeah. Tens! Dino! Dino in the fog! I'm sorry, bro. Alright, chat. Boaty versus Dino. Leaked footage. If I win this fight, chat, against Dino, I'm gonna be on the Dino Nuggets. If I lose, Dino will not pick me. Crystal. What the hell? You know, I'm just gonna eat for a bit. Currently, it's not looking like I'm gonna be a nugget right now. Nugget. Come on, Dino. I'm not even a captain, bro. You can't be losing to someone in the roster. Dino. Oh, boy, wake him up. Annoyingly, I can't really DD him right now. So I'm gonna guess he's gonna go for the barrage. So let's step out and bolt on the robes. Whip on the robes. Dino chanced him! Dino nuggets. How long's he frozen for, bro? Dino in the fog! Ladies and gentlemen, Dino down. Dino down, bro. Dino down, bro. You don't want to be on Dino's team. I'm taking the light, bro. On the clock. Well, this might be the worst start in the history of Last Man Standing. I know, I'm gonna say it, chat. I've actually had a worse start than this, bro. I'm pretty sure I have anyway. The fight's never over until it's over, though. You have to keep fighting. Okay, I'm gonna heal up. To be fair, stepping up there might be actually pretty bad. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I genuinely will be honest. I think I have had a worse start than that in LMS. No, there's a fight I had in LMS, actually, where I think I died in, like, 18 hits, because every single hit the guy did was, like, a 28 plus or something, whether I got the prayer right or wrong. And I remember it, because I was at, like, the Court of Chaos on the Dark, whatever the hell it's called. Yeah. Oh, the flea! The flea! The general has entered Last Man Standing. He's dead, laddie! Yeah, the general is still here. Question is, do we see the general in the finale area? The general always wins. I did type it, but... If we see base 02 chat, the general was backed up by base. If we see the flare, we know who won. When's your start draft? 31st of May. Yeah, the rules come out today. I don't know when. We get the captain draft order today and the rules of the game mode. And then on the 31st, we're going to get it, mate. Yo, wait, you just nabbed it in the middle of the fight, bro. Oops. Got my armors mixed up. I got pit here, so... Oh no, not the fog! He's in the fog! That was a good fight. That was a very good fight. Is that streaming the burn? Look, bro, I don't win them all, mate. You know what you have to watch is if someone I'm fighting's actually good. You know, if I lose to people that hit shit, you have to say if I got RNG. And if I lose to people that's good, you have to see like how close the fight is. You know, because that was a good rumble, Rana. It was a good rumble. Yeah. Can't win them all, bro. No matter how good you are, you can fight literally the worst players in the game. If they just get all the damage through prayer, you just lose every fight. Doesn't obviously happen. You'll have odds in the fights, but... Oh! Oh, the general was in that game, bro. Yeah, you always prioritize free bolt over freeze, let them get DD momentum. That's not my problem, I splash. You know, if I bolt someone praying mage and they're trying to freeze me and I catch them on either tank or robe, as long as it hits, you know, that's good for me. But if I just hit zeros because bad RNG, you know, I don't think I'm playing wrong. You know, I fight people and I'll bolt 3 times on their prey mage when they're trying to freeze me, and they'll be freezing on my prey mage. And I just hit 0, 0, 0, then they catch a freeze, hit a 16 through prayer, and I just, you know, I'm losing now. But I don't think I played bad. Yeah. I don't know. I try not to play, like, results-oriented. I just try and take what I think in the moment is the best odds to trade damage. And if I hit a 0 in the correct play and they don't, and I hit through prayer, it's like, it is what it is. I'm not going to be bolting or barraging people constantly because I think it's not the best odds. Like right here, this guy just catches me like that. But he's not praying range, so I don't see myself wanting to freeze here. But again, look, I'm just hitting zeros. There we go, look at that. Boom, odds. Oh, yes, here we go. Damage. See, I ain't barraging him here. Give me that Missouri money! Die! Now I can freeze, get the insta-catch my pid, so I don't want to bolt from underneath. Die! Perish! I'm gonna give him at 29 HP, can you do it? Okay, I mean no. Yeah. Gobbled him. Missouri body is mine. Yeah. Damn, you just owned the general now. No, the general was in that last game. I don't know if he's streaming, but let me know if he won it. Who won on the tracker in the last fight? Oh, in the game I lost, I did 37 hits out of 58. He did 65 to 61. So the fight itself, like I said, it was a really good fight. It was super even both ways. So right here, this guy's praying range, so I'm not going to bolt him. We're going to barrage. I'll probably change to pray mage, so we go for a whip because he probably never prays that. Now we bolt because he's probably never praying that. Now he does pray melee, but we can get a barrage now off the prep. And EDSing. He probably never prays range here because it's horrible to have to predict that. He's also just eating and not changing prayers at all, so he probably doesn't pray a single dagger spec here. Who the hell prays range there? He's too good! He's too good! Yeah, you see, like, right now I could freeze him, but I don't really see the need to. But now he eats, I can freeze for free without him hitting my ribs. Get a splash. He also prayed range. This is where he one-ticks a Noctally and kills me. I'm calling it. This guy is very melee heavy. Pit swap right now. He actually could have pit first me there, but it actually swapped into my favor, so. Which means that's a misplay from me. Dropping, collecting, taking, wielding, dropping, pulling down there, dropping, searching. Good. Left wing 7 versus Demo is back. What do you play the Entity Hider on? It's not allowed in the Deadman All-Stars finale. So if I fight people that Entity Hider, they have very big odds on me, but it doesn't matter. If I learn with Entity Hider, if you then go on the main stage and realize everything you know about the body language of the player is suddenly gone because you see your own player, you're going to play infinitely worse. So I have to kind of just learn sort of how people PK without being able to see them. But yeah, I've played with Entity Hider before to test it and shit. It's so broken good. It's useless. Well, it's not useless, but it's not the best when you play people who are disgustingly good. You know, it doesn't matter what they're wearing. They've one tick something else the next one. My pit. Pit swap. So here, I'd rather bolt on the Prey Mage. Holy shit, I should have frozen, bro. That guy was right. Minus 61, dude. No, I know 42. That guy was right. Freeze 38 for Rush. Oh, it just came crumbling down. I just took 200 damage without hitting the guy a single time. And then he hits a 36 barrage as well. Oh, and then a 38. That's fine. Go on, not telling me a 48 to the head. Oh my god. Die. Going in the fog, in the fog, in the fog. Oh, I'm going in the fog myself, actually. Maybe he doesn't eat. Oh, I knew he wasn't going to eat there. Die! It's going to whip him his next. It's going to KO me anyway. Oh my god, it didn't. No way. Yep, free to prep. I'm at LMS points. I'm at LMS mainly to just start recognizing pid swaps, because in the finale, it's not going to be set pid. So the faster you can notice pid swaps, the good advantage you'll probably get in the... Like, I know immediately here that I... Wait, I don't have pid. Did it just swap back and forth? I can even see the pid right there, you know, when he runs away and I'm chasing him with the whip. Like, right... Oh, okay, yeah, just pid swapped right there. Immediately just pid swapped to me. But before that, that DDS I just had wouldn't have gone off with his pid. Come there, you gogglehead. Oh, it's so annoying when all the damage comes through prayer as well. Oh, bolted on Rubs, not good. It's swap to him. I think I lost a tick on that step under there, which should have allowed me to get under in time. If he didn't lose a tick there on that barrage, he catches before I go underneath, assuming it doesn't splash as well. So that movement I did wasn't needed. I should have just stepped under. I'm over at the clips of Demon. No, LMS goes to US World so tomorrow, so that's the end of LMS for me until like the last 2 days before All Stars. But I'm only here to try and recognize pid swaps as quick as possible in the fights. Because if I'm in the finale on stage, if I perform well and notice like double pid swap in the fight, you have to change your style of how you PK. But if I notice it immediately, that's good. Yeah. LMS starts tomorrow. I'm gonna be honest, Vita Victim, bro. I ain't going to that UK World, bro. I die to every Timmy tournament, bro. It's so bad. I cannot play the game on high ping. I'm so bad. Die! Bro, if that was me, I'd have been 30-30 there, bro. Oh, a ballista. Welcome to Blood Barrage Central. Mr. Foe! Heard some rumors? You're not last pick? Sick Nerd is last pick. Sick Nerd will be the unpicked player today. No, I misclicked. Sick Nerd will be playing League of Legends. It's like, yo, you picked me, mate. Let me lock in Hacker and let... His pid. Not gonna freeze him here. I want him to survive as long as possible. Just in case I get frozen in the fog, I need all my health back from the 10s. My pit. Yeah. Oh no! The flea's got back here, bro! He's gonna demolish me, mate. I'm calling it now, mate. I need to kill this guy first. I need the upgrades. No, I need the upgrades! Quick, please! Yes! I need as many upgrades as possible, bro. Yes, Missouri body, that's good. If I win, that is. If I don't win, then I don't have to fight the general, but let's face it, bro. If I don't win, then the general would beat me. Okay, this guy has a Bofa with no crystal. Go live, sick nerd. Alright, bro. Time for the general to annihilate me, chat. How about a cheat code, bro? Free blitz, he's angry, I'll tell you that. 87 through prayer, Void Waker. It's a ZCB, I kind of have to pray range here. I misclicked the walk under there, I was dead. He has a ZCB and a VLS, bro. It's a hard one to work out what the hell I have to pray here. Try and bait the specs out of him, maybe. And a Nox Halley. Oh no. What do I pray, bro? He's got ZCB Nox Halley? It's a 50-50, bro. I'm gonna lose. No! The general always wins! Void Waker! The general always wins, bro. Can't beat him, bro. Can't beat him. Can never beat the general. Yeah, I'm last pick now, bro. I just saw the tracker, mate. I'm not even going to talk to you about the tracker. Let's ignore it. Doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's 1-0, bro. And he logged out straight away on the victory. Come here, Ticky. Don't be a tree hugger. Just fight. Alright, stop for the dead spike. It's fine. The fight has to continue. Sofa. Oh, it just... Oh, no. I think I could have bolted him before he got around the tree there. Bobbed him. Send us the general's tracker. I mean, maybe I should leak it just so you know. Because his gear was cracked, mate. But I mean, bro, I opened it and looked at it. I was like, okay, you know what? That's fine. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Oh, but at the end of the day, bro, who won the fight? Simple question. Wait, I think it's my pid now. Through the prayer! Why? Every time that I need to defend, bro, I put the prayer right and just lose all the health, and now I just lose 17 hits in a row. Bro, I've lost so many hits in this fight, man. Oh my god, I lost another one. And another one. $22 through prayer. I'm just spamming all the specs, bro. I can't hit anything over a 20. I just don't think I hit anything over a 20 the whole fight. I just didn't see any damage from me, bro. Oh. No pit stops the whole fight as well. I was trying to get one in there. Ugh. Alright, we go again, bro. Oh, not sick. Come on, bolts. I want to see big damage. That's good. One more of those. And just a big DDS. Finish it off. Through the prayer. There we go. But like Zerka. Zerka's just kind of shit, man. Max main's just so much more fun. Pure's like, yeah. I just like Max main. What? How do I lose these hits? You're the prep. We got it. Josie gifted a sub to Belzoy. I'll take that old sword. Thank you. Eldamore. Yeah. All right. Can we win the Zerka game? Nox, Halley, and Zerka might be the end. Hold on, I see gifted. Oh, just bolt through the prayer. Oh my god. All I wanted to do was break the damn bench. Let's see who wins. Ah. Right, how many gifted fired in there? Josie, was it 5? Thank you very much for the 5 gifted. We are in the middle of the last man standing clicking. I'm not sure what I did to deserve the 5 gifted. Didn't even win the game. See, this is why I'm just going to lose this game now, and the 5 gifted is for nothing. Thank you very much, though. Cutie 46 for the prime. Welcome. Oh, yeah. What IMs I'm using? 64 audio solos. I prefer the ones Jester uses, but I'll just use these until... Hold on, did I actually get a reply? No, I've had nothing yet. List of what plugins aren't allowed aside from NCR or Death Thought. As far as I'm aware, you can use any and all plugins except for anything that makes like your character go invisible and shit. Yeah, very random question. Do I still speak to Jammy? You're gonna have to let me know who Jammy is, mate. Jammy. Oh, to add to PK. He very rarely joins my live streams at times, but outside of that, no. Not another Nox Halberd. Any comment on your guide in my clanmate's hardcore? Your clanmate shit at the game. Sounds like a skill issue. Nah, Nox Halley is just like, I don't mind if I miss a prayer and it hits a 50. I kind of do. But when it just hits 33s through prayer 3 times in a row, I'm like, I didn't do anything wrong. You know, I'm playing perfectly. But I just get demolished for 100 health, bro. And it just makes me cry inside. Oh my god, a 0 with a Nox Halley. Guy seems very mage heavy. But he has a VLS and a Void Waker, but I want to say Blitz the Void Waker spec. Oh, why did he have to miss a tick there? Unless it was intentional to 4-tick that a lot. he has a light bearer, damn it. Why do you use the Nox tally more? Yeah. Yeah, that guy, like, I worked out pretty fast. He was very, very mage heavy. So he was barraging me a ton. The bird, Neshak Sea Engineer. My fight is Nezhax, right? Should have been. Wait, is this guy on accurate? Where was my barrage? Nezhax versus the Engineer. I'm not taking out them all this time. It's bad. Wait, who's on the ensnares? Oh, bro, I'm not gonna lie, mate. Yeah. Potential vengeance to hit. Don't give me Noxali. Please. Nice. Make sure no one nabs this. Potential draft sketch again once the captain order's released. If we're allowed to, I'm very happy to make a video on my predictions. I can do predictions in multiple ways, which is based on who I believe is the best order to pick. It does depend who gets the first pick, though, you know. And I don't even know, though, to be honest. I still think if you have first pick, Greg is the best choice. Because you know you're going to get two PVMers who are probably borderline very high A tier PVMers as your next two picks. Greg, yeah, Greg is the best 1v1er in the roster. And he doesn't really bring much else outside of PvP, but that's what you want to win the finale, you know? You want strongest PvP as possible. But if you choose someone who's good at PvP and PvM, because they're an all-rounder, when you come back round, you're not getting anyone good at PKing, realistically. They're good at PKing, yes, but PvM, you're going to get 2 solid PvMers. You're basically, like, guaranteed 2 good PvMers as your last 2. And then the very last pick, if your first pick is guaranteed to be PvM heavy. So why would you not go for the strongest PvPer and the only one good PvPer in the roster that's, like, S-tier? Oh my, 3 stat bashes. Everything's crumbled. Let's just say I did that on purpose to delay the ticks. I just cancel the 10-tick freeze so we can get out of the fog. No, I was too slow. I'm sorry, bro. But I'm pretty sure I stat bashed him 5, maybe even 6 times. Man, that was a stat bash central. You know, I really shouldn't be shooting PvP before the drop, bro. The engineer! Mate, the engineer! Hey, J-Dux turned off the cheats, does it? Didn't even get 5,000, embarrassing. Oh my god, the boppers, bro. Mate, the engineer's popping away. He's having a great time. And if they release the picks for no mode, we get the captain order today. Let me go check the Discord. Oh, there is a new message in the Discord. Where is it? Oh, shit. Okay, I can do announcements. Oh, it's released at 7 p.m. UK time. And as far as I'm aware, everything else. The engineer. The engineer. Let's slurp him. Or do we get slurped by the engineer is the question. Staff patch number 1, don't worry. Oh my god, I had the prayer on 3 times in a row and I just deactivated it all 3 times. I did it again! He's gone for the tree. The engineer is gone. The engineer has been eliminated, bro. Kebab jewelry. Any kebabs? Can we beat the kebab chat is the question. Pit swap. Wait, have I even done any damage apart from that 42? I think I got bolted on robes though. Hit swap. Hit swap. Hope for the Oda X Pony link up. Well, after me and the Big O's fight last night, mate, I doubt it, bro. Dark Warriors Palace. Oh, I know what that is. Slurping. Don't say Mofoot? No, I don't bother with that right now. Once I have a team in All-Stars, if the plan is to do Crystal Halberds and Nox Hallies, then I can learn that. I'll be fine. Oh, this guy's fuming, chat. He's angry! He's not angry anymore. Oh, was he looting? I'm sorry. It's a dog eat dog. Nab. Nab. Mega String collected. Blessed Spirit Shield collected. Tweaked FE, ready for death. No! Use the fang instead of the whip. Oh, there's 8 people left. Sea endangered. Dude. I'll fight Swang, actually. Hopefully Swang isn't insane and I get a free one. I'm gonna be 100% honest. Why the hell did my barrage not just go off then? The swang has been swanged. I think Altor with Fang might be better, but we'll see. Bop, bop. See, endangered is dropped him, Nixon. You've been endangered. Why do I feel like this is sea engineer and an alt shot? Well, we'll find out, mate. If he gets absolutely slurped like a sausage, then yeah. My pit. Barrage KO. Made it soon as an E. Might go for one more than double E, so I can pre-melee hit. He's been diddled. NH staking setting a max power set is going to be better than a above set. It's hard to say. In the finale, my prediction is it's going to be standard NH set, except it'll probably be Fang / VLS as main melee weapon. I don't really know if people will run Krakowitz for free hits. Alternatively, it's going to be Bofas and Nox Hallies. I just wasted a shot. No, what if I pure doomed again? Wait, that guy was called LMS and DMM, bro. Take light on that. Hit swap. Hit swap back, or did I misclick? Hit swap. Oh, there's nothing I can do! Oh, I got the pit barrage! Oh my god, one by one tick. He went for the bolt, the bolt delay there to bolt me on robes as well. I wonder if that let me win. And it was two people down there having a fight as well that I'm pretty sure is going to be dead now. Yeah. Yeah. Congrats, Bizarre, for Sex of the Hardcore. Swish it. Oh, Shawnee. Oh, no. LMS and DMM. How much of a beatdown are we about to get, chat? Question. This pit, my pit. It's what? Wait a tick. Catch that. Ow! Why the hell? Man, that guy took a while to die. I feel like he had like the most unlucky knock sally though, because I think I took like 4 knock sallies off prayer, maybe 5, and they were all zeros. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, what? Hold on. Why is my attack level 0? What the hell? Wait, why is my attack level 0? What the hell? No wonder I couldn't hit anything with melee. So how do I beat this guy? I feel like I shouldn't bother using melee. I'm PK without melee, bro. Right, is there no way I can get my barrage back? And should I just assume that everybody can't melee unless someone hits over like a 2? Wait, whole lobby at 0 attack, that's why that Nox guy was unlucky. Oh, of course. Oh, and I get a VLS? I haven't used it. Wait, let's bait this guy. Drop it. Give him the VLS. Morijavs? I think I've been Morijav like once, but it wasn't like... Oh, the Morijavs? That can't be us. Bro, come on, Jagex. It's the last day of the UK LMS before All-Stars and the 0 attack. Guess I'm going to the arena chat. Let me message Greg. He might be down to bop my head for a bit. Message Greg chat. You can see the real first pick in action, bro. 23 Prairie's angry. 14 through Prairie's angry. 24 off Prayer. 0 on Powered Ropes. 0 whip. Don't whip with 0 on champion. Oh, bro. What materials is this shirt? I don't even know, man. Like cotton or something. Very thin for the heat. Oh, Greg's down to fight some chat. You can see the real first pick. Yeah, I think Mealee's bugged, so... I think that's why that Nox Halley guy... Like, when I said that guy's really unlucky with his Nox Halley against me earlier... It's very rare that people Nox Halley 0s every time. Even in Max Main. And he Nox Halley's be legit like 5 or so. At least we know how to win then, bro. Just don't pray melee at all. No, he doesn't know, bro. He doesn't know the whip. He doesn't know the Whoa, a VLS. Wait, just so I ain't tempted, I'm dropping my whipper. No, he's not going for the VLS. What is this psychopath? Most of my life might have to retire from those. Bro, this guy's probably thinking I'm the worst PKer he's ever fought in his life right now. He's like, what is he doing, bro? That's right, keep Void Waker in me, brother. Melee prayer after 2 ticks. He has a light bearer. I was gonna say out loud, like, if he has a light bearer here, he can spec me. Second? Why'd I come second, bro? Time limit max? I have never seen a time limit max in my life. Never in my life have I seen a time limit. Is that just because everyone had 0 attacks, so all the fights take like 10 minutes longer? Buying Greg. Oh, that's Greg. Right, chat, we're gonna fight Greg. Port Kazard's in the arena. Yeah. Right, my first arena fight, chat, is normally always stone cold garbage. So give me a few after this. I've misclicked every barrage so far, it's not good. Can't drink those potions yet. I don't know if I'd pray million for that. I think I cancelled it. I think I may have cancelled it there. I don't know. The thing I hate about when I fight Greg is so many times he'll like run into the melee range and I'm just anticipating a melee, then he one-ticks the barrage. So maybe he's just doing it to make the clip box a bit sure. Because what do I pray there? If someone's in melee range and we're both on frozen, what do I choose? You know, it's pretty hard. The only thing I could say is if I do go for the prey mage, assuming they don't have a spec, if they splash and I do something, then that's good. But yeah. Oh. Bad potion management again. I can't really touch my brews for like the whole fight right now because as soon as I do, it's like at the end. Oh, why is it? I click it and then there's just one misclick and it's always on the tick, man. Crumbling now. It happens every time. I'm dead. Woo! That was hard, mate. I'm off pit defending, and I just splash everything, so it's very difficult for me to play that fight, but I think I did alright. There was a point he could have KO'd me, though, which is pretty bad, but it's a very hard fight to do when you just perma-froze him. Ah. Alright. No, I've just... Oh, my God, I've already messed my potions up. The wrong order of clicks. I like the bad potion management. And it's half the prey melee here, I think. I shouldn't have given him that freeze, actually. Neither of us are frozen here. That's meant to redemption on the bolt. Bruh, just shonging all over the screen at the end there. There's certain, like, angles in the PvP arena. Cheapies. Two. Oh, I'm wrong on all my items. Oh, the camera angle, that was horrible. Oh no, that was bad. Never had a worse song come on at a PvP fight this close. Ach. Normally I do quite well when it gets down to the very end of the fight and it's all the redemptions. I feel like I'm pretty locked in for that. What the hell? 6,791? Bro. Guys been farming. Yeah. The thing with the PvP arena in practice as well is, like, actually on the day, the arena has good camera angles. So right now I have to play with, like, the hardest muscle memory clicks I have to do. That's why normally when I practice here, I'm, like, dumpstered by, like, everybody and everything. But then on the actual day, clicks are, like, a million times easier. Free. Oh, if I didn't misclick that deity, that was fine. Oh, man. It's the same as that other fight. I'm basically off pit defending the whole time. Nope. I've just lost every click I was trying to do, though. I feel like I'm always a pixel away, but that pixel costs me so much. Really good breezes on this summon defending, which has been nice. I swear I was praying mage. What the hell did just barrage in my prayer? Unless I giggled it, I don't know. To be honest, I thought he was going to one-tick a barrage there. It's the freeze. Need to be a tick quick at it. Oh, that's nice. It's a really good that kill there, because it's a good read that I'm going for the HS there, and then he obviously just does it back. But he has to pray immediately up and everything. I can't. Gregor. High pitch, just about that movement. Oh, never mind. Oh, why is all that wielding? Oh, it's meant to swing the AGS first. Although I think that would trade. Potions are gone. Might as well heal up to full here if this is all stars. Try and eliminate any level of chance. AGS here, it's fine on the prayer. So that was an all-stars finale, and I was in that situation. If I hit 80 health and they bolt like a 37 back, it could actually cost me the fight. So they healed to like 120 there. How about the spec ship? I have not fought the specs. I've only fought Oda one time. He won. I fought Dino. And I fought Greg. Nice blitz freeze there. Yeah, my potion management is terrible. See, that 5-tick whip that he does there is so hard to predict with. Nice bolt on the ropes there. He gets the freeze here, so pre-mage. No, I clicked wrong. Gave him that one for free. So I step out there because I saw he had a whip on, and he sees that I have a whip on. So I'm predicting that he sees I'm going to see the melee prayer, and he's going to go for a barrage instead. So I step out, so he puts his robes on to barrage, and I AGS. Even though it's on prey melee, I still think if you AGS off prey melee on robes, it's probably still okay. I don't know if you just want to have every single spec up predator. Oh, you over Sick Nerd? Sick Nerd beat me in LMS earlier. He beat me in LMS earlier. I'm gonna do something weird here and just barrage every single time. Okay, I never do that. It just even work. Yes! And then he prayed the mage. Drank a potion that I wasn't meant to. So I should probably heal it. What am I doing? My brain switched off. Oh, I should have got the step under here, so this barrage should never have happened. Step under, sometimes I'm on point with him, but other times I'm just a big giggle, so. Any tips on getting defensive prayers correct? It is very hard to say, mate. I still don't understand what a ghost barrage truly is in PvP. Yes. No, why am I so bad at clicking the potions? I'm always bad with the potions. So he does an adjustment. Oh, we went for the barrage. I'm sure I prayed range there, but the game does not lie. I walked into that one as well. That wasn't very good. Ah, that fight was terrible for me. I was just misclicking everything. Horrible fight. Apart from the first, that may have been the worst. Let's go! What is this camera angle, bro? I might be wearing the Carol's top, mate. You can have the barrages off the Carol's top. The camera angle's too far, bro. Yeah, the camera angle doesn't let me get the right click there because it's like a slither of a pixel on the screen. Oh, man. Oh, and I dragged my pooch into the wrong order again! Ooh. No! Oh no, he gets that freeze, I think. That might be the first time I beat him where he had the pin. I feel like he hit really bad, though. I'm sure he bolted. Unless it was the fight previously, I feel like he bolted me like 10 times, and every single one was a 0. Oh, proud. Kind of through. Oh my god, every click I'm trying to do, I'm misclicking. This is going to be a very bad fight. Oh. See, it's like that. You see there where he gets like 3 hits before I can get him back on my camera. On the actual All-Stars, that's not going to be a thing. At no point is anyone going to be like stepping outside of a camera. Oh, you shit. Whoa. The barrage came at the end. Is it better to have a smaller viewpoint? Yeah, basically, like, the arena, as far as I'm aware, is an 11 by 11 square, whereas the PvP arena is like a 11 by a 35 or something like that. So because you can, like, run, like, the actual final arena is just going to be, like, this square. So when you're actually fighting, some of the camera angles that occur in the arena that cost me, like, hits, I don't think they're going to happen in the actual finale of All Stars. Happened in All Stars. It's not going to happen in All Stars, though. Because I'm not going to get it. Because I'll go dry. Sometimes I just go for the AGS, even though it's like a really obvious timing, because I just feel like it might still be the best thing to do there. He's been bopped. Oh, he typed the L0L. Did he have food in his inventory? He had food in his inventory. He got giggled, bro. Very bad click submit. There you go. Not good. I actually haven't worked out whose pit it is. It's mine. no! Go under. Take slower now. Potion management's terrible again. Ah, and I just overhealed. This is terrible. Man. Oh. He bought me. Ah. Yeah, I got turtled at one point in that fight. I predicted him to whip me when he got close. Sorry, barrage me, as he always does, and he whipped me and he hit 44, and I was like, no. Left skull half for B Steve. Right, I'll do a few more anyway, and then I would like to make some food chat. I am peckish. Then I can take a food break, I guess, from doing arena and then do some more, because my brain's not fried yet, and I think I've been PKing for like 4 hours straight. I think I'm PKing okay right now with like my decisions. It's just that I'm misclicking him, you know. Oh, Mr. Specs. Come on, Greg. Oh, shit. Right, Specs. This goes to you. Chat, this fight's for the Specs, bro. I'm sorry, Specs. I'm cribbling. Oh, I just misclick every barrage. I've misclicked 100% of my barrages so far. One. Big bolt. It slows him down. Put it in the catch there, that'd been beautiful. Oh, what is it, man, that every time I do it 16 times in a row perfectly, and the one time I misclick it is when they step out. Specs, I'm sorry, this is actually the worst fight of the day. Oh, it's just a massive crumble. This is probably the worst fight. This is I dedicated the fight to the Specs because I wanted to do him proud, and this is probably by far the worst fight ever. I'm sorry, Specs. I'm never dedicating you a fight again. Genuinely, mate, this fight is so bad. Even with those kick-ons, mate, I'm losing. I'll read the track right after this. This is actually by far the worst fight. Like, this is ridiculously bad. It's like I've literally not done any practice at all. Huh? This is so bad. I'm on the verge of giving up. I'm getting angry. Woo! Let me read the tracker out. Wait. That can't be right. There's no way that fight. Oh. Okay, I only lost 13 hits. Okay, that was nowhere near as bad as I thought. Right, but it's the food. I'll do one more. Too. I generally thought I lost 20 hits in that fight. Last one, Mr. Greg. Oh, mate. To be fair, if that was the worst fight, actually, no, it's pretty shit. Yeah, I did 92 hits to 105. Man, that was very bad. Nope, I lost the full hit, and now my AJ snapped for some reason. No, why am I slow? Potion management is decent on this fight. Triple it. Oh, my earbud's falling out my right ear! Stop! It feels so weird! No, get in! Okay, I feel like I lost a hit, but it's fine. Well, anglers! Oh my god, bro, I almost died with 2 anglers. I genuinely, I almost did a thingy. I didn't even see those till the last light too. Alright. Right, chat, I'm gonna get some food because I am peckish. I am hungry. I have thanked Greg for the fights, told him to not show anyone the tracker from the second last fight. And that's good. You can spectate on the big board. So that's how you spectate people. Where is he gone? GG's fella. See you on... Oh, no, I'll probably see him again. Down for more another time, sure. Right, back a minute. Chat, I'm gonna get some food. We're gone for like 10 minutes while I'm gone. I don't know. Is there a reason you're barraging with Varrock skirt on or just misclicks or unregistered clicks? It's basically NH staking sort of odds in the fight. If you are frozen in a fight and they've got PID, so it's called off-PID defending. If I try and bolt and whip only, if they diagonal, all my whips will make me lose a hit. The main thing in tri-breeding or NH staking is to try not to lose the hits. Once you can like go toe-to-toe and not lose hits most times, sometimes it's impossible. I can't go into detail because there's so many things I need to say. But if you wear the Mystic top with the Blessed Spirit Shield and the Varrock skirt and cast Barrage, that is better than just bolt ragging if they can't prey range. Because if they can't prey range, they can just focus your overhead only and just destroy you. So you have to try and go for that freeze. If you catch it, great. If you don't, it's basically still the best play. There were some times I did cast it on Greg, though, when he prayed Mage. Ideally, I want to do it when he's praying range, because if he's praying Mage, I might as well just keep bolting him. But obviously, Greg's very good. He knows that as well, so it's very difficult for him to... very difficult for me to obviously outplay someone like Greg, really. I just tried to play as consistently as possible. Anyways, tracker chat from the second last fight was 92 hits to Boaty, 49 off prayer for 53%. And 105 hits for Greg, 66 off prayer, bro. I swear, mate, he whipped me off prayer at least 10 times, all zeros and all that shit, man. Anyways, I'm back in 1 moment. When's the draft order? As far as I'm aware, an hour and 27. I'll go LMS for a bit, and if it's busted with the 0 prayer, whatever the hell, then yeah. I'm back in 1 moment. I am going to read some messages and cook some food. I'll be back in a moment. Yeah, I don't know what a GB truly means. In that fight, I had 0, though. Wait, no, that's... Wait, shit, I've been reading the wrong thing. Wait, no, I didn't get any. Oh, GB. Bodhi hit one go... Right, hold on. Bodhi hit one Ghost Barrage during the fight worth an extra 8.42 expected damage. Unless fighting in PvP arena, your opponent lets you... Oh, okay. What is? Animation stalled while barraging. I don't really have a thing. If you're off PID, you always get... Is this a Ghost Barrage? I don't really know. I remember when I did like some casting. I did some casting for a tournament and I spotted the Ghost Barrage. I was like, oh, mate, Mika just got a Ghost Barrage. A Ghost Barrage is basically when someone barrages the opponent and no animation goes off. And apart from that, I've no idea why it's good. Because that's basically, I don't have a freaking clue what it does. Yeah. Right, I'm back in a minute, guys. I will be getting food. When does this draft order go live, bro? Oh. Oh, depression, bro. I just put my headset on. It's only working in the right ear. Oh, I'm melting. Look, Specs, at the end of the day, it's entirely up to you, my friend. You want to come round to the Casa El Boaty, bro? We have air conditioning. Pull them in the audio inverse? No, I knocked them on the floor yesterday. Alright. I don't know if LMS is fixed, by the way, so... I'm going LMS. I'm just going to see if they fix the attack level at LMS. And then I'm back to the arena if it's broke. Are we invite? No, that was a Specs exclusive invite. How would I recommend someone to start PKing? I couldn't even tell you, mate. Not the PvP arena, though, where I just went. I wouldn't truly recommend that. That's more for advanced shit. LMS is your absolute basics, but even that straight away might have some advanced shit. It's hard to say. What team do I want to be on in All-Stars? Anyone but Reese, mate. The reason why Solo Mission said that we can't message someone to not be on that team is everybody on the roster messaged Reese saying, don't pick me. And Reese was like, you know, he didn't want to play with Oda against him. Anyone but Reese, bro. Wait. Oh shit, I see everyone tomorrow. I might not be live tomorrow. Oh god. No, I should be. I should be live, but sure. Message chat. If Oda has first pick as GG, hey bro, at the end of the day, mate, if the Big O has first pick, he can pick anyone he wants. And he proved this last time, because in All-Stars 1, he told everyone he's picking Rice. He should have picked West Ham. Is first pick really the best spot, though? Hard to say. It would take a lot of time. Actually, wait, I can kind of mess around. Where's the draft? Right, where is this? So, let me pause this music. Where am I even playing this shit from? Is first pick actually that good in this All-Stars? So, first of all, in my opinion, if the captain order is based on the weakest captain to the strongest captain, you could argue that first pick's pretty important here, because then you can lock Greg in, who I would say is the best for Deadman mode. If you don't get him, you could be in the bin. However, if you get first pick, and let's just say first pick is Port Kazard in this situation. Port Kazard's not in the roster anymore, but let's just say that you have first pick and you're going to pick Port Kazard, right? It depends who you are. Because who are you in these captains, you know? Does Odablock pick Port Kazard? In my opinion, he does. Because Port brings more to the table that Oda would need than someone like Greg, in my opinion, even though Greg would probably be the better player for the finale. But does it matter if Oda doesn't get first pick? Let's say Oda gets fifth pick, you know? He doesn't get, let's just say that me, Port, Lake, Greg, and Torvesta are first picks, right? Wait, no. The first four. Then Oda can pick basically like anyone on the board. And it's like, it doesn't make too much difference, in my opinion, being first pick than last. The only thing is, if you do have first pick, you're going to be basically, if you look at this roster, guarantee 100% chance that your next three players will be good at PVM. Very good at PVM. Guarantee. But you could also argue that everyone is guaranteed to get those good PVMers, you know? So you could say, in this roster, outside of the first 9 picks as a random number, that's when the PvP level drops down. And everyone else becomes higher on PVM. Which means, realistically, if it was 8 people, being the 5th or the 6th pick is probably better. In a roster like this. It's hard to say, obviously, but... You know, like, let's say the first picks are Port, Torvesta, Greg, Lake, Mika, me, and Doobies, and 61M, you know? After that, maybe it comes down to something else. But it's hard to say what the best pick would be. Because if you were, let's say you were 6th pick, that might be argued the worst. Port's not bad, by the way, it's not what I'm doing. If you were the 6th pick, and let's say again, the first picks were Port, Torvesta, Greg, Lake, and me, hypothetically. Look at how many people on the board you can pick. You know? If I had 6th pick, I'd be picking probably Doobies and Mika. Which is already very, very strong. But then obviously as the board comes around, who's going to be left, you know? On the board left might be No Monkey and Coxie for all I know. And that already seems like a cracked team in my opinion. So even if you're 6th pick, I think you can get a really good team. In all honesty, I think for this draft again, if you went through who you think the S tier picks are, the A tier picks, the B tiers, and C tiers, I think the first few picks can probably get the S tiers, but then the next 3 get 2 A tiers, and then it comes back just to being a load of B tiers. So being in like 4th, 5th, or 6th would get you 2 A tiers, and then probably 2 B tiers. First pick's going to probably be an SBBC, you know? Second could be SBBC. And it just depends on what you consider better. There's a high chance that this is going to come down to just who has the best captain, you know? You know, at the end of the day, if you had the big O on your team, you've already got an S. Did I already do a tier list? Yeah, my tier list is that Boaty guy, S tier, S plus tier actually. Port Kazard guy, B, Sick Nerd, B minus, Torvesta, S plus 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 plus, you know, killed Oda, you know. Greg, we'll give him G tier, G for Greg, you know. Be the Victim, F tier, Lake, A plus, I think. C Engineer, C, obviously. Elliot, E tier, obviously. Skill specs didn't make the listings. Yeah. Sorry, Smash. Am I doing another mock draft once the order drops? I don't know. The thing about a mock draft is I'm not a captain this time. And there might be some captains that have studied how good a lot of players are and don't want anything leaked. This roster right now is actually the least, what's the word? Like, least me knowing how good everyone is ever in All-Stars. Like, I genuinely couldn't tell you how good. I couldn't tell you how good Sync is. I couldn't tell you. I just don't know. Does Sync better than Mr. Mammal? You know, if someone asks me who's better, Sync or Mr. Mammal, my answer's obviously Sync. But is he? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Do I think I go first round? Personally, I'd be very surprised if I didn't go first round. I think I'm top 3 pick, but it argues what you might need. Because I think like me, Lake, and Greg are probably your top 3. You could argue Mika in there maybe, but, you know, otherwise you put in Torvesta or Doobies as a first pick or something like that. Some guy just says, holy ego on the chat. I'm just going to ban him because he doesn't understand that. I'm just an unbiased. Oh, the K Kona. I can't ban him. No, bro. I'm unbiased when I speak. If I end up not being in the top 6, I'll be very surprised, personally. And you can watch my career die in live time, you know. My question. There are no females? No. Dino's a captain. Of course there's no females. Jesus. My question is, chat, and this is the best question about this All-Stars. Who is the one who is going unpicked? I think it's very hard to say. If I had to put money, I'd bet Foe. But because he has strategy, and some teams might need the strategist so they can get him late, it's really hard to say if Foe's going to get sniped. You know, I look at this and I'm like, who is the last pick, bro? Yeah. It's hard. There's so many people, you know. I think Port Kazard might be last pick, to be honest. But yeah, there's so many people, basically, that could potentially just be the worst. That's how good the teams are going to be this time. In the first 2, I think it's easy to see who last pick is. This time round, I think it's really hard to get it. Because as of right now, you know, if I had to break the roster down on who I think the weakest PvPer is for the finale, I'd say it's Foe. But I think Foe brings way more to the table that doesn't really truly matter. Depending on what team is beforehand, you know. If you have 3 weak PvPers, you're kind of in the bin. But then I don't know how good Sync is. Sync could be dead weight for all I know. You know? No Monkey's proving himself to be quite decent, even though he does not have any Deadman experience. I don't think 61M will be last pick because he's actually a PKer, bro. If he ends up being last pick, there's no way he'd get sniped. He'd get sniped way before the end. Elliot. Maybe Elliot. No. Maybe Elliot is the last pick, mate. Alright, bro. I'm gonna get some water and I'm gonna do some animals. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I remember saying that, like, no Monkey could be... Oh, chat, yes. For those that don't know, I fought Sick Nerd today. Retired All-Stars legend, bro. Burger team twice. Fought him in LMS today. He won. Once again, proving that the general always wins. Elliot did chip the last All-Stars. Last All-Stars, I'd say Elliot was the biggest stock dropper, and I'd say Doobies is the biggest stock gainer. But yeah, imagine Alfie's the last pick, bro. Wait, will Alfie be the last pick, man? You know, he's playing League of Legends this week. Chat me get some water and back him. All right, brothers. I'm back. Do a little bit of LMS. Put them on and realized. One defense. Big Slick, bro. He's gonna back me up, man. Big Slick. Wait apart. Oh, I want to go back to the arena. I don't do this shitty pure game. Freeze him! Wait, pit swapped. Hold up, I feel very uncomfortable right now. I might get lost. Oh, not the phone. I'm gonna run to the center. Big Slick. Someone's dropped a Dragon Simmy. The hell do they have, bro? Can you get VLS on one week this early? Yeah. Who's this gobbler? Cleop. Question is the Cleop any good? Please, I live. I live. Give it a 7. Probably some more good shit there, but I couldn't pick it up. It's not that. Oh, hold on. Didn't have any S tier reserve and should have taken that into account. Port Kazan is gone. I think the real reason Port dropped out, by the way, guys, is he had a fight with skill specs and yeah, he got backed up. That's what the rumors are saying right now. Ooh, I was gonna have that sticky rice. What? Hold on. Oh. The chicken you ordered, did it get cancelled? I've not eaten any chicken. I'm sorry, but I'm busy. I'm asking if it cancelled. I don't know. If it's not there, then I'm gonna guess it got cancelled. Because I didn't hear it. Oh, I'll check the phone later. Do I wish Petter was in All Stars? No, I don't wish Petter was in All Stars. Why not? Because I'd have to fight him. I don't want to be dealing with that shit. Why do you think I'm happy that Port Kazard is no longer there, bro? I don't have to fight Port anymore. Two 19s through prayer. I'm already angry. Right there with that little blitz cancelled. Is that a ghost blitz or whatever? What does it even do? Let me check my tracker after, I guess. When's the draft announcement? Draft and rules is... $50 minutes. I can free to Prado Cup. I'll risk it. I had 41 without a defender, bro. I bet I had a defender on their heads. Pets will be a second pick behind, buddy. Honestly, if Pet was in the roster, I think it's the first pick, mate. You can't really risk giving him away to somebody else when you're guaranteed 3 good PVMers. That's why I kind of like in the next roster. I mean, I'll talk to the mission. I have no say in All Stars, of course, but I can push Solar Mission in the right direction to get a load of PvP creators into All Stars, some better than others. But imagine like there's 6 captains and there's 6 absolutely disgustingly cracked PvPers in the roster. And then you get someone like Torvest and it's like, yo, I'll have her. I'll take her. Mika, mate, he's well good. And then Mika gets crumbled up by the big Gregory. Hello! How you doing? Good to see you. Oh my god, I'm taking it. Here we go. Right, what do we got? Iron Hennessy, Solo Lament, and we're good. Oh, wait, what's that for the audio fix? Hold on. Oh my god, I can read that. Oh, he's not gonna pray melee here. 260 without the defender, bro. Oh, I've got a DFS on, actually. I was going to say, mate, don't wear defenders. Damage increase without. We might be at it, Blues 65. No, Blues, come on. No, he lives. Alt rants. I'm sorry, my bro. I got a 216 XP bolt chat. I had to go in for it. Data minder, guys, wherever Perp is in the captain pick order, that he will be being replaced because Perp will not be getting into America. Don't void wake him in. Bad moves. A pit. I'm gonna give him the DDS. DDS actually wasn't meant to be on the robes, though. It was meant to be on the other thing. Skip everything. Skip everything. Is that reason Bodhi is no captain? I asked Solo if I could play in the roster, so I could be picked by a captain and just kind of play. I don't really know if I think the way it's gonna work for me is I'm gonna play in the roster twice. So next All-Stars, which I'm 99% sure will be a thing, I will play in the roster as well. Unless I feel like I really, really want to be a captain. And I think the only thing I'm gonna ask Solo is I'd like to play in the roster, but not the same captain, maybe. I feel like if you're only playing twice in the roster and you end up on the same team twice, it might be a bit like, you know, maybe now I've got to play again, but I don't know. So demanding, hey, bro, at the end of the day, mate, I'll go to Solo Mission. I'll show him his YouTube subscribers. I'll show my YouTube subscribers, bro. No, I don't mind. I think I'd like to be in the roster twice, I believe. And then I'll decide if I want to be captain again, which I probably would. All-Stars will be a completely different event in 2 years from now, if you think about it. Right, this guy's probably cranked. I think we boggle him, chat. Or is he gonna diddle me? No, he's diddled! He's getting diddled! Oh, he's already lost. Oh my god, he's actually dead. Oh, we got the frame again. Do some movement. Where did that come from? I swear, bro, people just spawn Noctalis in when they're winning. Oh yeah, my attack level's 118. What made it go to 1? Guy's angry, but he hasn't caught a single freeze the whole fight, I don't think. He's a bad game, bro. As far as I'm aware, he splashed every single freeze in the whole thing. 9-5. He splashed every freeze, bro. If he splashed every freeze, you just lose. It's a sad scam game. Wait, Tracker says he... Yeah, 1 freeze he caught out of 9. And I caught 7 out of 10, bro. There's nothing you can do, bro. There's nothing you can do. Right, I'm not in the mood for this Dax J right now. I'm in the mood for some Boris. Game said don't even bother. No, mate. If I was in that guy's situation, I would be so mad. I hate when I fight a person in LMS. They're clearly extremely good at PKing, and you just get destroyed, and there's nothing you can do. You know, I want to at least give him a good fight. So if I got hit by a guy that did all that damage and I splashed every freeze and couldn't slow him down, mate, I'll get angry. As in, livid anger. Ow! The stuff of the dead spec. It's up. It's swap. And the team's picture, it is indeed, mate. Me, Greg, Odablock, Mika, and Mutz are on the same team. Reese decided to drop out because his team decision was just garbage in comparison. He's already admitted the fact that he's just automatically lost the All-Stars. So Reese is actually gone. Boaty, you really think Peta is better than Oda in PKing? In every style of every denomination or whatever, I don't know, probably not. In NH stake / tribrid, yes. It'd be a good rumble up. Someone just got double void waken, I'm pretty sure, in the corner. How did that whip not trade? Knock Sally on the ground, bro. Begging to be picked up. Don't mind if I do. When's your stars pick happening, or did you miss it? You, my friend, missed it, bro. The team is Moti, Porkazard, Doobies, Eviescape, and Pip. Should be a good team. Yeah, very happy when you got backed up by Dino. Wait, how do people know I got backed up by Dino, bro? Bro, who the hell double Void Wakers in LMS, mate? It swapped to me. Nope. I think this guy's attack level chat has gone to 0 because of the bug. His Nox Sally won't ever hit. He's gonna be so angry when he loses the fight. If he loses the fight. Another 0. He's on 7 zeros in a row, bro. He's probably looking at me like, holy shit, bro. He is so garbage. He's gonna be hungry. Oh, he's gonna knock Sally. I swear it just suddenly hits like a 45 or something right now. Its attack level's 1. Oh my god, wait, what? Unless that was a 0 attack roll after all them zeros, there's no way, right? Nah. This guy legit just hit that many zeros in a row on me, bro. No way. Oh my god, I think he actually did. I'll be honest, mate. I deserve to die to this guy, bro. I genuinely just thought he had 0 attack because he knocks that many zeros. What? Void Waker! Not Void Waker. No, I'm down. Am I? Get me underneath him. No. I'm gonna be honest, bro. I just kind of stopped trying in the fight because I legit thought he had 0 attack on his Halley. And then suddenly all the damage came in. I think he legit Hallied like 8 zeros in a row, man. Oh, man. Now I regret it, bro. Wait, who's my fight? He can pit freeze, but he dies at the same time. Why not the dish hardcore for some free supplies? I don't know what I need on my hardcore. I have loads of points. Do I have to end the stream for the solo mission video? No! Let me message him, actually. Oh my god, I have loads of messages. I'll ask him. He might insta and freeze her, but we should be right. Right. You have a light bearer. Might have a light bearer. Yeah, you did. Hey. Odins. Hope you're ready for a beatdown. This guy's gonna get slimed. No, the draft pick is not today. The draft pick is the 31st of May. Today is just the captain order, basically. He just turns around and DDS's me, I might just die. Why did you select the pure fight? I'm forced to do pure, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Cat Turner. Oh, if it pits up there, I just could have died on the extra slice he did. We got an HCB. Oh my god. And a VLS. I'm taking the VLS. Oh, the knives! It's time! Wait, is Solo Mission live? The mission is live! He's fuming. I just threw knives, mate, the whole time. I never PK with the knives, bro. I just thought I was gonna get them and throw them and see what happened. This guy's probably cracked and the other two garbage. That's my guess. Oh, okay. Googled him. How's the bot situation? I don't know. Solo has confirmed the video may be broadcasted. My pin. Oh, mate, he's angry. He's been ziggied. Solo went live on Kick. Wait, solo missions live on Kick as well, bro. Wait, only Kick? Is he actually, bro? Yeah. Look. Link the solo mission club. Kick.com solo mission, bro. Wait. Oh, the rules are live at 7. Okay. Hold on, let me up into it. Dave Quick might get me a bulb. I thought he was hitting me. Why are these two fights like permanently on top of each other? Oh, that bad potion management. Ooh, that was close. My solo mission and Kicker on Twitch. He'll probably make more money from Kick, is my guess. Solo mission will win big money. get Kick sponsor the event. I don't know. If Solo made a deal with Kick to get paid to broadcast it there and got a handsome amount, I'm very happy for the mission, mate. And if any of you don't like Kick, you can always watch it from my point of view. Oh, hydration is good. Right, I need to finish. Oh, I just unplugged my headphones. I need to finish this fight before it goes live. I don't see a solo mission video though, so I'm gonna have to steal it from his stream. But fine. Turno, please just fall over now. Alright. I'll give him it, bro. I've not been Dark KO'd in LMS in so long. I want this guy to come with Dark. Nothing else, though. If he kills me with anything else, then doesn't matter. 58 Dark. Yeah, Dark and LMS, I wouldn't really recommend you ever use it, you know, some like C engineer shit to have some fun. Or Barrage KO, maybe? Come on, mate. There's no way he's hitting a 94 with Dark, I'll tell you that. Give me that. Come on, bro. 95. 64. The first Dark LMS KO in 2026. Come on, bro. Can you get it? I think he glassed in too hard to try and get it. He glassed in too hard to try and get it there at the end. Right, ladies and brother, gentlemen. Time to steal some content. If you're on YouTube, I don't know if you're going to hear what's currently playing. So if you're on YouTube, you may want to just go to Solo Mission's Kick channel or my Twitch/Kick. That's me. Send a coxer. What do you mean it's send a coxer? I don't have time for a Chambers of Xeric. What am I missing? This is good quality B-roll. Hey, man. This is Solo Mission, bro. Of course it's good, mate. Ooh, here we go. Here we go, chat. Deathman All-Stars 3. Solo mission with his new shitty logo. Just saying, bro. Oh, I can follow him. So. Subscribe, though? Not a chance, mate. Oh, White Man in the team order. Perp was on the very left. Perp's on the left, then Dino. Oh, it's the same video I just watched 17 times, Solo mission. Wait, no, it's not. It's not the same video. Alright, bro. Can't even see the screen. Well, maybe if you opened your eyes, you moron. So dumb, bro. Wait, it is the same video. It is the same video, bro. I just joined halfway in and missed it, bro. Where's Data in the video? Oh, bro. How to pray correctly? I don't get that one. Why is throwing something at a hill giant or an obor? Did he die to obor or something? I think it did. Mr. Mammal. I didn't see what that said. Here we go, chat. Hey, see you, bro. Louder? I can't make it louder. I can't. Frame friends on the left, Reese Rhinos. Dino. West Ham framed Reese. Oda was last pick. Oda in the bin. I'm not on the Big O team. Unless I don't get picked. I'm sorry, chat. The Big O is gone. Right, watch this. I need to know these rules. Wait, holy shit. Okay. What? Oh, okay, this is actually horrible, bro. Wait, where's Multi? Okay. That is gonna be, like, pretty horrible. Rhino! The Reese Rhino. Okay. Oh, here we go. No, boo! Yes. Wait, so you can't get any sigils except for those 8. Oh, I couldn't read that. I can't. I'm gonna have to watch this later. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I like that. Monkey Madness 2. I knew about that rule. Yeah, what's the Arim's gear, though? Wait, so there is no Arims in the whole of the thing? Yeah, I think you have to wear Blue Moon or Virtus or Ancestral. But Blue Moon's Perilous Moons, which is multi. Wait, what? Oh, I hate that one, bro. I hate these breaches, bro. How the hell? Jesus Christ. The Pony Brawlers! The Pony Brawlers! I'm gonna be honest, I can't, like, speak fast enough for this video without pausing the video. Ah, I can't even look at this. I'm guessing tier 1's the best. And it shows the breaches. Oh. Tier 1's. No! No! Why show that clip, bro? Delete that clip. Never happened. Never happened. Oh my god. That's so much information, bro. Oh, only once per team. Wait, was that the arena? I wasn't even paying attention. Ah, don't subscribe, guys. Don't subscribe. Hey, I like the room, bro. I don't think I've ever seen Solar Mission sat down at the desk. Unless he was stood up. So the draft is at 8 p.m. on May 31st. I'm going to be honest, bro. That spangled my brain. It was so much shit, bro. Yeah. Thanks for the info. No, I'm freaking closing that shit. F5 and going straight to the video. And I keep pausing this shit. 10 minutes long. Alright, bro. Skip. Right, so this is the draft. Oh, wait, hold on. Can I message Solar Mission? I know he's live right now. Are we allowed to make mock drafts? Oh, no. Well, friends, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a big Oda Block fan, I'm sorry to say that Oda's last pick, which means he's not going to be getting me or Greg, which apparently was his two favorite picks, because I highly doubt me and Greg go beyond 5, but you never know. You never know. You do never know. So it looks like the Big O is going to have a nice giggly live team. Dino his first pick, though. He can pick whoever the hell he damn pleases, you know? I'll just ask the question, chat. Will I be a Dino Nugget? Am I going to be a Dino Nugget is the question. If not, will I be a West Ham Winker, a Framed Friend, a Reese Rhino, a Herp Rebel, or the Oda Block Goblin? For those that don't know, Dino was first pick in the last All-Stars. Dino was last pick in the last All-Stars, and he had West Ham, and he picked West Ham, bro, and now he's gonna maybe pick me? I'm sorry, mate. There's only one Kryptonite in the whole of this All-Stars, bro, and it's your first pick from the previous All-Stars. So if Dino picks me, he's already failed. Like, Dino has a big IQ test here, and that's not picking, you know, me to just go die to West Ham or something. Alternatively, if Dino does not pick me, West Ham might, and if West Ham picks me, I'm not nerfed. You know, I'm not nerfed against anyone in the finale except for West Ham there. So, but here's the draft. Dino, West Ham, Framed, Reese, Perp, and then the Big O gets the double pick at the end, and Dino gets the double pick in the middle. So that's quite interesting. I've asked Solo if I can make a mock draft. The best way for me to make a mock draft is just assume that I'm the first pick, but I could also create one of what I think is unbiased. Now, I have been saying the entire time that I think Greg is the best first pick. Because, yeah, you're like still guaranteed at 12 and 13 just to get good PvPers, so we'll see. But other than that, Dino has the power to choose anyone he wants. Will I be a Dino Nugget, chat? Wait, if I'm a Dino Nugget, I need to be eating a Rustler's burger, bro. I need to eat Rustler's burgers. If it's West Ham, I need to drink some rosé. I don't have anything if Frame picks me. Reese's Pepsi Max or Diet Coke, can't remember. Perp is I have to make my face cam face up. And then the Big O is, yeah. Oh, he's doing a draft pick. Oh, shit. Wait, in an hour or two, I'm first. What? I'm going to say it, chat. Dino's going to pick me. I'm just going to say, just to make it easy, I'm just going to assume that I'm first pick. If I'm not, whatever. It'll be a few of the first ones flipped. I think West Ham might take Lake. Framed is going to take either Torvesta or Greg if he's done his research, but I don't know if he's done his research. Oh shit, he skipped it. It's not even a thing. Oh, he's doing a mock draft in an hour or two. Alright, bro. Right. EV scoop. Paul Kazard is gone, chap. Alright, okay. So, right, let me think. With all safe zones removed from Deadman mode. Oh, yeah, that Slayer Cave's horrible. It doesn't even show Zaya. Wait, isn't Zaya just a death zone? Like, if you get caught in the catacombs, you're just dead, right? Yeah, that's gonna be brutal. Wait, hold on a minute. Because you can't even tank to a castle. Like, multi-combat, if you have a team on you, you're just dead, unfortunately. Like, there's not even a tank test. I'm not a massive fan of this, personally. Around single zones, I think it's quite good, but if you get caught in a multi-zone and you tank the team to singles, to a safe zone, you're just gonna die anyway. So it's like, basically, you're just dead if you go anywhere multi. Yeah, I don't know if I'm a massive fan. I like the idea of it being removed around single combat areas. Like the whole of Ardy, that's all single combat. Unil single combat. Falador is multi. That first breach will be fun, actually. Beneath the giant mole lair. Oh my god. You activate the extra entrances of the catacombs before going in to shoot the PKs, don't think of that. Well, that's just one specific area, though, is what I mean. If I get hit in a single zone by anybody, I'm pretty sure I can tank, minus maybe teleblock, cape swap. That's very hard to tank. But no matter what, this is now based on you have to freeze escape. And I don't think he mentioned it, but I know the library is actually removed. So this is going to be disgustingly horrible to play, in all honesty. Especially multi-zones. There is no tank test, is there? Well, how many multi-zones actually matter? I'm only thinking of the Karen Catacombs, and I'm going to be 100% honest. I don't think I've ever gone Karen Catacombs in a Deadman All-Stars. Like, ever. So that's probably fine, in all honesty. The Warriors Guild's interesting. Yeah, the Warriors Guild's very interesting. I don't know. Oda's still going to win. He's got mad advantages. Oh, really? Name me one advantage he's got, Mahmood. You know, as far as I'm aware, he's 6th pick. So his team's going to be... I'm going to reckon... My prediction... I'm going to say this now. This is a prediction I think might happen. I actually think... It's fine. Full completed drops from next. How is that an advantage to Oda block, bro? You think Oda can kill next? Come on, mate. Don't embarrass yourself. And we don't even have meticulousness or titanium, judging by those sigils. So you can perma-camp Lumpy. Yes. Oh, if you die, you spawn in the G? Yeah, okay, that's a good point. I was going to say, bro, you could. Yeah, the Warriors Guild's dangerous. In all honesty, this one's fine. This is just escaping anywhere in the game. This is fine. I'm not worried about that. Let me go through all these again. This is fine. This is fine, bro, because the monsters will be piss annoying to deal with. This one as well, I think, is actually fine. It's just freeze escape. I'll be honest, I think it's all fine. All those is kind of fine. So Scorius technically will still be dangerous. Look, Mahmood, bro, you're the biggest Big O fan I've ever seen, mate. Go watch the Big O, bro. Every single message he's typed is about O. Who gives a shit, mate? He has no advantages. He has 6th pick. He's trash. He's going to come dead last. Again. Okay, I don't care about this group thing. It's pretty good, actually. So the only 8 sigils in the game are these. I like it, but I don't like how... I guess these are all the PK sigils. There's not really any PVM sigils. I was going to say, mate, give me some titanium, bro. But this means, yeah, everyone can play the whole game with 4-tick barrage and shit, like, instantly. Anyone without Deadman? Yeah, I'm going to say it, chat. No Monkey's been looking cracked in the arena, but I think he's going to be getting diddled, mate. So PKs are going to run like Light Bear and VLS and shit. Aggression. No, it's Rampage, Light Bear, and Gunslinger is what PKs use. But Arcane Swiftness, everyone in the very first 5 seconds of the game can be PKing with like 4-tick shit, so. Interesting. Let me skip past that. So there's no way to gain any more than the base sigils. Okay, so that means there are no other sigils in the game then. So yeah, there's no Meticulousness, Restoration, Titanium, all those good PVM ones. So PVMing is going to still be quite difficult, because full damage, but we do get some, like we can do PVM with Aggression, which is this is great for PVM. Aggression, Consistency, and then your tier 4, I guess, for PVM. What else do we have? Right. Deadman chests are gone, that's fine, agreed with that, would have been shit. Remove the PvP armors, the Dog Sword, and the Thunder Kapesh. I think I would have liked to see Zoriel's, because I think Arim's has been removed, right? It looks like Arim's has been removed completely. So now you have to get Blue Moon from Perilous Moons, or you have to get Virtus or Ancestral. The screen's not in view? Oh, it's not fully in view, is it? Yeah, so Magic Gear, if Arim's has been removed, then Perilous Moons is a complete multi-area with the supplies inside. Why is there no Arim's? I think it's just to make Barrows not the meta. I think it's to get people away from Barrows for other Mage Gear, but your only Mage Gears realistic is Blue Moon, Virtus, and Ancestral. Now, the time taken to get a full set of Virtus / Ancestral and stuff, I think, just takes too long. Blue Moon is very PvP heavy. And I don't know how, like, Blue Moon is compared to... what is it? Arim's? I think it's the same, roughly, just not as good defenses. But it makes you ask the question, right now, what's going to be the meta? This is the best thing about All-Stars, though, is we don't know the meta. So, is the meta just get Blue Moon from Perilous Moons, or actually look into getting Ancestral / whatever the other one is, Virtus? I want to say the time it would take to get 5 sets of that is like half your league. Welcome to that. Deadman Skull Shop's fine. Ice Scepters from the Emblem Trader, fine. Brews gone from the Emblem Trader, that is also fine. Any overhead skulls, some unskulled players. I don't really know what the hell that means, it's fine. Spellbook resizing in PvP, fine. Reintroduce the Purging Staff quest requirement. Okay, so you do need, everybody needs the quest to get it, that's also fine. Choice of Sigil on the Spawn is gone. Sad scam. Remove the risked... Well, okay, I don't care about that. Free God Book from Horror for the Deep. That's fine. Restriction on banking high-value items in combat. Fine. Remove the ability to enter raids in combat. That's fine as well. And re-implemented bank keys. That is also fine. Yep, this is all good. I like it. I like it. Yeah, you can maybe get Virtus in the missions, but it looked like it'd be like one piece of it or something. So we get DT subquests, but not DT. I like it, because there could be a good meta immediately of, do you just rush DT? How'd you get magic logs and shit? Regicide is almost Crystal Shield. One small favor is almost Night Waves. That's just TOA. Monkey Madness 2... I don't know how good Monkey Madness 2 truly is now, because there is a breach in Apatol, but everyone will have it, but you don't get sigil drops from the monkeys, so it's just chinning and barraging. But 99 mage and range is very easy to do anyway, I think. Everyone's going to have that, so obviously they'll probably do it in MM2. But I guess that saves, again, a shitload of time you can put elsewhere. So all God Swords being dropped whole, it didn't say anything about like, oh, I guess that's it. I think Armadyl God Swords could actually be a really good play. Although we don't get the Augmented Thrall Sigil this time, which is going to be shitty, because Augmented Thrall is so good. As for Nex, I just think Nex, even if you have Gunslinger, sorry, Swashbuckler with a Fang, or if you can get 4-tick T-Bows or Corrupted T-Bows, is Nex going to be worth it? I feel like without Titanium, and you can't buy Brews off the Grand Exchange, that Nex is not really realistic still, but I don't know, because ZCBs and Ancient God Swords would be, like, cracked. But I just think that Nex is still just not going to be that good, even a team of 5, or am I underestimating it? I just think it'll demolish all your brews, and you don't have the accuracy sigils. Obviously, it can be done in the main game, it can be done in Deadman, but I like the idea of having a Zarek crossbow. And imagine you go, like... Again, you'd have to calculate how many Nex you can kill, how you'd get the brews and shit, because if you can work all that out. Like, do brews drop from breaches? Could you just kill Nex with Manta Rays and get all this shit? So Arims is removed completely. So yeah, it just looks like to me, if you want a PK in the final, Arims is not going to be there. But that, in my opinion, what are your options? You've got Blue Moon, you've got Virtus, and you've got Ancestral. I mean, I just, how much time does it take to get that? Virtus takes forever. So I don't know if anyone's running out. If you need 5 sets, yeah, it means a lot less barrows, but I wonder if Perilous Moons is just going to be an absolute war zone. But is the meta to just sack off the Blue Moon, sack off barrows outside of Carol's, and get Ancestral from Chambers? Or get Thingy from DT2 bosses? Because right now, with everything I've just said, how valuable is PVMers now, you know? Has Lake stock just skyrocketed? You know, No Monkey Sink, has their stock just gone ridiculous because of PVM? You know, I'm there, like, if you can have someone just kill whatever's best for Virtus or something, I feel like the sigils is still not going to be worth the time. I think if you generally spent the entire week killing Vardorvis for shit. Sufferings are going to be easy. Sufferings will be easy. As for the boots, obviously, we do have Doom unlocked, and Doom unlocked means that we can obviously get a Vernix regular, but we also have Confliction Gauntlets, and the Eye's obviously trash, unless the Eye can go to PVM, like Whisperer for Virtus, I don't know. I feel like Virtus is just too long. Ancestral? Oh my god. Because, right, you have 120 hours. This is why I need to be on a team, bro, so I can talk to people about what's worth it. Like, what? Because the thing is, what's better to have, you know? Can you get full Ancestral? Dragon Claws? If you get loads of T-Bows? If you get loads of T-Bows, could you... Oh my god. Oh, my brain's hurting, trying to work everything out. You know, is it worth going Chambers to get 5 sets of Ancestral? So you don't need to do Perilous Moons and risk dying, losing your keys. And if you get T-Bows, you can take T-Bow to Nex and maybe at ZCB? Do you have time? I look at, bro, if you rock up to the final in that gear, bro, you've won. Like, you've won. Like, you've automatically won, bro. Look at that. And then this as well, like, the fact they're showing Blue Moon, is it basically just trying to push us all to do Perilous Moons? Because we'll have to quest it. PK the other teams for their sets. I mean, yeah, but... I mean, obviously, I'm just yapping out loud, by the way. Yeah, DT2's not all complete. I'm just asking about the mage gear, because if you end up... like, everyone getting full Arims and full Carols is so easy to do in the previous ones, but there isn't really anything else that's easy to get. You know? Missions might give you, like, Virtus/Ancestral, but you need 5 sets for your entire team, because there's no more tank range. Bloodbark Azorial Staff goes hard. If you turn up to the final with Bloodbark, and then your opponents all have Ancestral, how bad odds do you have? And how long does it take to get full Bloodbark in Deadman? Because you have to remember, you can't buy this off the G, you have to DIY it with your team. So I don't know if Bloodbark's like trolling. I'm not making strats, I'm just curious. With full Arims gone, I want to barrage people, bro. I've been practicing with Arims the whole time. No. 77 rune crafting and 1 hour of shades. I feel like if you turn up with Bloodbark to the final, you're gonna get smoked. You know, I don't know how good it is, but obviously when I say smoked, let's assume every team has Blue Moon, because every team's on at the same time. There's gonna be like no downtime to any of this shit, bro. Dagon High is the meta. Oh my god. Yeah, the mage bonus is going to be an absolute nightmare to get, I think. I feel like the safest option is Chambers and getting Ancestral. But even then, to get 5 full sets, I'm just trying to think, what's the stock of a team right now where if your team was, let's hypothetically say your team was Lake, No Monkey, Sink, and Mr. Mammal, and they were all just sending solo Chambers to get Ancestral. How bad is that? You know, is it good or I don't know. I'm there like, I don't want to turn up to the final in Mystics, bro, and every other team's got full Ancestral. Oh, no. I don't know. 30 minutes the breaches are now. Jesus Christ. Is it Mystics just worse than Bloodbark? Yeah, but you have to get Bloodbark kind of thing. Yeah, you have to get Bloodbark. Against Mystic, you can just buy in 5 seconds. Oh, man. Oh, sorry to make you play. The pauses. So the Mole Lair breach. Yeah, more about this another day. There's been lots of yap about it. Be fun. So this one, obviously, you just need a light source. Fally Park is multi, and obviously with all the multi areas gone, no one can come from behind you. So I feel like a good way to play this breach is assume the breach can spawn things down here maybe, and just be there 10 minutes, 15 minutes early, and then just farm peacefully, hopefully. And then if any team comes running in, you can maybe start popping them. But the problem is, if you then third party because they're trying to escape, you're going to feed the team killing him, I think. Yeah, that one's pretty brutal to deal with. This one is dangerous because the best way to play it is, I think, in my opinion, you go to the castle 20 minutes early and stand there. But then if you get a fight, you might miss the whole breach if a team fights for it and you slow them down. Then a team comes in late and can maybe pick it up. We did this to the southwest and I hated it because the location was terrible. Because you have people north, south, west, east, everything. Terrible. Last image was bad. What is this? Don't be massive penis. What is this? It's my head. What is this? Oh, it's solo mission. So Alcarid has... So this one, I feel like the Temporos boat could be an escape to a bank. Temporos, I want to say, is single, even though it's a safe zone. I'm not 100% sure on that. It could be multi. Sorcerer's Garden escape, maybe? That could be a tech. I don't know if you need anything for this shortcut. I think it's just a level. But again, you could go in and out the shortcut safely. Because obviously no team can come through here, as we very well know from a dead man in the past. Is it a diary? Yeah, so it's like if you get that diary done, you could just tele into Alcarid, go out, bop things, and go in if you get hit. Although you will be on a 1x1 tile, so one team could just stand here and then you kind of stalk, so that might be shit, actually. It's fine. Volleyball. We'll see what happens. So 6 is in Tsar. Everyone's going to have a fire kit by then, so the Tsar breach is going to be all over the place, man. We'll see. Apatol. This one's like... Oh my god. Because the thing with the breaches is you've got 6 teams of 5 all trying to do one breach. I feel like if you come at like this breach, you want to be here. And just lock this down so no one can come behind you kind of thing. This one's really interesting. Alright, hold on, let me try and turn on. Is that any better? Yeah, wait, it didn't say anything, did it? So there's 3 tier 1s, 5 tier 2s, 5 tier 3s, and only 2 tier 4s. Tier 4s are obviously the weakest. So the tier 1s, yeah, you really want to do these missions. Midnight mission, bro. The midnight mission's gonna be huge. Oh no, it's gonna be huge. Ah, no one saw that. No one saw it. Entity Hider, Render Self, Death Dart plugin. Oh, good, I don't play with him. Lunar Spellbook, Arceus Spellbook, Sigil's fine, Phoenix X is fine, extra HP gain through PvP means. I don't know. Prairie Gen Potions, Rock Cake, Locator Robe, that's fine. I'm gonna definitely pre-put. You are banned from placing bets on yourself or on other teams. You are not permitted to precede any part of the arena. Fine. 9 food and 2 brews. Okay, so at least I can tell you this. Currently, my potion management, when I do any of my practice, is terrible. But the fact that it's only 2 brews makes things a lot easier for me to deal with, because I won't now, hopefully, mess my potions up. That's my biggest worry is, honestly, I go in and just choke my potions and just don't have the boosts. And then you just basically are going to lose the game. What? Alright, okay, let me read this. So most of the big PKers that are scary will be PKing all the time along here. The multi-kills are still worth a good amount, though, you know. Solo kills, they're gonna happen. With the sigils in the game and PKs, again, like, in the regular Deadman, plus there's not really anyone that's actually, like, super garbage in All-Stars compared to some people that'll play Deadman casually for the first time. You know, no one's gonna really fall over and die, but once the best PKers get the sigils and shit, you know, like, people running around with, like, 4-tick Zarite crossbow with VLS and shit, it's gonna be scary. If you wipe a team, you have 18 blood money for your team. If you wipe a team, you get 10. Oh, breach kill would be... Yeah, if you wiped a team, you get 15, actually, the breach thing. And they'd lose 5. Jeez, man. It's so many things to think about. You know, you have to think about your blood money. You got to think about your gear for the final. Right. Wow. Wow. Holy shit. Buying the extra brew is disgustingly expensive. So you can buy 1 extra brew, which is what, 42 health more than an anglerfish, I want to say. But it costs 5 blood money, and if you want to buy it on a second player, it costs 10. If you want to buy it on a 5th player, it costs 80 blood money. Surely precious few people are going to be buying that. Now, the All-Stars finale shop, I think everyone's going to have Dex and Augury, so that's irrelevant. I think Mori Javelins and Axes could also be irrelevant, but it's so hard to say because, again, if you were to collect your blood money on the team, is it at 5th for yourself? Oh. Wait, only 1 of each PvP weapon can be purchased per team. That's 1. I thought this is if you're buying more than 1. But the Saradon in brew upgrade, oh, maybe it can. I feel like there's a thing where you can only have 1 extra brew per player. But you can give it 1 player, each gets 1 extra brew, but it costs 80 blood money for the 5th brew. So that's crazy expensive. You need so many kills. But it does make you wonder what's going to be like the meta of this dead man. You know, can you skip a ranged weapon entirely, assuming you get 75 blood money, then just buy 5 lots of Mori axes, assuming you get none from the breaches? Is a Zoriel staff better than a VLS? If you get them from a breach, it could be wasted, but are we getting purging staff, staff of the deads? VLS, I think, must definitely be worth if you don't get one. You can only buy one. Oh yeah, you can only buy one of these. You know, you're not one each for the team. It's only one of these, but you can buy 5 of these for the team. So if you get to the finale and you have no one on your team have Rigor or Augury, you can buy every single person in your team one. Same with the Venge Trinket, same with the Brew. But the PvP weapons, each team can only buy 1 VLS, I think is correct. So that's really interesting. And the price of the blood money is crazy, man. Like, a team would have to... How many blood money would the Snakes have had last time? Probably a lot, right? That's crazy. I kind of wish on the last day they had, like, shitloads, but maybe they didn't want to, like, risk it. Oh, live stage. Sorry, I didn't even see that again. Second time. See, this is the live stage. If that's the finale... Okay, first of all, I'm looking at this and I'm a bit worried the camera angles are going to be shit, bro. If my camera's wiggling all over, I'll be so sad. But if I get normal camera angles, bro, I'm going to be so happy because I'll be able to click, like, I should be able to hit everything. Why would you buy more than 1 dex per player? If you don't have any from Chambers or buying them. Because I'm pretty sure you can still buy them with wilderness totems and shit. Oh, so the daily... I don't like the daily YouTube videos because everyone watches them and it gives away what teams are doing. And I think it's basically stream sniping. You know, like if we had a super advanced strategy and then it's just put into a daily highlights video showing everyone what we're doing, we can't do it anymore if it's a multiple day grind, you know? Like, let's say we are committing to... I can't think of a good example, but let's say we're committing to Chambers for Ancestral, but obviously Chambers is a pretty popular PK area. It's just going to give away that people are there and teams can then go there, so... I don't fully... No, he's allowed to milk the content. Obviously, it's his event. I'm saying the competitors can watch it. You know? Like, maybe we want to go Court Beast and get 5 Elysians. As soon as it gets uploaded to a video, teams will start hitting the Corp, you know? And it's just like, you lose that advantage of complete anomaly. So I'm not a massive fan of that. Because in All-Stars 1, on the burgers, we never watched anything. We had no idea what was going on. It was great. Then All-Stars 2, we kind of just knew everything. And I think it removed a bit, but... Yeah. I like his room, bro. I'm pausing it, mate. That's Gillinor Games. I don't know what the other 2 things are. He's got this little fire pit in the wall, little handsome chair, bro. Look at his little desk lamp, mate. I'm gonna be honest, bro. There's so much I want to talk about, man. I don't even know where to begin, in all honesty. No mage robes? You have 120 hours to play. 6 teams of 5. You can't go on at any alien time, and you've got to get all that gear? Man, it's going to be Scout Central, bro. I feel like the best way to play this All-Stars is going to be like, you do a piece of content, if you get scouted doing it, you have to just immediately change to something else, transition out. Everyone's rocking up with Mystics. I guarantee you people won't. Like, people are going to roll up in different stuff, but I don't fully know how I feel about that change of the removal of the ARIMs. But it does make me curious, you know, if I open up this roster again, I don't have the pick orders, but if I open this up, like, what's the stock of people that can PVM and PvP really well, you know? If you need to get... If Ancestral from Chambers, you know, you have someone like Lake doing Chambers, he's going to be doing it quicker than most. But I'm there, like, if you have them both. What's the team to stop from getting a mission totem and logging out? No idea, mate. That could be a strategy, and then it'll probably end up being turned into something else. Ancestral to Virtus. I think time taken for Virtus, simply put, is too long. You know, I've not done any math, obviously. You know, you don't have sigils or many sigils at all. I think if you're going for full Virtus, you're going for you're spending one person spending their entire time there. You know, Chambers is useless. That's the problem, though, is it? It might be booming. Chambers could be booming, bro. It's so hard to say. It's just like if you turn up to the finale and you're in Bloodbark or Dagenhire or Infinity Robes, you know, if you're in any of that, and then another team rolls up and they've got full Virtus. Obviously, it does depend on, like, what you've also got, like, gear-wise. If you turn up with Mystics, I think even if you turn up with Mystics, Mage bonus is so important. If you splash freezes, you're in the bin. If you don't splash freezes, you kind of win him. So, yeah. But then there's also the blood money to take into account. How much time do you want to spend running around the game killing people? You know? ARIMS exists. Everyone look at the moron. There's always a moral. Full Justicia plus Ellie is the play. Come on. Someone gets even full Virtus in those hours. No, you could easily get sets of Virtus, no problem. But what I'm saying is, can you get 5 sets of Virtus over your entire team? I think you can. But what else can you do? Probably nothing, you know? It's all opportunity cost. Oh, Solo just confirmed it's 1 brew per person as an upgrade. Just costs more for more people's... Yeah, so if you want 5 brews on the team extra, 1 each, then it's 80. So yeah. You will need to compare ARIMS to Bloodbark. It's surprisingly close. Because that's just a thing to look at. Like, if you had to get, like, as without even strategizing, just on the concept, if you have 120 hours to get gear, if it takes, hypothetically, 2 hours to get Bloodbark, how much time do you save not going for something better? Get something else. Will it be better in the final? You know? And personally, I'd rather rock up to the final in the highest mage bonus possible. You know, if I splash freezes, I'll just get squashed. But then, you know, it's like, it's really hard. Yeah, it's no Barrows content for 7 days, but you might get Chambers of Xeric content for 7 days now. But I guess people can PK outside. It is very difficult to work it out. Whose stocks are rising after that? It's hard to say because we don't know the answer. Because, again, maybe it's just better to have a team that's solid, lock down Perilous Moons, get Blue Moon, which would be faster than ARIMS. Blue Moon would be fast as shit. And if you turn up with whatever... My database says your draft is diabolical. Look, Torvesta, me and you have the same draft probably, mate. Come on, dude. It depends, mate. Are you on Reese's team, Torvesta? Because if so, then yeah, we have the same draft. So send Bloodbark towards the end if you can't get Mage Gear. Nah, it's too risky. And you need Mage Gear throughout the week, but I guess you could run with Mystics most places. Because I'm there, like, the entry gear would be Blue Moon, correct? But if you have a team of 5 people with Blue Moon, and let's say that Blue Moon took you 6 hours as a team to get safely, because it'd be dangerous as shit, does your team just get squashed by a team that committed the time to getting Ancestral? Virtus? You know, it's really hard to actually answer that question. If you are fighting people that are running around with Karos tops and you've got Blue Moon against a team with Ancestral, if you splash every freeze and they catch and control the DD the whole fight, you're just in the bin, mate. So that makes me ask the question right now. Like, I asked the question. is Ancestral worth the time? Is Virtus worth the time? Because Virtus is disgusting time. And so is Ancestral. But Ancestral, if you had a team... I don't know how it would work if you had the team doing chambers in a team of 4, or having 4 people soloing chambers at the same time would be faster. Assuming you had 4 or even 5 good PVMers. Like if you had your full team running solo chambers or something like that all day for 1 day, how much Ancestral do you see? Could you see 5 full sets done in a day? Because that'd be so worth it, in my opinion. So it's hard to say, you know. It's very difficult. Virtus from Duke for Magus rings too. I think Suffering is always better than Magus ring. I don't think there's any world the Suffering is not the best ring. I don't know. Several people like Skilly and Perp are also heavily against watching highlight videos. I would genuinely love a rule where if you're a content creator, you're not allowed to watch the highlight videos. You're not allowed to watch anything to the best of your ability. I think it makes the game way more fun. Not knowing. But I think it'll be in the Discord, actually. Let me see if the Discord's yapping up or anything. Oh, yeah, we got messages. Good general. Okay. Should I can bring it up, but I don't want to be that guy. I'll just touch this. How many people prefer competitors? I'll just ask. Obviously, people could just watch them anyway. I've got the word mystery. I just basically guess how many people would be interested, because in All-Stars 1, we weren't allowed to do it. And it gave every team like a sense of mystery. But I'll see what people want to do. Well, yeah, that's question 1. For me, I'm not a captain, obviously, I'm a competitor, but I'm question 1ing right now. What mage gear do you go for? What's worth the time? And at the end of the day, remember, there's nothing that's easy, because basically, you can be like, oh, let's get Blue Moon. Then another 5 teams are there, and you get bopped. You go Chambers of Xerath, might be locked down the entire time. Might be impossible to enter Chambers. You know? Oh, let's go for Virtus. Virtus takes freaking 80 hours. It's hard to say, man. Very hard to say. You know, Bloodbark, like, there'll be backups, though, and all that shit, but I just don't know if, like right now, from what I understand, I think Virtus would take too long, but it would be possible, but it just takes too long. Ancestral would probably be way more possible with scaled raids and good PVMers, because Chambers is very accessible, but it's also probably going to get locked down. Oh my god. How do you escape without safe zones? If you're in multi, you're in the bin. And if you are in singles, you can freeze teleport if you time it correctly. The final's going to be Avenge Fest. No, the finals won't be Avenge Fest. Because that's other questions. You can't buy Bruise, but how difficult would killing Nex be without Bruise? Your gear being kind of giggly, you know? But would it be worth it to get Zarite crossbows and Ancient God Swords, assuming Torv is shit? But then the time taken to do something like that over getting the mage gear, is this just going to end up being roughly... I think, because I'm looking at it now, like my prediction is right now, the All-Stars is going to be similar, but the final gear is going to be Ancestral instead of Arms. Chambers is going to be a war zone, but people will get in. And all the gear is going to be the same. Dragon crossbows, fangs, VLSs, Zorial staffs, purging staffs. I feel like that's all just going to be the game. It's just all about mage gear right now, I think, which is going to be probably Ancestral? I don't know. I have no answers, by the way. I'm kind of just yapping. I think it's a Boris point. I'm kind of just yapping. Didn't the rules say you can enter raids? No. You can enter raids under attack in Deadman Armageddon or whatever just happened. I don't know the name of it. But in All-Stars, you cannot. You're not allowed. But that's what I'm predicting right now. I'm thinking Chambers of Xerath is going to maybe actually be useful. Even though you can buy the prayer scrolls, Oh, the music might be really loud, sorry. Even though you can buy the prayer scrolls, I'm just thinking that Ancestral is actually realistic to get. But then how would you do it? If you were the captain of a team and you were garbage at PVM and you had good PVMers, what would be the best way to get Ancestral? Would it be all of them solo raids to all have a chance of a purple? Or would you just send every single one into one singular raid? Because what's the best purples per hour? Would it just be like 5 mans? Dino got first pick 30 in a row. Dino is not first pick 3 years in a row. He was second pick in the first All-Stars. Then he was first pick in the previous All-Stars. Both times he chose West Ham because Oda was first pick in the first All-Stars and picked Reese. And then now he's third pick again. Sorry, first pick in the third one. Kill the guys to get Ancestral. If Ancestral appears in the game, it's going in those clan banks forever. But I would honestly say, for me personally, I would rather rock up to the finale 100% with a dragon crossbow rather than anything better, you know, not even trying for Zarek, a VLS or a friggin' Fang, and full Ancestral. 100%. I wonder how every other competitor's going to feel about that. Because I think Chambers of Zarek is going to be ultra locked down, bro. West Ham's going to be sat there all day, every day, mate. Who's the team captain above beyond it? Anyone but Reese, mate. Anyone but Reese. Alright. Alright. Oh, man. Sorry, this is the wrong draft thing at the moment. Where is it? Announcements? I don't know. I think I'm going to be first picked by Dino. I think there's a pretty high chance Dino would pick me. I think me and Dino would have a great time playing together in a Deadman All-Stars, 100%. Again, the only person that I think... Well, I mean, with the new rules, it could change a bit, but I feel like the other options are Lake and Greg are probably the strongest first picks. And I think Dino would probably lean towards me over either of those two, from how I know him quite well. So there's a very high chance I'm a Dino Nugget champ. Which means I need to get my Rustler's burgers ready, bro. Let me drink some water. Yeah. Oh, there he is. You know, Dino, I don't even know if you're going to announce it or if you're going to keep things secret. You know, Dino can tell the world his first pick. You can put a spanner in the works, you know. The thing is, mate, if he says that he's picking me, then I know that I'm a Dino Nugget champ. But then if he says he's picking somebody else, you know, he's going to put a spanner in the works. A spanner in the works. Mate, Dino's seen the rules, though, bro. What's your thoughts, though, Dino, on this? No ARIMs. Drop rate is 6x, XP rate is 15. Yeah. The thing is, though, like, I can't just say that everyone's going to be doing Chambers because Chambers is just going to be ultra locked down, bro. And every PKer in the NAN with Deadman experience has ultra Chambers experience, you know. I'm going to say this now. If you're making any team that's going to have, like, a PVMer on it, you need someone that knows how to bank tank at Chambers. You know? Like, no monkey's going to get folded at Chambers, bro. I'm telling you that straight away. You know, every single PK that ever PKs on Deadman mode has PK Chambers and killed people doing those raids. And this is going to be probably that. This assumes, by the way, that Ancestral's worth going for. Because, yeah, I just don't know how it's going to be. You only have 120 hours to play. Everyone's on at the same time as well, so... I'm also trying to think as well, though, like, how long does it take, hypothetically, to get full Ancestral? 5 sets, sorry, of top and bottoms, against getting Virtus. Because Virtus would be completely non-competitive. It's basically instances. You could farm Virtus in peace the whole time. Like doing chambers, you're going to be tanking constantly. But I just still think Virtus would take so long, it's not realistic. Yeah. Can you still go to the raid in combat? No, you can't. And I just think that if everyone's looking into mage bonus gear, Ancestral I think is very doable. Virtus is too long. Blue Moon's obviously inferior. Blood Moon or Bloodbark, I don't know about that. But that means everyone's going to be sat at chambers is my genuine guess. Oh my god. The gut feeling is Ancestral's a waste of time. No! Port gave us all the content, mate. That's the thing, though. It's like, if you think about it, Port, like, obviously I don't know how many answers you want to give away or whatnot, but it's like, if you rolled up to the final in Blue Moon, let's say, and every other team had Ancestral, but you've got other items instead of that, would you like that fight? Because I would not. I want mage bonus. You know, I really want mage bonus. If I splash, I'm in the bin. But yeah, I feel Blue Moon's going to be a war zone as well, potentially. But again, if you don't think Blue Moon's the best, you can skip that entirely. Port's only advising for a heavy fee. Don't worry, mate. The heavy fee has been paid, mate. And that was RuneScape joining the roster, mate. Port said he'd rather have Blue Moon and other gear. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, I'm yapping, so I don't really know what's, like, the answers. I have no idea the answers. You also get a lot for farming Blue Moon. Yeah, Blue Moon's like, in all honesty, Blue Moon is very easy to get until other people get there. You could literally rush it maybe as a strat. Naguas. Everyone bops the Blue Moon, get your Blue Moon and get out. Because you have to also think, how long does it take to get full Ancestral 5 times? Let's just say Virtus is trash. Compared to getting Blue Moon. Because if Blue Moon takes 2 hours for everyone on the team to get it knocked out, because you'd have to do it as a team, that leaves you 118 hours of Deadman Mode All-Stars to go grind other shit, you know? But then it's like, if you turn up to the final after grinding Chambers of Xeric and everyone's got 5 sets of Dragon Claws, 5 sets of Ancestral, 5 Dragon Hunter crossbows, it's a hard one to say. It's honestly a hard one to say. Oh, Eevee first pick, mate. Eevee's not gonna be the first pick, bro. Sorry to say. Bloodbark has crazy good defense bonuses compared to Blue Moon. Well, the question is, what's better though for the finale, Blue Moon or Bloodbark? Because if Blue Moon is just inferior to Bloodbark in every way, then there you go. But I feel like if you turn up to the final in Bloodbark and every other team has Ancestral, you're gonna be crying, bro. Oh no. Like everyone's packed mage defense, you know, everyone's gonna have suffering mage defense and shit. Bloodbark gets extra HP on Blood Barrage. Yeah, if you had a Zorial staff, then that might synergize super well with Bloodbark. But again, it's just the same question. If you bowled up to the final with your team, 5 Zorial staffs, 5 Bloodbarks against 5 people with Ancestral, if they're catching every freeze and you're just splashing, it's not going to do shit. You're just going to get steamrolled, I feel. Because everyone's going to be like 99 defense, boosted defense levels, sufferings, probably no double carols, or maybe some double carols. It's going to be pretty brutal. Yeah. Pretty hard to say. Right, chat, I'm on the FK for 1 second. Back a minute. I'm happy to keep yapping all stars though, because I'm finding this interesting. Okay. Nope. I almost did it, bro. It would have depressed me again, man. Right, where's that solar mission video gone? Have I got it? Oh, I can't find it now. It's too long ago. Oh, nope, that's the stream. Oh, I might have it. So I go back to the gear. Because I thought, you know... Wait, where is this gear set? I was thinking, with the mage gear being hard to get on paper, is Confliction Gauntlets going to be good? Because everybody has MM2 done, so getting 10 Zenites is pretty feasible. Is Confliction Gauntlet Camp going to be a player, or is that just going to be trolling heavily? You know, like, if you looked at that gear setup there, imagine that, but with a crystal shield. How much would you like that gear setup? Doom is scary? I mean, yeah, I'd say No Monkey would do Doom for you, but, you know, something happened there recently for No Monkey. Oh, bro. Lord of the Rings? Well, what's the bonuses, actually? Because this is the rough gear that I put on that I'm probably going to be playing All-Stars with, which, again, I can leak this because it's basically what everyone's going to have. Well, let's go check the gear difference. Assuming I do get the Cert Helm, which might not happen, but do I have Blue Moon on this account? No. I don't mind streaming this, by the way, because I'm obviously not doing any strats. It's just legit looking at stuff. Every team's going to be doing the same thing. Wait, why are Blue Moon Tassets so bad? Right, I feel like Bloodbark's probably trolling, man. I'm going to buy it anyway. Wait. Oh no, Arms is gone. So you'd have 105 mage bonus in Blood Moon. Blue Moon, sorry. Oh, and you have boots as well. I'll just wear it without boots. And let's say that you can get Blue Moon in 2 hours. You know, I reckon Blue Moon's insanely fast. All 5 of your team will have to go because it's multi. Ideally, you get hit by one other team. You should be fine. Blue Moon's not dangerous either if you're doing 1 cases. The only downside to Blue Moon is based on if you kill it first and a team's waiting. Every other team would be stuck inside the Blue Moon and maybe you can't even teleport. Oh, wow, it's only 9 mage bonus difference? Okay, that... Oh, it's only 9 mage bonus difference. Oh, big defense bonuses. But I feel like realistically in the final, you're going to have to be playing without getting hit on tank anyway, so you should look at that. Yeah, I'd probably say time-wise on that, Blue Moon looks to lean to be the play, and I think everyone will get it. It's dangerous, it's multi, but it'll be so quick. Which means everyone's going to have to quest it, though. Right, what's this thing? Look at Oda's draft. Okay, Is this Oda's draft? I disagree initially. Okay, so I think the first 3 picks are correct. I will just say myself, Greg, and Lake are most likely going to go first 3, judging by Dino, West Ham, and Frame. I honestly would slightly lean towards West Ham choosing Lake over Greg. Even though Greg, I think, is still the better choice for the finale, I think a player like West Ham would benefit so much from a player like Lake on the team, personally. So I don't know about that. But I would say that's all just going to be in a different order. Reese choosing Torvesta, I think that's going to happen. Yes, I think Reese would probably choose Torvesta. I'm 99% sure skill specs will be chosen by Perp as the first choice. And if I had to predict what Odablock's team will be, I think Odablock's going to get Doobies and Mika, maybe. I think Doobies might be on the Big O team. I said this a few days ago, and I pray he is. Because if Doobies does the speeches on the Big O stream and he has 50k viewers, Doobies is going to boom. 50 times more. 50 times more than he did when he was on the Brawlers, sorry. So I think this is about right, but I would swap skill specs with Doobies and then Doobies with... Oh, it's a bit hard to explain that. I think Perp would choose Skidler after choosing skill specs. I think Perp's team's going to be Perp, skill spec, Skidler. I think that's going to lock in quite well. And that team is pretty good. It's not quite a burger team. It's pretty solid. Oda's will be Oda, Doobies, and Mika. Mutz will then go to Reese, I would say. Framed picking Sync. Apparently they're very good friends, but I could not tell you anything beyond the draft at this point. That was the draft I came up with off stream, which was me, Gregor, Lake, the first three. That combination doesn't change, doesn't matter the order. Reese picks Torvester in that case. Perp picks skill specs, then Odablock picks Doobies and Mika, is my prediction. And then Skidler goes to Perp. And then Reese would pick Mutz. That's like as far as I could probably predict, but I don't really know. As for Mr. Mammal last pick, Dino picking 61M and Satan Nerd, I have no idea who the big Dino would pick. Rakesy and Eliop. See, Eliop doesn't need to be on Oda's team if he has Mika, personally. I could see Eevescape picking up... Perp picking up Eevescape as well. So I think a lot of this draft is quite wrong as pure guesses. Yeah, I think any team that has Mika probably doesn't need to have Eliop and all that shit. I don't know. If we look at this, what's the strongest team here, though? Let's have a look. Me, Dino, 61M, Sick Nerd, and Mr. Mammal. I think you can get better picks. Can't choose Mammal, obviously, if he's last. But I think we can get better picks than 61M and Sick Nerd, maybe. But again, it does depend what comes around. Because I think Skidler's probably better than Sick Nerd. But I don't think he'll be on the board. I don't know if the victim's very Rakesy. Rakesy could be underrated. Very hard to say. No monkey, bro, you know. West Ham, Greg, Coxey, Skidler, Curtis. Framed Lake, Sinksy, Engineer, Foe, Reese, Torvester, Pip, the victim, Eevescape. See, for this, I'd say Reese has the best team right now. You know, I rate Pip very highly. I rate him very highly. And then I think the victim does put in the effort. Eevescape puts in the effort. Doobies, skill specs. I mean, realistically, maybe Oda's team is just the best, actually. It's either Oda's team or Reese's team, and I think everything else is second best person. That's what I would probably predict. Boaty quoted as saying last pick Mammal would still be picked too high. No, I said if you have a last pick individual, you can't choose who they are. You don't pick them. They're automatically on your team. But I'd say in here, this is Reese or Oda draft, and everyone else kind of didn't do well, but I also think the order changes slightly. I'm just looking at who might be available coming back around to, you know, if Dino picks me first, who's on the board? Because I actually don't know how good half owner. But you see what I mean, by the way? You see what I mean about how in this draft, like, you've got certain picks, but then there's like others, and then it's just suddenly loads of people that are like roughly the same skill level. Like, who's the best pick between Coxey, 61M, Sick Nerd, Skidler, C Engineer, Vida Victim, No Monkey, Eliot, Rakesy, Alpha, Eevescape, like all the bottom ones. You know, they could all be argued to roughly be around and all that. Skidler should be good. Skidler's chose by Perp second, I think, is going to happen. I think that's going to happen. I can see Perp picking the specs first and then Skidler second. That's my prediction for that. That's why I think Oda's going to get Doobies and Mika, and I think that team's very good already. Alfie over Skidler? Come on, bro. Mr. Mammal over Sick Nerd. What is this? Bro, you have to remember that you're competing on stage. People are going to be shaking. People are going to be shaking, bro. I hate you for Mammal's on. I hate Mammal, bro. I'm happy he's last pick, bro. I hope he's not on my team. God. If I have to play this 120 hours of Mr. Mamal? 120 hours of Mr. Mamal, bro. Ah. Mammal did ruin the barbecue. True, he did, actually. It's actually not Mr. Mammal's fault, though. The fault is mine, because what happened is, although I can't remember whose real fault it is, but Gillinor Games got pushed back because someone couldn't do the original date. And I was the only person that couldn't do the new date, which is my barbecue. And Soup messaged me, and I agreed, okay, I'll come back and do it. So if it wasn't for that one person postponing... Yeah. Yeah. Oda offered 25 bill to Dino. He said no. Bro, Dino doesn't need any money, bro. So I think the best way for me to understand All-Stars practice now might honestly be I now have to change the style of PvP I'm doing and try and take the sweat style and be bolting as much as possible on robes in every situation. Because if I jump in the final, I'm not fighting anyone easy, no matter what. But if they all go tick perfect and I can bolt on robes and they're all wearing Blue Moon because no one gets Ancestral Averters, you know, that's going to be huge. You know, you get bolted on robes, bad. Very bad. You think 11 to last are all very skill-wise. Hold on. Let's see what Dino says. 11 to last. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 11. Oh, so you think all these are better? And then all of these? I wouldn't say so, no. If I was here, I'd be like... You know, I feel like if you wanted a really solid team... Skidler and Rakesy is probably your best too. Oh, not off this draft. But then you... Yeah. Dino can announce it he wants now. He can, mate. He already did. This is Dino's mock draft, bro. This is Dino's mock draft. I think this draft is garbage, Dino. I think you should just not even bother picking me, bro. I think you should just pick EVScape first, mate. Come on, bro. At the end of the day, Port Kazard was your first pick, and he's been swapped with EVScape, so you should pick Eevee, you know. Doobies goes to West Ham. Oh, Doobies goes to West Ham. I can't, like... I don't know how West Ham works. It's his first time being a captain, of course. I can see that being possible for sure. But I think the way West Ham plays this game, I think he picks Lake. West Ham knows how good Lake is. Because he's like, he knows. And he knows what Lake can do for him. And West Ham wants to run around and kill. But if West Ham did choose Greg, Lake, or Doobies... Or myself, if I'm there or anything. Yeah, I mean, he has free reign of the board, you know. You know, like, because when I had Deadman All-Stars 2, when I made the Brawlers, I was guaranteed West Ham resaw Port Kazard. So I had my first pick done. It was easy. That's basically what West Ham now has. He has guaranteed over the board of, he chooses, you know, maybe he says, I'll choose Boat if he's there. If he's not, I choose Lake. That's it. That's all he needs to do. That's all he needs to do. Oda is calling. Mr. Brizzero. I did, of course I did. Waste my time. You're the one that gave me one fight in the arena. Apparently people can't hear. Too bad you can't hear. No, they can't hear you. I've got weird audio settings on my PC, so I don't know how to fix this kind of stuff. So, oh wait, hold on. Wait, speak. Say something. Okay, that didn't work. Okay. Speak now. I'm just gonna switch the setting. Yep. Yeah, they can hear you now. It's good. Personally, I think you've got a lot of mistakes that I think will definitely happen. That.
So how about the first five? First five. How about that?
I think I've been saying to most of my audience that I think personally the first picks is going to be Lake, Greg, or myself, depending on obviously the captain order. But now we have the captain order. Hold on, something's going on. Apparently it's echoed. Oh, I can fix it. I'll do it. Desktop audio just mute. Wait, Oda, say something.
Ginger.
Yeah, it's good.
Orange.
1 second, I'm trying to set up audio here. So the first few picks, yeah, I thought it was going to be myself, Lake, or Greg, depending on the captain. Now, assuming Dino picks me, which you can confirm at any point, personally, I think, thank you. Personally, I think that West Ham might lean towards Lake.
I said the same thing. I said the same exact thing. I said that I think Lake could be the better option over Greg, and I think West Ham might choose Lake. 100%. I could see that. But what do you think about the pick? Let's just say Lake is not chosen. I mean, Greg's not chosen by West Ham, and it's Lake. Then Frame would obviously choose Greg, no? Or would you disagree?
I with Framed, as long as he's dialed into the draft and knows who Greg is, because obviously he's a YouTuber, he has his own community. How well does he know like this draft of players? In all honesty, as long as Frame knows everyone on the draft, Greg is by far and realistically the only pick that Frame can take here to not potentially get steamrolled. He's going to need someone running around PKing, just doing things, you know, blood money's on the table and all that stuff. So I think at this point, West Ham has the power to take Greg from Greg from Framed, which would make Framed be pretty behind already. But I don't think West Ham's after sabotaging Framed, because I think West Ham personally would not see Framed as a threat in the finale, in all honesty. So I think your draft is correct, but I would personally switch Lake and Greg around. I think that might be conversations that West Ham will be having right now.
And let me ask you this. Do you think that Pip will get chosen in the second row? Yes, right?
I would say there's a very decent chance of that, because he is probably the best strategist on the board. And with how much information we just received with the missions, the locations, and all that, he's going to bring a ridiculous amount of stock to any team. When it comes to the finale, I think he might be a bit inferior to some of the choices you've put below. Hold on, let me put you up here. Oh, you might have actually disappeared off the thing again here. Sorry, say something. Yeah, you're good. Go on. Basically, I think like in the finale, some people below Pip on this draft will be better than him in the finale, but the stock he brings through theory crafting, calling, all that stuff. I played with him last time, and he was one of the most underrated picks on the whole board. I would say you have a 99% chance to have Pip in one of your first two picks. I would be surprised if someone takes him first, unless they're trying to sabotage. That just means basically if you wanted to pick him in your first two, you're going to be guaranteed him. There's no way he'll go all the way around the board, though, so you have one chance. But I think you potentially have a lot of chance to nab him. Stop helping the enemy? I don't give a shit. It's a friendly gentleman's competition. Yeah, okay. I do think this is pretty troll. Also, first pick is skill specs, mate. No, right. Why, in any way, would you not be choosing skill specs if you had the power to play with him, bro? That's my only question. There you go. He was on the smoke team, bro. Imagine he's an Oda warrior, you know? He's got you in the call. You can come back him up and all that. This is the person that follows you into multi with a dose of brew left to come save you. That's all I'm saying. I just think there's a lot of... I think, honestly, I genuinely think if you did another draft an hour from now after thinking on it, you change everything. Not everything. You change a lot. Because I look at this and there's so many things I'd change around. I mean, I already did, mate. You know, I first picked him in season 1, mate. No, sorry, no, because as far as I'm aware, Perp's going to first pick skill specs. From what we know. So therefore, you're not going to get specs no matter what. I think he said on his stream, and I don't really know why he trolled, that he would first pick skill specs almost every time. But obviously, he could be trolling. I don't know, like I said. I don't think either of those come round. Assuming I'm first pick with Dino, I don't think either of them two come back around the board to us in any way. And if they did, we'd probably pick them. So it doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. So they're not going to be on our team anyway. If you wanted skill specs and Pip, I think you'd have a good time. You'd have good strategy, but there would be better picks that would make other teams a bit more difficult. Because you have to remember that the people on each row have to fight each other in the finale. So assuming you first pick skill specs, you'd then be fighting myself, Greg, Lake, Torvester, Doobies, judging by that. And then if you pick Pip, Pip would be fighting whoever else is on the next row. And I feel like potentially you're going to put them up fights where they're on like fighting uphill in a way, and then you're going to have to try and solo everything at the end, and then you're going to have the hardest fights. You have to also think about who they have to fight in the finale, because if they get steamrolled by someone, then you've got a lot to do. I've put a lot of thought into it, and it's extremely difficult to say. The only thing I can say is the majority of the draft, in my opinion, are all quite similar skill set. And I think the first 8 or 9 picks are probably going to be pretty easy to work out. And after that, it's just sort of, some people might be slightly better than others in a way. So it's very, very difficult to say. If I was in this All-Stars, though, I personally want to play with your position. I want to have 6th pick at one point, because I think you can make such fun combinations of teams with 6th pick. Oh, don't even say that. We all know that team would be so fun to play, but... Yeah, I mean, at least I'm not last pick, guys. Confirmed not last pick. Yep, that's the group hardcore team. I will do so. Thank you for the fight yesterday, by the way. If you want more fights, let me know. He's gone, bro. He's gone. Yeah. Right, okay. I need to mess around with some shit that I changed. Yeah, I don't mind. I'm gonna say, right, now the Big O's gone. Now the Big O's gone. This is drafting shit, bro. This is such a bad... All I can say, chat, is I'm listening to the Big O's podcast recently, and he says he doesn't have time to watch streamers. He literally wakes up, goes to the gym, goes live, then has family time, and that's it, right? Kind of shows he is slightly out of what everyone's saying. So, I'm sorry, man. However, if Oda wanted Mika and Mutz, I think he can easily recreate that. And then Eliop and Rakesy, like, if I had to genuinely say something on this draft, I think Oda could create this team. If he wanted this team, he could create it. There's a good chance. There's an extremely high chance, in my opinion, that both Mika and Mutz will be available. And I also think there's a decent chance that Eliop and Rexy might be available. It could happen. That team is possible. Will it happen? Probably not. I could see Rexy going before C Engineer, basically. I could see, you know, like, some people are a bit high, but yeah, I think that team there's a decent chance. As for the team that Dino's got on this draft as well, I think that team's a borderline 100% possible. Like, I honestly think 61M and Sicknid will both be available on the come round. Do I think those two are the best picks, though? I don't know. I don't know. I need Dino to message me if he's actually picking me first, like guaranteed locked in on paper, so we can discuss the best combinations in advance. Otherwise, he's gonna pick me, bro, and he's gonna crumble. I'm gonna back to the gear. Let me get my bars going again. Yeah, so this is like, if you look at this gear, the Blue Moon is 105 mage bonus, assuming you've got all this, you know. And then let's say you've got a Vernic Treads non-maxed as well, hypothetically. And let's just go Infinity Boots, you know, they're guaranteed to be on every team. Do I have any? The skill gap between Lake and Torvesta is massive. Yeah, that's what I mean. This is why, like, again, I know that I'm in there, but if you look at the skill gap of this, you could probably draw a circle around us three, and then you draw a circle around a lot of people, and then it's a massive circle, you know, kind of situation. But I want to say that that has been the same every All-Stars. You know, last All-Stars, you'd be drawing around West Ham, Reese, and Port Kazard, you know. So there's the three. Then the first All-Stars would have been the exact same, I want to say. Yeah, those three have always been the best. Back to back. But that's why, like, if you were to say, hypothetically, that me, Greg, and Lake are all an S-tier pick, which means we battle out all being the same points. Let's say we're all like a 10.0. Does that not mean that third pick is actually best? Because that's what I had last time when I made the Brawlers. Now, the only downside with the Brawlers, though, was Skill Specs had second pick, and Reese said he didn't pick him. So the Brawlers, when I made it in the second All-Stars, was actually a kind of skewed graph. It wasn't realistic. Because what should have happened was Skill Specs should have been chosen by... sorry, Reese should have been chosen by Skill Specs or Port Kazan, and I chose Reese or whatever. Which means Oda would have never got Reese last time. But actually, no, going back, I think now I think about All-Stars 2 draft, there was actually a lot of good players as picks. You know, you could argue that Dit would have been S back then. You could have argued that Pure Spam would have been S. I think that was a buy, actually. Then, yeah, Doobies maybe would be one below, but I don't know. Have you seen 61 MH? NH is actually good. I'm going to be honest, I've not seen him NH for a very, very long time. So, yes, he is someone that... The research that I wish I had, I will tell you now, I don't truly know how good some of these people are, and it makes me sad. Normally, I know what's going on. But I don't know how good Sync is. You know. I don't truly know how good 61M is, but I know he'd be solid for anything PvP, you know? Like, how good of a team would Dino, me, 61M, and Rexy be, you know? I feel like that team alone would be pretty PvP heavy. But how good is that, you know? Do you pick it over Rivers? Like, who's more valuable in a way? Reese rigged this for sure. Reese's team I could see definitely happening, I'll be honest. Sync could be Port Kazard. Sync could legit be Port Kazard, bro, you know? But yeah, the people on this board that I think are slept on for their PvP is probably going to be 61M, Skidler, Rexy. I don't know if I want to... I mean, Elliot, maybe? I don't know. 61M slept on PvP. I mean, in this draft... We have Sync, Coxie, Pip, Mutz above 61M, you know? So as far as I'm aware, like, it's like down a bit. But that's what I mean. You don't know how good they are. Like in this situation, if you were Oda, would you be choosing Mutz here? If I had to create this draft, again, like I said, if I just speaks, I can't move it. I think if I go first to Dino, West Ham will choose Lake, which means Framed borderline has to choose Greg. He either chooses Greg or Torvesta. You know, the reasoning why is Frame doesn't know who Greg is, the same as I don't know how good Coxie is at PvP kind of situation. So Frame just doesn't know who he is, doesn't choose him. Chooses Torvesta instead, because obviously Frame knows Torvesta very well. Then Reese would choose Greg without any doubt. Pert picks skill spets because he's after. Gives Oda block, Mika, and Doobies. I think that's good. You know, if Oda had access to Mika and Doobies at the same time, that is a lock in my opinion. And then Perp would pick Skidler, sorry. Reese would then pick up Mutz, I think. And then Framed maybe would pick Sync. And then West Ham's kind of here. And if West Ham didn't pick 61M and Rixie, me and Dino could probably get 61M and Rixie. And I think that team could be pretty good. Framed and Sync are good friends. Yeah, because I like the thing is, I don't know how good Sync is. And the main thing is, if Sync doesn't come back, it's hard to decide. It's really hard to decide. If I knew every single person on this draft, inside and out, I could create a draft that's perfect. But I'll be deadly honest. I think, with assuming this Oda draft is correct, which it's not, by the way, if Dino picked me, I honestly think the strongest choices you could maybe lean here is genuinely 61M and Rixie. If Skidler available, you take him over 61M. Well, if Skidler was available, I think then you've got to battle out, because yes, I would. Well, not me, but I think would be the best choice, going unbiased on the skill set of the player involved. But I do not think Skidler is getting past Perp. I really can't see it. I cannot. I mean, Perp might first pick Skidler. I cannot see Skidler getting past Perp personally. But yeah, that's what I would do. Dino won't pick Rixie willingly. I mean, Dino's the captain. He picks who he wants. You know, I'm just going in unbiased based on sort of PvP experience. The question is, does someone like Dino go for the risk and pick someone like No Monkey? No Monkey is putting in the practice. He's showing he's good. I don't think No Monkey shakes on stage, but he's never played Deadman. He might be Lake 2.0 from Season 2. Just fall over and die. No Monkey completes a raid, leaves the raid, gets hit by Oda with Rampage and everything. What does he do, bro? Just falls over and dies for the gear. That's what I think. No Monkey is a very... I think Sync is the biggest dark horse of this entire league. Because no one knows. Yeah. Yeah, No Monkey's like, he's putting in the practice and proving he's good, but that's like, how good is he on the stage compared to the weak, you know? If you've never played Deadman, no safe zones, sigils on everybody that you've never seen the damage, what happens when he gets Void Wake at an 85, bro? Oh, it's so hard for him. I'm just kind of hoping everyone trolls the draft, bro, and Mika just comes around, bro. I'd love to play with Mika. I'll tell you now, if Mika somehow comes back round, bro, I'm never being a captain again. Or if I ever do become a captain, I would just first pick Lake. Lake and Mika are the two I really want to play on All-Stars with. But I'd be very surprised if Mika goes that far. You see Dino pick Doobies or Torvesta? No chance. Oh, first pick. If Dino first picked Torvesta or Doobies, his career's dead. I'm sorry to say, bro. And the only reason I say that is, as far as I'm aware, most would agree that the first pick is going to probably be myself, Greg, or Lake. I think if you pick Nesty first, you give him West Ham, you know, look at him question marking, bro. Torvesta, the reason why your stock is so low is they've nerfed Barrows, bro. You know, Odablock cried to him, you know, and said, can you nerf Barrows so we don't have to be there for that long? And Jaggets were like, of course, Omar. So Torvesta lost stock, I'm sorry to say, bro. Honestly, though, Torvesta, I think you're on Reese's team, bro. I really do. We could talk about it tomorrow when I see you, mate, but I think you're on Reese's team. Or framed. Or framed. Right, how do I make a draft, by the way? Someone said pour a whiskey and do a mock draft. I'm going to go do that right now because I'm done with my hardcore Iron Man scythe. I can live my life right now. I don't have a light on the floor. I'll make a rough draft and yap a bit. It might not be the best draft. The only thing is, before I do any level of draft that I think might be very accurate, how bad is it on a competition like All-Stars for mock drafts to exist based on how people might just... What if I'm right? If I make a mock draft and I'm 100% correct on everything, which I won't be, it's way too hard to do that. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Does it ruin it or not? Not saying that I'm going to do it, but I just don't want to make a... They'll steal your picks. It's not... I'm not the captain, though. I don't care. And I honestly think, again, if I pull up the draft, I don't think you can really steal picks, you know? Simply because there's so many people of the same skill set coming back round for a double pick here, and then we don't pick the last person. So assuming Dino picks me first, which in the mock draft I will just create that to make it a billion times easier. Like, if I knew for a fact that Greg was getting picked first, and I was on West Ham's team, it becomes different then. You know? But, yeah, I'm gonna... Yeah, back in a minute. Right. Wishing you more about Sync Frame, Pip, and Mika. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. One of the people that might be ultra slept on is Framed. You know? Like, how good is he? The only thing we know from the videos is he obviously... Like, the thing with the difference between Framed and Torvesta, in my opinion, is Frame's videos when I watch him, which I do, and I watch Torvesta's videos as well, is Framed most of the time is killing people that don't fight back, whereas Torvesta will run into a guy that fights back and then chop to a clip where he has 2 doses of brew left, showing that he fought the guy for 5 minutes straight. Watch Frame versus Oda 1v1. Wait, are they fighting right now? It's impossible for Framed or Oda to be on my team, so... Because if Framed fights Oda, and Oda complete and utterly steamrolls him to the point that he's doing emotes in the middle, bro, it's over, bro. Alright, chat, pouring a nice whiskey. A Hakushu 12. Yeah. Right, let me work this shit out. Oh, Dino's messing with me. I'm not messing with people. Let me go and check out this thing. Right, how do I make this rough draft? There's a way to do it, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Pinning the link to the Google Sheet. Captain order is locked in. Okay. Click File. Make a copy. Mock. Wait, did it work? Wait, did this work already? How'd I do it? Oh, do you copy and paste, right? Or Control X? It's not working. It worked! Bro, it worked! Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oda just called No Monkey, said the draft was all BS. Oh, no, I know the Big O's draft was kind of bad. What the Big O is hoping for is... Yeah. Don't accidentally delete someone. I'll tell you now, bro. This is going to be the Big O's team. There's a very high chance of that, I think. Right. I will just assume that I'm first pick for now, but we can move them all around and make different combinations. That, in my opinion, is going to be the first 7 picks. With only one exception. Or multiple exceptions, sorry. And those exceptions are basically that Lake could be picked first, Greg could be picked first, and then I move to either second or third. But there's also a chance that Torvesta is picked by Framed. I could see this also occurring. Oh god, how do I do this? Wait, Control X, Control V, Control X, Control V. Wait. Ah! Why am I so bad? This could also happen, in my opinion. And my reason, right? Let me explain first. So with the Greg pick, if I had to go on what I think is gonna happen, it basically is gonna be. Well, I can go further than this actually. That's about as far as I can take it, where I think it's gonna be very accurate. Now, what do you guys think about that? Now, this is also based on a bit of information that I know that you might not have, which is, one, Perp has said he's going to pick skill specs first no matter what. I think that may happen. Does Oda pick up Skidler instead of someone there? That could happen, but I think Oda would pick Doobies and Mika in this situation. Unless he wants to mess things up, he could maybe choose Skidler, but I don't see Skidler going beyond Perp. Skidler could also be first pick beforehand, but I think Perp might be. It's a gamble for Perp. I had this in my other one as well. When I first picked, I was 5th pick in All Stars 1. In All Stars 1, and I chose skill specs first, and I was going to choose Sick Nerd next. But Foe was after me, and he confirmed he wasn't going to choose the general. So I was like, okay. And that's fine. But this is something I could see occurring. Now, I don't know yet, because we all know, and I'm going to say this now, Oda is going to call every captain so he can make a video and get 250k views on it and make a load of money. But whatever he says is bullshit. Because last time he said he was going to choose different orders and then never actually did. So, yeah. With the only exception of when he had first pick, he said he was picking Rice. Because he said he was going to pick Ditta last time and then changed last minute and changed someone else. So, Framed grabs Coxie here. See, this is where I don't know. And the reason why is I just don't know Framed well enough to understand what he goes for. If he wants to build a team, Greg's going to have a bit of a say in it. I do genuinely think it's really hard to say, man. Is Framed going to pick Torvesta? I wouldn't be surprised to see it. I just think if I had to break this draft down, if Framed did not pick Greg in this situation, he could pick Torvesta over Lake. But then recent Lake is not something I really want to deal with, bro. That would be horrible to deal with. Frame could easily pick Sync. Yeah, but the problem is, okay, so this could happen. If Sync right now is practicing with Greg, no, because it's not confirmed Greg's on Frame's team. No, man, ignore what I just said. That's not true. I don't think there's any world where West Ham chooses anybody on this roster except for Lake or Greg. The only exception, truly... Oh, there is actually a couple, because I could maybe see West Ham going for Doobies or Skidler, but I think that would be more trolling the draft. It's really hard to say. It depends how competitive everyone's taken out at the All-Star stage. West Ham and Elliot are good friends. West Ham and Doobies would obviously be great because Doobies is good. Is Doobies better than Greg? I don't think so. I think Lake just fits the style of what West Ham would want the most, and I think they'd get on very well. I think West Ham gets on with anyone and can pick anyone, so I genuinely think I'd be surprised if he didn't pick Lake. As for Frame's pick, it's very hard to say. The way I would break this down would be... Oh, I keep doing it backwards. Control X, Control V. I do think this could happen. I do think this could happen. And the reason why is because Framed and Torvesta are obviously good friends. Frame knows Torvesta very well. Torvesta knows Frame very well. Does Framed know Greg? It's hard to say. If you were Framed and you didn't know who the hell Greg was, but you knew Torvesta, and Torvesta is probably the pick there, who do you go to, you know? Because I can see a world where this occurs. Now, if this happens, I would be very surprised if Reese did not pick Greg. I'd be very surprised. Very surprised. Oh, there's so many things to say, bro. And they don't have a PVM. PVMers are no problem. You have to look at the rest of the draft. Look at this right side. How many PVMers there are? It doesn't matter right now. You don't need a PVMer yet. You're gonna get the PVMers. But then it would come back to Reese, and I think I deleted someone. Where's Mutt's gone, bro? I deleted someone. No, he's back. Yeah. I would be not surprised to see this in the slightest. This is very highly likely. And if you look at those teams, the thing is, though, the downside to this, though, straight away, is you can already see that Perp has the weakest team. But between Oda and Reese, who has the better team? I think Mutz puts in so much practice that you could maybe argue that he's better than Mika, but Mika brings the shot calling. I think Reese can do shot calling. I don't know. But I would argue Oda there probably has the best team currently on the first 3 picks. Be very close, though. Then going back to the rest, I really have no idea what the hell happens beyond these picks. This is what I just think is borderline locked in. So Framed, if he does lock in Torvesta, I don't know if he can. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to go with my gut. I think I have to put these 3 first because I'm thinking that's what the first 3 are going to be in whatever order. So now it comes back to Framed. Now, Greg's obviously on the team, and I think PVM skill-wise in that team is very, very bad at the moment. And obviously, Framed and Sync are good friends. So there's a very good chance Sync will be there. Now, we don't know how good Sync is at PvP. We do not know how good Sync is at PvP. We know how good he is at PVM, though. And they need a PVMer on the team. So I do think that could potentially be locked in. But, like I said, we don't know how good Sync is. If he's not that good at PvP, he's not putting in the practice, he could just crumble. Does he have Deadman experience? I think he does. How strong of a PVMer, is he on that board? One of the best without doubts, you know. One of the death. So that would be that PVMer. Which brings West Ham and Lake back. They don't need a PVMer. They've got Lake. Lake is the best PVMer on the board without any question. Port Kazard's dropped out. So we have Lake now. There's no question he is the best. So who do they go for now? What do they need on the team? Assuming West Ham can do shot calling, do they have a theory crafter? I don't see Foe getting picked here. This is where I would probably say you're leaning Pip for the strats, and that's scary. 61M maybe for more PvP because they have Lake. Lake can do everything. Do they go Eliop? Do they need a shot caller? Can West Ham do shot calling? I don't know. Eliop's probably the best shot caller on the board once Mika's off there. I don't think anyone else really jumps out as an immediate pick. I would say this choice right now is probably between Pip and West Ham. Sorry, West Ham and 61M. Now, the thing I can say on this board is, in all dead honesty, if I am right, hypothetically, and Pip is not chosen there, that comes back to us. And I think Pip could be a great choice right now. We have a 12 and a 13. What we do here is probably pick the strongest PVPer we could, which would be either 61M or Rakesy, I guess, are the 2 best. And then we put Pip down on the 4th row so he fights 4th, depending if he wants to go against Mika, Skidler, Mutt, Sinker, you know. Again, I'm not the captain here, but what would I look at this board? As far as I'm aware, Dino's not the strongest PVMer, but out of all the captains, the only PVMer that's strong is Oda, you know? And then if you want to compare him to the rest on the board, none of the captains need to be that good at PVM. So with me already on the team, Lake is obviously better than me, but PVM-wise, as far as I'm aware, we already have pretty solid, you know? Like, I'll take my B-Tech Lake in this situation. So we can go straight for PVM. So in all honesty, like, it could lock this in. You could do this. Or something like that, maybe. And then I think now, this team, PvP-wise, is pretty stacked. PVM-wise might fall off, though, heavily. But we are guaranteed another PVMer down here on 24. So pretty hard to say. I think I'll lock this in for now, though. I think that does look quite nice and could probably happen. It is quite difficult, though, to say if No Monkey is a good choice. No Monkey is going to be potentially good in the final. I'm going to say I think No Monkey is going to be very good in the final. I think he's going to be very good in the final. But I think he's going to be getting completely squashed in the week. Oh, Eli's strongest skill is multi-calling? Yeah, if Dino does shot calling, because I don't know, I've never played with him. If Dino has shot calling... Oh, when I said if I want to be on any team, I want to be on a team with a shot caller. Bro, if Dino is first pick, he shot calls and he's choosing me, bro, chilling. But yeah, that can also open up something like this. You know? Now, obviously, there's also the gamble, and I always like gambles, but there's also, if you look at the rest of the roster, you toss No Monkey in there. You know, this is a difficult choice. Assuming the board, again, if we have a bang-on correct board here, hypothetically, this next pick is quite difficult. PvP-wise, I think the best on the board is Eliop and Rixie. I don't know how good V the Victim truly is, because, again, he's hidden. No Monkey, I think, will be great in the finale. But I think he's never played Deadman, you know. So now it's just kind of a toss-around, you know. Is Coxie potentially a good call here? Coxie, I think, does put the practice in, but I don't really know how good he is. So, yeah, this is a pretty difficult choice. This one actually here is actually a really difficult choice. Because this is also your last choice. You know, this is your final choice. I would say right now, this is a fairly easy choice in many ways. And based on, if you needed a shot caller, you choose Eliop. Lock. Easy as done. Just done. If you wanted a strong PvPer but don't need it, I think it's Rixie. However, if you don't need any of those things, I honestly think No Monkey's the best choice. But without Deadman experience going into this Deadman thing, I think he's very risky. Very risky. So this choice is actually quite a difficult one. So now what we have to look at is kind of look at who's left and who is going to be the last pick. And if you look at the board, everyone there except for, let's say... I'm going to say everyone there except for Eliop can PVM. So you don't really need a PVMer here, in my opinion. And the only one there that I don't know how good they truly are is V the Victim right now. I don't know, man. So now what you've got to look at is other teams and see if you can sabotage a team in this situation. I'm going to take a wild guess that Pip can do shot calling, because I know that, so they don't need a shot caller. Framed Greg Sink, I don't know if they can shot call. So if you take Eliop off this board, he is the last shot caller on the board. You take him off and another team has no caller, they're in the bin. But every team has a caller except for Framed. And at this point, again, I don't think you need to be sabotaging Framed. You need to be sabotaging like Oda or West Ham. because they've got Mika. Perp can do calling. Reese can do calling. I don't know about these three. So I think if Greg can shot call, which he probably can, there's no point sabotaging by taking Eliop off the board. So Eliop would only be chosen here, in my opinion, for PvP experience. And then it's a question of who's better, Eliop or Rexy. Now, if Dino doesn't want to have another caller on the team and wants to change the team up to not play with someone from previous, so therefore Rexy goes out the window. It's hard to say the choice. I do not know. I think you could gamble no monkey, but it's like, it's horrible, bro. Yeah, by the way, there's still mock draft, by the way, so it's not like I'm saying anything. I'll put Rexy in there for now, though, because I do think he's probably the best based on PvP, but... yeah. And that brings West Ham, Lake, and Pip together. And I think... I don't know, man. I feel like... Westy goes Coxie. I feel like at this point, it's going to be people jumping in. I know Pip would speak. I think it's Coxie here. I also think... I think it has to be this, actually. I think it would be Coxie. And then, assuming no one calls, it has to be Eliop. If it's not Eliop here, then Eliop's probably going to be the last pick. You know? If no team needs a caller, Eliop loses all his stock. Like, all his stock. Sorry, Eliop. So therefore, if Framed doesn't need a caller because Greg confirms, I think Eliop is now the last pick. And this would actually be the Dino Nuggets. I actually think that'd be the Dinos, which is pretty freaking good, I'm not gonna lie. I think that's actually a pretty solid team, if it happens. But let's just say they need the caller. Then it comes to Reese. They've got Torvesta, they've got Mutz. I think Mutz and Reese could probably do a lot of theory crafting, so they really don't need a strategist. Torvesta's played with Alfie twice, so I'm gonna say Alfie's gone. Do they consider Sick Nerd here? Be the victim? Has V the victim played with Reese before? Is this the pick order? The pick order, yeah, and it's a mock draft that I'm making up to the best of my ability of what might occur. If I get everything bang on correct, by the way, I hope I didn't ruin shit. And if I get everything drastically wrong, that's fine. Reese, Torvesta, Mutz. I think the vibes of that team will be good and Sicknerd would fit in very well there. But is he the best pick? Torvesta might whisper in Reese's ear and be like, no monkey's good. Because I will tell you now, by the time All-Stars come, I reckon no monkey's going to be insanely good at the NH stakes, bro. He's going to be beating a lot of people. But he does not have any level of the Deadman experience in probably the hardest Deadman ever. And I think they're going to know that. And because Reese is the captain, he's not going to really want someone on the team that could just fall over. I honestly think a V the victim could come in here. Wouldn't Frame take C Engineer? C Engineer could happen there. Yes. I only put Eliop in. I mean, like, assuming C Engineer goes in instead, where is he? Then I think this is just a lock for EVscape here. I highly doubt EVscape gets past this team. And then this team here is your content team, bro. No one's watching shit. You know, if this team's running around, this is your content team. And the way this team works is, captain-wise, Perp has the hardest fight, but skill specs can hold his own against most here, you know. Might be inferior to, like, Greg, but Skidler, I think, can hold his own against these pretty comfortably, maybe. And then EVscape can probably hold his own against most of these. So the team isn't quite burgering, you know. It would be an ultra-vibe team, pretty solid. And yeah. Which brings Oda to a double pick. Now, they don't need the shot caller, but do they hold in on Eliop's PvP? I think Oda would genuinely potentially lock this in, bro. I think that could happen. But maybe in the opposite order. I could see that. You know, the beef has been dropped. It's not guaranteed though that Sick Nerd goes here. Do they need a strategist with Mika? Probably not. All I would say on this, though, 100%, is if Sick Nerd was not taken for Curtis, Sick Nerd is going there, 100%. And that puts Sick Nerd in skill specs again for the 3rd time, bro. Pip doesn't want a second burger team. I don't think Perp's team there's a burger team. I don't think it's a burger team. If you have to assume that everyone fights on each row, you know. Whoa, what the hell? EVscape's troll pick? I mean, who would you pick instead, though? You know, there's not many left on the board, and I think they would 100% pick Eevee. If Eevee becomes the burger pick there, I think that's chilling, bro. And then you've got your last picks. Is Eliop really going to go this far down, though? I don't know, but the only thing I'm basing this on is the fact that no team needs a shot caller, and that, in my opinion, is Eliop's by far strongest trait in anything, you know? He's obviously a PvP-heavy player, but that's his thing. If no team needs him, does he just get forgotten about? Because in all dead honesty, if Eliop came around here, this team, bro, I would be a pleasure to be a Dino Nugget, bro. Pleasure to be a Dino Nugget. But if you're at the last pick, and let's just say hypothetically you've got this. If you're West Ham, do you pick Eliop here or Foe? They've got Pip on the team. They don't need Foe. So I think Foe's last pick. And that means just Framed needs a strategist. You know? So that means Foe would have to go somewhere like there to then put Alfie versus Eliop into this team. And again, I do not think they need Alfie. The team is solid. They just take the strongest, you know? Because Eliop is good PvP. He automatically can't be the last pick, in my opinion. Regardless of him losing the shot caller, he cannot be the last pick. It just can't happen. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I still think it'd be slightly different, though. Any pick here is good for Dino. Yeah, I just think, like, if you look at the team, if I create it, look how good that team is, right? Look how good that team is. But that's not going to happen. That's most likely going to happen. And you can see, you can immediately see how it's, like, not quite as solid. But that being said, Dino, 61M, and Rakesy, if that was the team, could literally put their feet up, bro. Me and Foe will be working on everything. Yeah, Reese would probably... I mean, this is just some hypothetical random shit, so I'm just yapping things in, bro. There's also the question of C Engineer. Does he get picked by Frame this early? I could see it happening. Foe getting shafted. Bro, Foe said he was last pick forever. And this last bit, I've kind of just chunked it in, you know. Oh, Perp said he really wants to play with Mammal. Okay. The question is... I think things would change, though. Unless Sicknid went to Reese. Reese's picks are so hard. I know Reese is going to go for the best of the best. And he might know how good V the Victim is. But then would he get Eliop when Reese does the calling himself? They might go Curtis, and then that might end up like this. Hypothetically, again. Yeah, I feel like realistically, Foe is probably going to be coming out to the bottom. So 61M over Eli. If you look at their PvP and DMN scales, it's crazy, though. Again, I don't know, like, the skill of everyone. But the draft, anyway, I don't know how, like, this is just kind of yapping. There's going to be loads of people that are misplaced and all that things. If I had to predict, though, what I'm very confident of getting right is probably that. I would bet a good chance that this could happen or will happen. With the only maybe exception again is that if Dino wanted Greg for PvP or Lake for whatever, I think he'd probably want to play with me more though. So I do think if I just put myself first, it's easier. I think West Ham chooses Lake over Greg personally. I could see Torvesta choosing, Frame choosing Torvesta instead of Greg though. And then I don't see Reese choosing anyone but Greg. I do not see him picking anyone but Greg at that point. And then Perp has openly said he would first pick skill specs. Is that true? I don't know. That's the only reason I put the specs there, by the way. If he did not say that, then I think Perp would probably lean towards maybe like a Mika angle or something like that. But again, it's like, it's filling in like the things that are needable. But yeah, something like that's what I think. Oda isn't picking specs so he can get him second. It depends who goes first, though. Does Perk pick up Doobies? Does he pick up Skidler? Does Oda Block then pick up Skidler? What the hell is this sound, bro? Get out of there. Because if everything, like, as soon as any team changes here, everything kind of changes, man. You're a Rhino? Much, you're a Rhino, bro. I rate Mutz quite highly because he puts in so much effort, and I know that Reese knows how much effort he puts in. And Mutz can do the PVM while holding his own. Deadman All-Stars veteran. He's played 3 now. But I'd be surprised if Mutz got picked earlier than where he is right now. I think that's bang on where he is. Oda said now he's picking Mutz and Mika. If Oda picked Mutz and Mika, I think this would be what happens. And I'll be honest, I would rather deal with what I had before than that. You know, Reese, Torvesta, and Doobies on a team, that's hard in the final, you know? You just gotta hope they tremble, you know? As long as they tremble, you're chilling, but that's hard. Yeah, you understand why, but you hate how much Sparkmax slept on. Sparkmax not in the draft, mate, unfortunately. Plus, the Warrior skill is dangerous, mate. He'd have the worst event of his life, bro. At least put Mika on 6. I can't be honest, man. At the end of the day, everything that Oda says is not true, and you should ignore it. If he says he's picking Mika and Mutz, he's not. He's probably going to pick Doobies and Skidler, you know? Which is also solid. But this is why, for me personally, if I was a captain, I want the 6th pick. Personally, you know? I want the 6th pick because I think no matter what, you get such a nice combination. But that also being said, in the next All-Stars, I could see the roster being a lot more stacked with PKers. Like, I could see Peta being invited. I could see a lot more PKers being invited, making the draft a lot more difficult and potentially first pick. If Peta was in the draft, I would be murdering people for first pick, bro. Or just beg you got second and someone throws, you know. You know, the saddest thing, I think, is if you are a captain, because I'm not a captain this time, and I've been captain twice. First time I made the burgers, so it was irrelevant where I was placed as long as I got the team I wanted. But then the second time, I had guaranteed good team. 3rd place, that was great. But the saddest thing would be like if there was 5 people in, or 4 people in the draft you want to play with, which for me would be Petter if he was there, 100% first pick over everyone. Mika, Lake, and, I don't know, someone else. If I had 4th pick and those 3 went straight away, I'd be so sad. I'd be so sad. Doobies there is crazy. Yeah, I'm going to be honest, Mutz. I don't see you being here, bro. I don't. I see that. And I'm going to say this again. I do not care if anything I do on my draft is right or wrong. But I hope that Doobies is on Oda's team. I hope. Because a Doobies speech on Oda's platform size, imagine how good that would be for the big dude, bro. Imagine, bro, you know. He did his speeches for the Brawlers, 500 viewers, mate. He does it for the Big O team, mate, 12K. 12K, bro. But yeah, there's some ideas anyway. Hold on, can I just Control Z the whole draft back? Yeah, so now we actually look at the draft. If we create a draft based on PvP skill only, nothing to do with PVM, nothing to do with stage work, how does it work? It's actually way too hard to do. I'm not even going to try and do that. I'm not going to lie. You regret me not being a captain this year? I'm pretty happy not to be a captain. If I was a captain, though, I would want 6th pick. Yeah. Rakesy? Otis said he's first picking me. Hey, Rakesy, bro. How do I go forward in a draft? What's the go forward button? Control Z to go back. What's go forward? It exists, right? Control Y. You ready, Rakesy, bro? Oh, shit. Are you ready to be a Dino Nugget again, mate? Ew. Wait, based on this, who's the best team, actually? If No Monkey performed in the final, I'd say Otis is once again the best team. If he falls over a lot. Ah, shitty Oda, bro. You're gonna create an old school no stars random player YouTube series. Yeah, bro, come on, dude. Port's team looks vibey. I bet. No, I don't beg. It's like I was saying, you know, like, if I go all the way back, I was saying this, man, although I don't think this would happen, but if we move Dino off this shitty first moron pick, bro. Perp first pick, picks me, and then it comes all the way back round the board, and he picks up the Big Meister, bro, and the specs. And then for some reason, mate, where is it? Eevee goes dead last. Bam, bro. God, get me on that team. Be so fun, man. Be so good. He's such a good team. Imagine in your original order putting Alfie and Perp's team. Oh my god, man. Could happen, actually. Oh yeah, that's the one. Oh shit, have I lost it? No! Please, please. Oh my god, bro. I'm telling you, mate, Alfie would go atheist after that team, bro. He would go atheist, bro. He would genuinely, he would legit drop out, bro. He'd drop out, bro. Oh my god. Full on atheist, bro. I'm gonna say I'm pretty confident with most of the first pick orders that I created there. I'll be honest, I'm super curious to where Eliop goes. Because Eliop is obviously PvP heavy. He gargled the previous All-Stars, and no team needs a caller if the teams are covered. I think what might happen though is I think the Eliop is on Frame's team if Framed first picks Torvesta. I think that could be a lock. Because I think they'd need a caller. I don't know if he goes there though, in all honesty. He could actually be there, because you want a shot caller. Is there any way Skidler drops to Dino second, third pick? I don't think he gets past Perp. I just don't. Who's the biggest hidden talent in your opinion? I'm going to say Sync, because we don't know anything about him, but he's naturally good at every game he plays. So if he has actually put in any PvP practice, he'll be good. But yeah, that's only being said because we just don't know anything about him. You know, like for all we know, he could also be the biggest sandbag of all time. But yeah, if Frame picks Torvesta, I think Elliot goes on there. Never mind. There's no way Elliot's on Torvesta's team again. Not after the Titans, bro. Not a chance, mate. Frame to be like, yo, should we pick Elliot? And Torvesta to be like, no. Not a chance, mate. Yeah. Not a chance, mate. Where I think Coxie ends up? Coxie's another player that I don't know how good he is, man. Anyone, like, how good is Coxie in the arena? Decent? Very good? Because I know he's not bad. That's one thing I do know. He's not just going to fall over and die. He is a higher choice of the draft when it comes down to, like, all the skill sets, you know, of good PVMers. Coxie's up there, obviously. And then PvP-wise, I think Coxie edges slightly on the rest. 100% see Dino taking Coxie over Rakesy. If Coxie's available here, I think he's a good pick. You know, like, again, if I toss in the Dino Nuggets and I'm first, and then let's just say, I think 61M might end up on the Big O team, but let's just say 61M comes round to us, you know. I could very easily see... Hold on. I could see that. We'd have Foe at the end, though. You don't think 61 ends up on Frame team before you guys? There's probably a chance that 61M doesn't get locked in with us, though. I'm just kind of putting people on there. Let me go back to what I originally created. I'm going to swap Torvesta and Greg around. And then I'm going to put in what I think Oda is probably going to take. Mutz is going to go there. There's honestly a chance this occurs at this point. I know Torvesta knows how good Pip is at strategizing. There's a very high chance this could occur. But then if that occurs, I think Coxie goes to West Ham. So I don't think there's... I think Coxie might not come around, but it depends. There's still a lot of good players on the board. But then that does bring us the 61M and Ellie up, you know. Like, as far as I'm aware, this team is solid. That's the good thing about the drafts. You could just be looking at it. As far as I'm aware, though, like, you can swap so many people around. If you look at all the picks in the draft right now, mix and match any of those. The only question would be if 61M and Elliot were gone, would you pick Pip and Coxie back to back? That's a bit of a difficult choice there. Honestly, if Foe is going to be the last pick, which I think is a very high chance to occur, if me, Pip, and Foe are on the same team, bro, you don't think other captains will value Pip as much as you do? In my opinion, he's the most underrated pick out of the whole roster. Without knowing everyone's skill sets, you know. If someone like Sync is 10-13 PvP, then he's the most underrated. But we don't know that. But the amount of things he brings is great. West Ham more likely to pick Elliot up at 14. It's just an idea, by the way. I've moved away from my original predictions, but if it's just something like this. But let's just say again, for all we know, 61M goes to Framed and Torvesta because they go PvP heavy. And then Coxie goes to like something like this, maybe. Why am I so bad at this? Control X, Control V. You know, could something like that occur? Again, the main thing is if Dino is a shot caller, because if you look at the shot callers right now, if Dino is a shot caller, if West Ham is a shot caller, if Framed and Torvesta are not, I don't think Torvesta wants to play with Elliot again. But they now don't have a shot caller unless 61M could do it. That's their question to how this team could be, assuming this happens. Reese, this also assumes that Framed picks Torvesta over Greg. I don't think that'll happen, though. I think it's that. I think it's this. And then, yeah, it's just like mix and match any of this, you know? You can change some of this around. Oh, it's hard to say, bro. It's very hard to say. You also have to look at how much practice people are putting in the arena. Out of everyone on this roster, apart from Mutz, who is putting the most practice in the arena that we know of? I feel like the Victim's doing it off stream or something. Oh, No Monkey, of course, yeah. Oh, No Monkey was crushing Coxie in the arena. Yeah, sorry, No Monkey's such a hard choice, man. He's just never played a Deadman before. And this Deadman All-Stars is about to be the hardest Deadman All-Stars of all time. It's going to be harder than the original Deadman, and that shit was difficult. So it's fine, man. Oh, Coxie pulling the tracker out. All right, chat. Coxie's pulled the tracker out. Let's just bring him on, you know. Let's just bring it. There we go. Over. Why do you think Mutz ends up with Oda? I'd be surprised. Oda in his teams normally, as far as I'm aware, and this is one thing I can say, I think he goes PvP heavy. And I think the first 5 picks are probably going to happen unless Perp obviously spangles everything. And then I think he's either going to be choosing just whatever there. But... yeah, he really enjoyed playing with Mutz last time, though. Yeah, but it depends. He knows Oda. It's like, do you go personal pick or the best team? You know, if you were Oda's pick now, would you choose Mutz over Doobies? To put in perspective. Now, remember that obviously Mutz has been doing a shitload of practice. Doobies comes with his natural experience plus the speeches and all that. Mutz obviously brings more PVM to the table. So that's why, you know, this is competing on stage. You want to be the winner of this, bro. Imagine all the confetti's going off, big-ass trophy, bro. You're going to feel like Faker, man. So you want to create the best team possible within reason. Oh, you think Oda would pick Mutz over Mika? Okay. You put me on 23, so I'm going to get a screenshot? Nah, I don't think so, Mr. C Engineer. Who would Framed pick if West Ham takes Greg? I just don't know if Framed is tracking All-Stars that much. He's a busy person in real life, you know. I feel like he could be semi-disconnected and just not know. Like, if in my opinion, if Greg is available for Framed and Framed doesn't pick him, I think it's truly because he doesn't know who Greg is or how good Greg is. That's my only guess. I don't know, by the way. If West Ham went Greg, I think this would occur. And I really do not want to deal with that. No, don't. This is illegal. I'm not dealing with that shit, bro. Reese will have max gear in 10 seconds. We'll spawn in and I'll have a VLS, bro. There's no way Lake's a first pick. Lake is... the best way to see if Lake is a first pick is ask yourself the question, is Port Kazard the first pick? In my opinion, yes, without doubt. Without doubt. Lake is a level below, but then if you look at the gap that Port has on everyone, realistically, now that Reese and West Ham aren't in the roster, look at the gap that Port has on everyone, and you'll realize that Lake is basically the closest to him. Which means then you have to ask yourself, is someone like myself or Greg or Torvesta a better choice? No way. Did West Ham say he wanted to play with Doobies? Okay, yeah, this is the biggest spanner in the works. That could occur. I can 100% see that occurring. I swear to God, if this happens, I'm not playing. If that happens, I'm not playing. I'm dropping out. I'm not playing that. I'm not playing this. Yeah, bro. If the captains donate Greg to Oda, I'm quitting. I'm not playing. However, I also think this could then actually occur. I don't know if Reese would want Mika, though. There could be some weird-ass world where some weird shit like this happens. Mika would never get past framed here. I couldn't see it. But I swear to Christ, if Greg gets the Oda, I'm not playing, bro. I've dealt with the Oda X Reese twice now, bro. And Oda X Greg is just as painful. Mika's a good shot caller. No, Mika's a great shot caller. But if Greg can shot call for Oda's team, then maybe Mika loses stock to Mutts, assuming Oda might want Mutts. I think Frame picks you instead of Torvesta if you're free. Yeah, I'd say so. Is Dino first picking me? I don't know yet. It's just a million times easier for me to make drafts, assuming I'm the first pick. But initially, I was saying the first pick's going to be late Greg or myself, but then obviously if West Ham is prioritizing doobies because we do not know, and then let's just say Frame picks Torvesta because Frame doesn't know how good Lake or Greg is, then things do change based on if I was no longer the first pick in this roster, you know. I don't think I'd get past Framed, though. I feel like I'm either on Dino, West Ham, or Framed. It would be one of the three, regardless of the outcome. Like, let's say if Dino went Greg, who I think is probably one of the best to choose. If Dino went Greg, West Ham wants to play with doobies over anyone, then there's a good chance that Frame might pick me here. And then I think Reese would choose Lake over Torvesta. Herb then would pick Specs because we're going off that. I think then Oda would pick Torvesta at that point. And then it would probably be Torvesta and Mika or something like this. And it comes back round to this team where I would honestly be battling for this. I just want a shot caller on the team, so I'd honestly battle for Elliot to be on the team. So there's some other weird spangly or options or whatnot. But again, this would be a wild draft if this occurred, you know. Now we're just going to the weird-ass drafts, you know. Is Greg a solid PVM? Greg is basically S-tier PvPer. Deadman experience, will be great on stage and perform fantastically in the final against anyone else that's first picked. But PVM-wise, possibly the weakest in the whole draft. Is it fair to say that? Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Greg's probably the best PKer in the draft and also the worst PVMer. So he's your glass cannon pick, basically. So the reason why someone like Dino picks Greg first is you get the best PKer, and then when it comes round, look how many PVMers you have to choose from, bro. You can choose literally No Monkey and Sick Nerd if you wanted to. You PVMers is not an issue. You're fine. It's basically when it comes to an All-Stars draft, the breakdown of how much you value someone good at PvP to then someone that's good at both, but worse. So an example is, if you had a draft, and let's say Peta was in the draft, and Port Kazard was in the draft, who do you choose? Because I think that would be a very, very hard draft to choose. Because then you have to remember you're going to give one of them up to the next person. That's why it'd be very hard in certain situations. But if Peta was in this draft, you know, I think it's a pretty simple lock. What happened to Port? Port was NH taking skill specs and lost on tracker, bro, and retired from the game. He considered that the end. Oh, bro, the tracker, right? The tracker, bro. Imagine PvP without the tracker, man. You just lose to some guy and you know you demolished him and they type you shit and you're like, oh, man. What between Torvesta and Elliot? Torvesta and Elliot was basically... Torvesta picked him first in the Torvesta Titans because he's probably the best multi-shot caller in the roster, I'd say. It's between him and Mika, and I would like to think Eliop is actually better than Mika at shot calling. It'd be close, but I think Eliop edges. As for a Deadman player, I think Mika overall would be better. You know, if I had to choose between the two, I'd probably go Mika over Eliop. But Torvesta didn't have access to Mika in the previous draft because he was already taken. I think. No, he wasn't. He did have access. No, he did have the choice. He just fumbled it. But then, yeah, the Titans fell behind, and apparently friggin' Elliot was just AFK at the G for like 20 hours. Mika's nerfed this year since Slayer's not as important. Do you think Oda is as screwed as he thinks he is? No, he knows he's fine. Oda is guaranteed a good team. You know, like let me create a mock draft, right? Okay, we're gonna put me on West Ham's team. We're gonna put Lake on Dino's team. Greg's gonna go to actually no, Greg goes to Reese. Torvesta is gonna go to Framed, and then Perp is nabbing the specs. Okay, you think Oda is bad? What if he built something like that? You know, you think that's good? If you don't think that's good, what about that? You know, you don't think that's good. I think the team he's gonna get is gonna be this, and that's stacked. I think that team is ridiculously strong already, bro. I'm just saying, bro. If Greg gets donated to, if Greg legit gets donated to Perp, I'm not playing. Yeah. Dino take a late first. Just a hypothetical draft. Based on Oda getting back-to-back picks, there is no world where Oda does not get 2 good back-to-back picks. There's no world. 6th pick is honestly awesome in my opinion. Who's the most useless overall without flaming? It really depends. No Monkey has the highest chance to probably be the most useless, and that's just based on that he falls over and dies every time he's attacked. Because he's not used to Deadman mode. He's never played Deadman mode, really. And this is going to be the hardest Deadman mode ever. Now, outside of him falling over and dying, which I personally don't think he will, I think No Monkey's good enough to learn, because he's a good player, obviously. That's when Foe might come in and, you know, crumble or something. Why Doobies is a good pick? Doobies was by far the MVP in the finale last time, and he was great in the week. And I'm not that biased. He was on the Brawlers. He was my team, but I'm not biased with that. His performance in the finale was extremely good. And then he had all the speeches. He brought good vibes, you know? Like, he's a high pick, in my opinion. But it depends who you'd pick over him. Yeah. Why is it the hardest ever? So this Deadman All-Stars is... If you're in combat with an NPC, players can bolt you off and they will not get PJ'd by other monsters. There are no safe zones except for Varrock, so you can't run to a safe zone like Camelot Bank or Karen Castle. The freeze timers are longer. The PJ timer is also longer. You have to be precise. It's hard. Not even Lumbridge? No, Lumbridge is not a safe zone. Nothing in the game is a safe zone except for Varrock. Yeah, the only escape in the entire game is technically a Varrock teleport or a Grand Exchange teleport or anything that pulls you into Varrock, which I don't think there's anything else. They're the only escapes in the game. Outside of that, obviously, is also... I mean, technically, a teleport to house would also help. Yeah, basically a house telly with a Varrock teleport's good. That's what you want. More tellies away of Scald? Yeah, true. You can telly any safe zone now that would kill you. You can telly to Ardy, you can telly to Falador, all that shit as well. And the mission's going to be bait. The missions are really hard to decide. This is why I'm thinking if you have a team that's stacked of PVPers, you're going to have a better time with the missions, and PVMers, you're going to have a better time preparing for the finale. There's 2 missions per day, with only 3 of them that will have an item worth in the final. In my opinion, the missions are just going to give you things like Corrupted Voidwaker or Corrupted Twisted Bow. Which is it bait? A mission could be completed in 3 minutes if you are fast. It's just that you might run into a team, die, and lose a bank key and be reset. There is a good world where missions are worth skipping. It depends how strong your team is and how far ahead you are. But if you complete a mission and you get a corrupted Voidwaker and 2 players die, that is never going to be worth as far as I'm aware. Because you have to remember you lose bank keys. And bank keys are going to involve brews and food and shit. So missions could be a massive bait. But there are 3 missions that will be tier 1 gear that's near the end, which will be worth for the final. Those are probably going to be 100% worth doing. I think you kind of like have to. If you do that and get a Visorial Staff, it's boom. Can you log out with the totem? That wasn't in the rules. I think solo mission might change that. 1 second. Where's my Discord? I have 7 thumbs up in the Discord. How many people would prefer competitors not being able to watch highlight videos to give the sense of mystery from All Stars 1 of unknowing what people are up to? 7 likes so far. Jesse's messaged me. A big fat toad. Holy shit. There's a fat toad. Fat toad. How do you enforce that? If any player accidentally has on their comms what someone is doing, that's a red card, bro. You're banned. Other than that, if you did not leak it via comms, then you get away with it, but you're risking a lot. If you leak information that you should not have by mistake, and people catch on and it hits the refs and they're like, yep, he watched it, boom, red card straight away. They just say red card if you watch it. Then it's your choice. Reese and Greg's OP. I believe there is a very good chance that Reese and Greg could happen. Like, my breakdowns are... Okay, let me go back to what it is. My breakdowns are that Dino's going to pick me because he likes me, right? And he thinks I'm a good player. Then I think West Ham picks Lake because I think Lake does more for West Ham than Greg would personally do. Then the world is Frame picks Torvesta because Frame knows who Torvesta is, and Torvesta has Deadman experience. He's played 2 in the past. Greg's never played an All-Stars. So Frame goes Torvesta over Greg. And then that means Reese gets Greg. That, I think most people would agree, could very, very much happen. I still don't know if Pert will fully pick skill specs first. I don't know if he's just said he will and all that, but we'll find out on the day. But that's why I think if you look at people saying that Oda's losing because of 6th pick, no, I think 6th pick has always been one of the strongest you can ever get. There's slightly stronger. I don't know, man. I feel like 6th is genuinely one of the strongest in this one. Have I really been stood it for 4 hours? Oh, I'm in the LMS one. Yeah. Like last All-Stars and All-Stars 1, if you look at the rosters of how many good teams you make on 6th pick, there's just so many good options. It's just that last time it was Foe who picked Ditter and Mazhar, which is honestly fantastic first picks. And then second time was Torvesta, and he just trolled his draft because Doobies had a wedding, so he chose not to choose him. And then he didn't choose Pure Spam for reasons I don't know. Because Torvesta last time could have literally locked in like Pure Spam and Mika straight up. Which would have been correct. Is it last pick objectively the worst? It's how you break it down. You have to look at every player in a roster. But right now, you could argue that Doobies and Mika are first-round picks. Yet, you've got both of them. You've got a first-round pick in second round, so you're now winning by default. The question is there any other first-round picks on this board at this point? You know, realistically, I mean, it depends if you would personally think Skill Specs is a first-round pick. If you think Skill Specs is not a first-round pick, then things change slightly because you might have something like this occur. You know? Rakesy last pick for sure. I think Foe's going to go last pick. Because I think with, well, it depends again. With the first mock draft I built, there wasn't room for strategists in any of them, I think, so. It can depend a lot. If I end up on a Dino Nugget team, as far as I'm aware, me and Dino can probably do stratting. I don't know. I don't know if he does any stratting. He probably does. But then again, if it ends up other teams just don't need a strategist, then Foe, I think, loses most of its start. Because PVM-wise, there's a lot of PVMers on the board that are good. But that's what I mean. If Foe is the last pick, it's not a bad player. Anything you have to hope is that, you know, whoever's on your team isn't going to crumble. Evie's last pick without a doubt. Evie is not last pick with Perp in the game. There's no chance. Evie never gets past 20, and I don't think he gets past 17 either. Yeah, you want to see me on West Ham's team? West Ham's team's possible if Dino chose Lake. I think me and Lake are, again, we kind of bring the same thing to the table. We can PVM and we can PvP. Lake is obviously by far the better PVMer. And by the time it comes around, he might be a better PvPer as well, you know. Basically, the best way to look at this draft is look at Lake and be like, is his name Port Kazard, bro? Like, just do it that way. But yeah, if it was down there and Dino wanted Port Kazard on his team, it makes you wonder how the draft goes if Port was here. You know, if we switch out Port for EVscape, is it just this, do you reckon? Oh, it actually spices it up so much, right? If EVscape was Port... Wait, who did I take out the draft, though? Lake, right? Where's Lake gone? Am I more? I don't know where Lake went, but Lake is Reese, and then... Oh, I don't know. It spices it up. Didn't Lake underperform on All Stars? He did because he had never played Deadman in his life. So he then played Deadman All Stars, which is a hard version of Deadman mode without any experience. He then put like 200 plus hours easily into the previous Deadman mode, which is not going to be enough to translate to the whatever this All Stars is. But again, none of us are ready for this. But Lake in the previous All Stars, I think we would have took him, actually. I was third pick. I picked Port, and then it was Lake, so... I don't want to make it on the board. We would have picked him because I wanted the Ocean team. But his stock from last year is insanely high. He went from, like, way down the line pick to instant first pick material. Oda said he's picking Lake. I will be honest, there's no way Lake's getting to Oda, bro. I mean, it could happen. You have to remember, some people sleep on the draft. This is why, like, if I never made a mock draft and no one made a mock draft, I'd keep things secret. You know? And if no one knew, if I was 6th pick and no one realized how good Lake was and he was available, which he was last time, but he wasn't as good as he was then. You know, if I had 6th pick last time and I was Torvesta, my choices was probably going to be Pure Spam and Mika. But if Lake was as good as he is now, it would be a Pure Spam Lake. Or a Lake Mika. Yeah. Dino be sad if... Bodhi be sad if Dino sneaked a Greg picking. I wouldn't be. As far as I'm aware, if I go to West Ham and Greg was chosen, it depends if West Ham would want Lake over there. If Dino picked Greg, West Ham picked Lake, and I ended up on Frame's team, and then Reese got... It'd be the same draft, wouldn't it? It's just the first 3 change around. It'd be the same draft. This must be a troll draft. You missed the real draft. In your opinion, which captain is in the best position to get a fully solid team? So I'm going to say not Dino, because I think it's fair to argue that we're going to... Or it's going to be... Because I made my... Oh, shit. I made my draft and it was good, but now I've forgotten what it was. Can anyone remember what draft I made? Surely it's Oda as he completes his team first? No, because he completes his team with technically suboptimal players based on the order of the picks. It's just there's not many suboptimal players in this draft, so every team is solid. You didn't click where West Ham said he picked Doobie before Greg. If West Ham picks Doobies instead of Greg, which is possible, I 100% think that could happen, Framed is going to probably pick Torvesta or Greg or Lake. And I feel he's not going to pick Lake, which means Reese is going to pick Lake without question, in my opinion, because Reese knows how good Lake is. Unless Reese thinks he's overrated. And then Skill Specs gets picked by Perp, Oda gets Lake. Oda could get Lake and Mika. It could actually happen. Assuming again that Dino picks me, West Ham chooses Doobies, Framed doesn't doesn't know who the best person on the draft is and picks Torvesta. Oh wait, no. Wait, this is actually possible, chat. No, it's actually possible. This could actually occur. I'm not joking, this could actually occur. Paint picking Skilly? He better not. He has to pick Greg. You cannot give Oda Greg. You can't. You physically can't give him Greg. And the thing is, he gets back-to-back pick as well, bro, which means he probably locks in Mika as well, or Mutz. I don't know. Let's just say he locks in Mika. I ain't dealing with that shit. Please. Reese would take Greg. Reese take Greg over Lake. Possible, yes. But then again, we're going to come back to that situation that just occurred. That could also happen. And I'll be honest, that's also horrible. This is why I think 6th pick is just so good, you know? I just think 6th pick's so strong. There's just no bad combinations you can get. You can swap any of those names around and it's always just good. This is obviously based on if Herp does troll a bit with the draft. And I'll be honest. I'm going to be honest. I think that could also happen. I would be very surprised if Pip knew what he had the power of preventing, with a singular pick being if it was Greg or Lake or Doobie. I don't know. And then, yeah, basically right now the situation would be, who does Odablock pick at this point? You know, maybe he does go for like a 61, or maybe he just does the Mika Mutz he mentioned. Of course, we'll put Mutz on the 2nd row. And then that means it comes back to Perp and Lake. Does he choose skill specs? I actually think he wouldn't here. I think he would still lock in Skidler. And that team is good as shit, you know. That's a solid-ass team. That team is also solid. Then it comes back to Reese and Greg, you know. Who the hell do they go for now, though? Maybe Reese goes for Pip? Do you think Greg would pull a Reese and tell people not to pick him if he's close to falling to Odo? No, we've been told not to do that. I don't think anyone would snitch, but... No. Who would you pick now, though? If you had Reese and Greg in a team, you've got... This is cracked as shit PvP, but your PVM is dead. You have S tier, and then you are the worst team of... this is the worst PVM team on the planet. It's garbage. So they need a PVMer, a big one. But can you really lock in someone like No Monkey at this point? Would you lock in Sync at this point? You know, we don't know how good Sync is, but for all we know, Reese is training Sync at this very moment in time, because I highly doubt Sync goes anywhere early in this. Coxie would be unreal. So let's say Coxie gets locked in here. I doubt, but you never know. You only need a Doomer, you don't need a Giga PVM for Barrows. Zenite's next Barrows. Newbies is right. What, so you reckon they go for like 61M or something? And the PVM stocks down, so what, you get 61M locked in there or something? But then does that mean if we're going on like a PvP order, Rakesy goes there? I think West Ham picks Elliot though. Sorry, 60 Pip. Wait, is skill specs on the board? Wait, skill specs isn't on the board. Wait, that means the specs would come to us, bro. Mate, bro, please, I beg, it'd be so good. Do you reckon specs really gets that far, though, in all honesty? Nah, there's no way Framed and Torvesta wouldn't pick... Nah, specs would be there. That's what... I don't know where he is, but specs would be there. There's no chance. Torvesta and specs on the same team under Framed? 100% happening, mate. There's no way he gets that far. There's no way Perp doesn't take specs. It's between specs and Skidler. It's hard to say for Perp. I can't obviously speak. It does depend if you think specs would automatically be the burger team, though. I don't know where he's gone, though. Hold on, I can recreate this draft. All right, where is he? There he is, bro. Right, let me go again. Right, Dino picks me first. I am a Dino Nugget. West Ham locks in Doobies because he wants Doobies. Good choice. Framed then locks in Torvasta. And then Reese locked in, was it Greg? And that means Perp locks in Lake. And then Odablock locks in Mika and Mutz. Do we really think he'd lock in Mika and Mutz, though? Oh, let's just go back to what I wrote, actually, is it quick? And I don't know if Perps would pick Specs or Skidler here. Reese, Greg. Would they go Specs? No, Reese wouldn't go for that. Is this confirmed the draft order? Captain order, yes. I feel like this is possible. Maybe. And then I honestly can't see skill specs getting beyond that point. I just can't. And then that brings West Ham and this. Apparently they wanted Pip. And then that means Coxie comes back round. Then is Ellie up your best? But then if you don't want to call her, do you remove it? It's the same team as before. Bro, I feel like with the Dino Nuggets are getting the same team. What are the most underground pick is? Isn't Dino the caller? Yeah, apparently Dino is going to be the caller, so you just do not need a shot caller in the team. But then if you look at PvP, it doesn't matter. The only PvP is there, I'd say, that are actually going to be with the experience is Eliup and Rexy. With then Sync, No Monkey, and V the Victim probably being under the radar. One of these three is probably... I mean, maybe even two of them. I don't know how good Coxie is. I think he is quite good. But one of these three is probably super underrated, bro. I feel like Otis Muck was genuinely what he thought. Nah, man. What I wrote here is actually a decent chance if you go PvP heavy. You gamble on No Monkey over Coxie? No Monkey, No Monkey is the biggest gamble, bro. Because I know that No Monkey is going to be very good in the arena, but that's not going to teach you how to play Deadman, you know? That's the problem. It's a spooky pick. But I agree that in all dead honesty, if No Monkey practices, I'll say it. I think he can beat everyone on that line. I think he could. But then, like, imagine this team. Hold on, let me get rid of Cox here. Imagine Synced is cracked as well, bro. Look at that. You know, like, is that team trolling? In my opinion, I feel like it is, but you don't know. You know? You don't know. West Ham gets on Gnome 6 days in. Oh, yeah, that's what I mean, you know? Like, once it gets deeper in, and you have to actually be playing the game, you're going to be getting bought, so... Yeah, Sync hasn't played Deadman mode either, you know, that's what I mean. But you never know how good they are. Stage-wise, they might be good, but if they're just falling over, you're kind of screwed. But yeah, it's quite hard to pick who you go for here, you know. Is Coxie just a lock out of anyone? Do you put V the Victim in there? How good's Victim? Does Victim beat all these at practice? I still think you'd probably just want Ellie up on the team because I feel like he does know PvP. I don't know. When's the draft? Draft is 31st. 31st, so it's like 5 days away. But yeah, like if you were a captain, like assuming that you were a captain and you could choose your first 2 people, which team would you want to be on, you know? With your skill set, would you want to be with me and let's just say Elliot, Doobies and Pip, Torvesta and Specs, Greg Motts, Lake Skidler, Mika 61M? I'd go Lake Skidler probably. Or Mika 61M for the shot caller. I'd go, yeah, Mika 61M. That's what I'd probably go for. Greg Mutz. Yeah, good point, actually. You see, if I could make any team, chat, if I was allowed to create a team of 4 where you can't have a team that's like too overpowered, bro. Actually, never mind. I was going to say. Oda's team looks pretty strong no matter the draft. Oda in 6th place cannot have a bad team. He's guaranteed, in my opinion, he's like basically just guaranteed 2 first row picks. And then it instantly switches to second rows. Trying to think on PvP skill, though. I want to say Reese, Greg, Mutz is the hardest team to beat in the finale. Obviously, Oda block is always a freaking thing, and West Ham and shit, you got to beat them, which is hard. But Cox, on your team, you Cox? This is a hypothetical draft. You don't think Oda's going to take Skidler? I think Oda's just going to look at everyone's drafts and then see what common people are being picked. But it doesn't stop someone potentially being overrated, you know. For all we know, out of this, 61M, this is his first Deadman All-Stars. For all we know, he's overrated as shit. And Oda would know that because he might know him better than me. And no way pick him. And then 61M comes all the way down the draft or some shit. Reese is going to be the most try-hard captain. That is correct. Anybody that is ever on Reese's team is going to have the worst dead man ever. There's a Reese, bro. If you ever miss a game tick, mate, he's going to be shouting. Greg not being on Oda's team. We made a draft where Greg could be on Oda's team, but it's only based on if Perp does pick skill specs first, and then Lake goes to Reese. That's the only situation where I think Oda gets Greg. And then I think that team would be locked in. And again, this is a team we do not want to see. That shit looks horrible to deal with. Do you know they're going to be first pick? No, I'm just playing it because it's easier to create a draft based on if Dino wanted to choose me over Lake or whatnot. Again, these are mock drafts. It could be irrelevant, you know. I could be 5th pick. I could be on Odablock's team, bro, you know? Move the draft over 1. I could be on the Big O, mate. You know what, mate? Let's do the real draft. You know? That's it. Hold on. The real draft, chat. There you go. Boom. Perfect draft. You know? No matter what, I'm on Dynasty. Well, not no matter what, actually. Will everyone be practicing? Not everyone's practicing, really. Although a lot of people, I think, are practicing undercover. And I'm wondering why. Because if you were really, really good... Well, now they know... Well, if they know the pick order... If you were secretly really, really good... How would you go about it? Would you message a captain, the team you want to be on, and be like, yo, fight me. Like, one captain only. Like, if I was someone like Sync, for example, let's say, if I wanted to be on Oda's team or something, I would like, you knew you were insanely good. Would you message him, be like, yo, give me some fights? And then he would fight you off stream and understand how good you are. Or do you think it's more like if you are really, really good, you don't care what team you're going to be on, you just want to bring what you can to the final? Because at the end of this All-Stars, everything will be different for All-Stars 4 a year from now. Because everyone's going to compete on stage, you know? People might be cracked and incredible. Because that's what I want to know. Like, I just, there's so many people that it's really hard to know how good certain people are. Greg sandbags losses versus everyone in practice. Hey, bro, don't say that, mate, after I killed Greg today, mate. Come on, dude. I had some session with some guy yesterday. What was that guy? The Cuddly Bear, whatever his name was, bro. That was the most crack shit I've ever had to deal with in my life, bro. Oh, to be fair, yeah, if you're smurfing, then your fights on stage, like, imagine you were actually just disgustingly good 10-13 level, and you end up just being the last pick. Not like the last pick, but your bottom row, and then you have to fight someone like, let's say C Engineer's bottom row as well, bro. Imagine then you fight C Engineer and you just completely steamroll the shit out of him. Dumps to the second guy as well, bro. And everyone's all like, yo, this guy's insane. And then you take out half of the third guy and you're just there like, there we go, bro. Mate, it'd be so funny to see a last pick just be insane. I feel like it's possible, though, you know. Like, Rakesy, I feel like's been bottom row both times right now, but he knows how to PvP. If he genuinely went in NH state for like 200 hours, imagine he ended up being bottom row again and then just destroyed everyone. I guess that's what we'll see this time. There'll be some people that are near the bottom row that might just pull up and be insane. And I think they instantly just go higher in the drafts. Curtis Foe. Yeah, the question is, will the farmers be the bottom row, chat? Will all of the farmers be the bottom row? You know, maybe this is the bottom row, chat. Sorry. Where is it? That's the bottom row, mate. Did it perfectly. There we go. There's your bottom row. Alfie tears them all up. Whoa, bro. Come on. Yeah. Other than Oda, any other team captain take your fancy being a first row pick? I basically said that my pick order as the best unbiased way to do it is I would like to be in the order of the captain's skill set. Which, if I had to say it from my point of view, Oda is by far the strongest captain, followed by West Ham. Then it'd be Reese and Dino, and then it'd be Perp, then Framed. So, if you take that order and any of them were first pick and decided to pick me, that would be the ideal one. Outside of that, I don't think I'm going to have a bad time playing with anybody, you know? I just think there are some players better than others, you know? No one's going to say that Framed is going to beat Oda on stage. You didn't reverse snake? No, doobies. I just made the pick order where I'm last pick. Cuddly was probably Sync in disguise. That's what I mean, man. Like, the thing about Sync is I don't think he's ever played Deadman before, which is bad. Very bad for an All-Stars. But I know he's good at every game he plays. And he's the type of person that secretly just goes in PKs 10 hours a day. When he got invited 6 months ago or whatever the hell. And he's just genuinely disgusting. But the sad thing is, like, we don't know about it till later, bro. No monkey value's gone up. No monkey value is also really hard to pinpoint because he's never played Deadman. So to never have played Deadman mode, to then playing Deadman All-Stars, that's the hardest version of Deadman ever. It's like jumping into World 45 right now after never playing it and then trying to compete. You know, I feel like you just get folded over and over again. You know, when you've got someone like Oda or West Ham on you and they've got the sigils and the best gear in the game, I think you're just going to get steamrolled. Is it 90% of it freezing escaping behind a tree? Kind of, but in All-Stars, it's a bit harder than that. The timings are difficult in All-Stars. If you're in combat, you don't have the cooldown timer. You have a 7-second tick down. Basically, it's like the best way to understand how to escape in All-Stars is imagine you're playing a regular Deadman, but you're permanently skulled when teleporting. But there's also like an extra 1 second to that timer. And then the PJ timer is like 8 ticks quicker. It's ridiculously precise. It's so hard to do. You have to really do it well. That's why I'm there. Like, No Monkey, yes, on a level of everything he brings to the table, I think is probably one of the better picks. But with no experience, I think he just gets destroyed by some of the captains when they go around PKing. Imagine adding one row and you had 6 PvP demons. That's what I want next, All-Stars. The people I'm going to pitch to solo mission. Again, if I say names and they don't turn up, I don't have any power in Deadman All-Stars. It's just pushing solo or whatnot, or giving ideas. And I would like to see in the roster Petter, Laginarium, I've forgotten all the names now. Stu, Mint Mad Cow, Tommy. Oh, that other guy. Parking Meter would be good. Just loads of people at PK only. Not Ginger Beardy, bro. Because it's like if you added Petter to the roster, things just change. But the thing is, at the end of the day, if you did add Petter to the roster and then Oda had first pick, is it just GG straight away? Like, as far as I'm aware, it's just GG, bro. But yeah, I would love to see, even if I ended up being benched, you know, I think I can always bring some PvP, but even if I couldn't be, if I could be benched and watch an All-Stars with a load of cracked ass PKers, imagine just all the multi-trips and shit with people that know what they're doing. Just glass cannon in it. Although I would have turned up like Mystics at the end, so it'd be pretty bad. You need the best PKs to be captains? Yeah, the best PKs being captains, I agree, and you want to try and get a good skill set, but you're never going to create 6 captains that all have equal skill. You know, the only way you could probably do it on this is maybe remove Framed and Perp, even though I think both of them would be great captains, and change them with Petter and Greg. That's about the best you've got. But even then, you can create an order of who's the best are. Mika, bro, if Mika was a captain, bro, you have to remember that the people on each row have to fight the person else on the row. So assuming this is the row, I would have to fight Foe, Mammal, Curtis, or Eviescape. You know, then if I beat them, I move up and fight the next person. But that's why if every fight goes even, it comes to the final fights, which would be Oda versus Dino, Oda versus West Ham, Frame versus Perp kind of situation. So if you put Mika in a roster of crack PKers, bro, he'd be getting slimed, mate. It'd be a sad day, bro. Imagine Mika versus 10-13, mate, you know. But yeah, that's why it also could be quite dangerous. Because if you did have... The way you maybe have to think about it is to make sure the draft can't skew too strong. If you had 6 insanely good captains... 6 insanely good captains. Right, let's just say the captains were Oda, West Ham, Dino, Reese, and I'm not trying to say shit about Framed or Perp here, but then you had Petter and Greg. You know, they're all really, really good. They're all really good. Review Voidies one, link it. They're all really good. But then in the roster, can you stick anyone else that's insane? You know? If your roster then had... some insane PK, doesn't first pick then just have insane stock? Or then you have to juice it up by having some insane PK, and then you've got Port Kazard, you've got Lake, you've got me after 200 hours of practice, you've got some guy that 10-13, you got 1 year, bro. Like, oh my God. Imagine that, man. Imagine, bro. Like, just a dead man all-stars with, like, 18 disgustingly good PKs, bro. Isn't Torvesta not kind of cracked at PvP? Me and Torvesta are kind of like a similar skill set, I think. I don't know if he's practicing, though. With the practice I've put in, if he's not done any, then I'd probably say I'd be able to beat him a fair few times. But Nesty's, yeah, he's pretty good. But PVM-wise, he falls off a bit. And then Greg would obviously still be better PvP-wise. What if teams were randomly generated? Okay. I'm going to randomly generate you a team, my good sir. Nice randomly generated team, guys. There we go, bro. It's look good. I'm ready to roll. I like randomly generated teams. This is good. So it's me, Oda, Greg, Lake, and Mika. Let's go. Shouldn't be too bad. Easy. T-Proper. First pick POV. Oh, you've missed the draft, Mr. T-Papa, bro. I just kind of yapped some shit. Most of the drafts I've done, I just assume that I am first pick because it's easier for me to do the rest. If I end up not being first pick, I think some stuff does swap around. I don't see any world where Dino does not choose myself, Greg, or Lake. You know, your other options would be what? Like Doobies? I can't see him picking Doobies over these three. West Ham picking Doobies first, though? No idea, but we'll see. Right, Roydy's draft chat. All right, bro. This is similar to mine. Okay. Reese first pick Pip. Over Torvesta, I can't see it personally. Bro, give me that team, please. No, I spilled my whiskey. I spilled my whiskey over my watch, bro. It's over. Mate, give me that team right now, Roydy, please. Man, I just bought that friggin' Patek. Shit. Whiskey. Right, let me read the team again. So this is Roydy's, right? So first of all, bro, I'm going to say, I've not even read this, and I want to say that my team is the best. And by my team, I mean Dino Nuggets. That team, holy freaking Christ. If that team was locked in right now, oh my God, bro. I would be so excited for All-Stars, man. I'd be so excited to play with that team. Good Lord. I'll explain, though, but... So... A lot of the roster's pretty much what I said. I don't think Reese would pick Pip over Lake / Torvesta. I just don't. You have to remember, Reese and Torvesta are good friends in real life. Would you like to go shopping now? Yeah, I'll come. I'll come to the show. I'll buy some pork scratchings. So this West Ham picking Doobies, I can pretty much... West Ham picks Lake first, I found out. West Ham picks Lakes first. I can, yeah, because my original draft might be more accurate to most of what I've wrote up here. I'm just basing it on information we've got that might not be true. Which is based on if West Ham wanted to play with Doobies, the only way he can't is if Dino picks Doobies first. But then what could happen is West Ham could also say, well, if Doobies is gone, I'll pick Boaty, and he can guarantee the 2 drafts, and it makes no difference to the rest of the draft, if that was the thing. With this, I don't think Pip is a first pick by Reese. I could never see this happening. Reese, in my opinion here, picks Lake or Torvesta without doubt. The only downside then is, or again, I think Framed is going to pick Torvesta, personally, because I think Framed knows Torvesta well and doesn't know Greg well. At the 120-hour vibes, at the fact that Torvesta's played 3 Deadman All-Stars and Greg's played 0, I think Greg is still the better pick, but I think Framed will pick Torvesta. So that's one thing I think is wrong here. Reese, I don't think ever picks Pip, but would pick Greg if Frame picks Torvesta or Lake. Really hard to say. Personally, I think he'll pick Greg. Perp then picks Lake, I would say, unless he does pick up the specs without any level of doubt. But we'll see. Then Oda picking Mutz and Torvesta again. Torvesta's not here, Pip's not there. I think Oda picks Mika and... Who was the other one? Mika and Doobies. Or Doobies has got Mika and 61M. Mika and Mutz, probably. Yeah, Mika and Mutz. However, let's just take the draft as is. Reese picks Alfie here. I don't think Reese picks Alfie, though. I think Reese doesn't rate, like, anyone in his team here, I'll be honest, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Sync is a wild card pick here. I can understand why Sick Nerd is last pick, but I just don't think it ever happens. Other than that, the saddest thing about this draft, bro, like the saddest thing about this draft is that it's not real, bro. It's not real. Look at my team. Look how fun that would be. Oh, sad scam, bro. Oh, it'd be so fun, bro. And the general and skill specs would be together, man. If you were a captain, would you pick Boaty first? If I was a captain, I get swapped for somebody else that would be in the roster, which would probably be Framed. And then would I pick Frame first instead of me? No. If I'd first pick on this whole draft, I would pick Greg. I have to pick Greg, basically. As much as I want to play with Lake, as much as I want to play with Mika, I kind of have to pick Greg. I need a PK on the team, like a really good one. And then I'd be forced to get a shot caller if Greg can't. If he can, we're good. And then I would obviously have to choose like 61M or something. Well, if I had to choose my order, assuming that I did not need a shot caller and I was cracked at PvP, I would probably really be hard pushed between picking Lake first, I think. Because I'd just have so much fun playing with him. Wait, this was my draft, right? No, this isn't my draft. Whose draft is this? This was Oda's draft, right? Wait, was this Oda's draft? No, Oda's draft I remember being shitter than that. No, this is Oda's draft. Yeah, it's freaking garbage, man. I'm gonna nap, bro. Give me this team. I'll play that shit. I'll play that shit. Can we stop with the draft weight? It's all putting me on awesome teams, bro. You know, I'm gonna end up on some team of wobbleheads, bro. Perp getting second last pick signs him up for another content team. Oh, I built the Perp team earlier, bro. I'm gonna build the Perp team again, chat. I want you all to pay attention, okay? Perp is gonna first pick the specs, okay? And then he's nabbing the big Skiddler, no doubt about it. And then RuneScape is gonna be locked in. Now, you think that that is the biggest content team you've ever seen? Well, let me add the cherry on the top, guys. And there you go, bro. Imagine... Imagine that was the team, bro. I'm telling you, mate, if Alfie is in this thing watching, bro, and the spec Skiddler and Eva get locked in, and Alfie just drops past Oda, and he knows he's going into that team, he's having the worst week of his life. Like, he is atheist. He's retired. He's gone, bro. Oh, my God. It'd be so good, bro. It'd be so good. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any troll drafts, though. I like Oda's team, though. I think this is a good team, guys. I'm excited to play with this team, you know. It's pretty good. The Reese is captain. Oh, I'm telling you, bro. Reese is getting cancelled. Reese is getting cancelled after this All-Stars, bro. What was the Reese team I made? Reese's team is Torvesta first pick. Let me go back to what my draft was. This is the draft that I built that I think is actually quite realistic. Where is it? What do you think, though, guys? Do you think Framed is going to choose Torvesta? You know? Now, I know that you're all saying he should take Greg. I agree. Greg is the best pick. But do you think he's going to take Torvesta? I think he is. You know, they're good friends. Torvesta has a lot of Deadman experience. I think this is probably going to happen. Assuming West Ham takes Lake, which I think he will, but we'll see. But then as far as I'm aware, when we come down to Reese locks Greg without doubts here, in my opinion. Like, without doubts. Can't have Greg go to Reese. Yeah, Reese and Greg are locking me so good. You think he picks Torvesta or Sink? No, okay, I'm going to tell you now, right? The main reason I put Torvesta on Frame's team is based on what I said before with I think Frame doesn't know Greg is or how good Greg is, but he knows how good Torvesta is and what Torvesta brings, plus Torvesta has 3 Deadman All-Stars of experience against Greg who has 0. There's a big argument for why you would choose Torvesta if you're friends over someone like Greg who you might not know. That's why I put this. But then I think Reese just locks Greg in straight away. That's what I personally think may happen. This assumes West Ham picks Lake and Dino picks me. But the one thing that cannot occur is some moron pick. Like, this can't happen. No, wait, what was it? This, I don't think this ever happens, but you can't do that. You cannot give Greg to Oda. It can't. Like, Torvesta can go to Oda, it's fine. Torvesta's good, Greg's better, simply put. You cannot give Greg or donate Greg to Oda. I swear to Christ. I will be there on draft day. I'll be in the Dino Nuggets if he picks me. I'll be in the West Ham Winkers if he picks me. But if I'm watching this draft, give Greg to Oda, I am going to smash my monitor. You know? I'm going to smash my monitor. Because then, yeah, he locks in Doobies directly after, bro. Look at that. Look at that shit. You have to remember, I have to play this All-Stars, guys. You guys don't, unless you're a competitor. Imagine playing against that shit. Oh, it was bad enough when he locked in friggin' Reese and Mika last time, bro. That shit was disgusting. But then friggin' Torvesta trolled the draft and gave friggin' the Snakes friggin' pure spam. Oda would take Mika over Doobies. Possible. If that happens, though, it's definitely doing this. There's Mika. And again, now the Torvesta, this friggin' Reese team is annoying as shit to deal with. You know, like, you have to look at it as your POV of what you have to deal with PvP skill-wise. If you have a team that is just a level below PvP, it's very hard to deal with when all this shit's happening. You know, we have breaches 30 minutes long. We've got blood money on the line for dying anywhere. If a team's PvP heavy, they might farm the living shit out of blood money, bro. You know, they might realize if they reset a team, like the Smorks last time was so behind, you just farm them for blood money, bro. Imagine how difficult it would be to deal with. So it's just, I'm personally hoping that no one trolls the draft. And if I see this happen and like Frame locks in Sync, it doesn't matter if Sync is cracked at PvP and Frame knows that. It gives Greg to Oda. Unless, obviously, then Perp realizes this. Now, I also really don't know. I think Reese would pick Torvesta over Greg. It's really hard to say. It depends how good friends they are, though. But I don't want to create a draft based on a troll pick, because it's hard to say. But I really could see this happening. And then I do truly think Reese picks Greg here. Like, I can't really see what else he would do. As for Perp picking skill specs first, I really do not know. I don't know. He said he would. Does he? I think, in all honesty, Doobies could go to Perp. But Perp's picks here would basically just be skill specs, Skidler, or Doobies, I think. He can guarantee the spec second pick. He can't guarantee it. Odablock could pick skill specs, though. Oda knows that in a team of PKing and multi that the specs would be dealing damage and shit. Is it the best pick? I don't know, but it could definitely happen. West Ham has Skidler as first row ahead of Torvesta. Yeah, but that's West Ham. And West Ham doesn't pick Skidler over Lake, in my opinion, or Torvesta over Lake. I don't think it would happen. The fate of the draft can honestly lie in Frame's hands, as long as he doesn't troll. If he picks Torvesta or Greg or Doobies or any of those people that he has to, it is basically right now, do not give Greg to Oda Block. I'm sorry, Oda. Big fan, by the way, You can't have him. I'm sorry, man. You know, now 20 bill you offered Dino, send me 20 bill and I'll make sure Greg's on your team, you know. Bro, you're not going first round. Right, N Fraser 1993. I'm going to perm ban you from my chat, mate. And I'm not going to ban you. Clicks. Oda and Gnome are very good friends. Could be a bit of shock. No, Oda trolls a lot about his drafts before his picks. And then he will never pick a weak team. Look at his drafts, you know. In the first All-Stars, he had first pick. He went for Reese, which is obviously a solid pick because the first All-Stars, your choices were either Reese, West Ham, or Port Kazard. Done. And then he went for whatever. But then obviously in the next one, he chose Reese again in the situation where Reese was the obvious best pick. He didn't change it. He could have chose Ditter, actually. There's also Pure Spam. But Reese again. Give Big O a chance. Look, bro, I'm still telling you, Oda has a very good pick spot. 6th pick is good. You know, it's hard to argue the worst pick in this situation, you know? You could argue that first pick is the worst. You know, at the end of the day, if first pick ends up being me, what do I really bring to the table that Lake does not? But second pick gets someone before. Obviously, you get the back-to-back, but again, the skill sets of most competitors, they're all very, very similar. Respectfully, do you think they should have tried a more like-for-like swap to replace Port? They'll learn from it. It's the first time anyone's dropped out. And in my opinion, the best way to replace Port would have been to add Petter into the thing. But obviously, he wasn't on the radar at the time. We're just yapping about that now. If Port dropped out and Petter got put in, the draft would be spicy. But Port being placed with EVscape, no disrespect to EVscape, obviously that is a first pick material going down to someone who won't be a second row pick, basically. So it does change the draft a lot. Petter would never go beyond the first few picks, man. I could see Frame not knowing who he is, though, and passing him up for someone else, though, bro. But that's why I say next All-Stars is going to be outrageous. But this is why I'm really hoping they get it super correct next time. Now, again, I don't know if Port will be in the roster, because I will be honest, I think every All-Stars finale forever will be a live event. There's no way they just remove that, unless we have a friggin' pandemic again. So it does depend if Port ever wants to compete in the IRL aspect, which could happen, but in time. But I think, again, captain-wise, they should have the best PvP captains possible. And then they really need to... It depends if designing the roster to the best of the ability to make it as evenly as possible is even possible to do. You think Sync will outperform? Sync's just one of those that's going to be good. Dino, West Ham, Petter, Reese, Port, Oda captains. If Port Kazard was to play, I could easily see him being a captain. I hope he picks me. I'd love to play a Port again, you know. That might be the only time I play with him, bro. It's a pleasure. But Dino, West Ham, Petter, Reese, Port, Oda captains is very good. Because the crazy thing about that is you could maybe argue that Dino is the weakest of those captains. You know? And think of saying that out loud. But that's good, because then there's like every team. If you break these captains down, in my opinion, Oda's the best, West Ham's the second best, Reese and Dino battle over third and fourth. I don't know which, they're probably equally met. And then you do Perp and then Framed. You know, there's an obvious order to this. If the order was Dino, West Ham, Petter, Reese, Port, Oda, that's very hard to decide who's the best. PVM-wise, Port clears. PvP-wise, no one clears. You know, it'd be very hard to say. Think Oda will want No Monkey? See, No Monkey's a great, like, I like the addition of No Monkey. I would like to see no one invited to All-Stars that has not played Deadman. I think it should be a requirement. Because No Monkey's such a wild card. Because I know after the practice, he's going to be so good in the NH Stakes Arena. But come to the actual event, the only thing he's bringing to the table will be the final. But if he's just falling over and dying and feeding other teams, you know, it's going to be bad. I feel like, again... If No Monkey's on day 5, he's in semi-decent gear PVMing, and West Ham gets on him, Cape swaps a telly block, and he's got the sigils on him with a ZCB, Voidwaker, VLS, all that shit. If you've never tanked that in Deadman, that shit is the hardest thing to ever deal with. Bro, the amount of tank tests I've done at the Chambers of Xeric chest is disgusting, bro. I've lost a few layers of my life to that garbage, bro. Varrock safe? So what? There's no PVM in Varrock except for Scorius, mate. And I'll tell you now, mate, if No Monkey was killing Scurious in max gear, bro, he's trolling. 70% of the roster dying in that spot. That's what I mean, you know, a lot of the roster die in that spot, but some people have experienced it before. And you have to remember, if you've tank tested in Deadman mode, I guarantee you it's the hardest tank test ever. Any tank test in this will not be as hard because they will not have the gear, you know. I had to tank test Petter at the chest. He had max gear day 3, bro. Friggin' Zarite crossbow, VLS, Void Waker. Everything, mate. Spec me like 19 times. Horrible. Bolted Mecha 63. But yeah, that's why I'm there, like... It's really hard to say how good No Monkey's going to be. And I really hope he does well. Even if he's not on my team, I hope he does well. There's nothing I could think of to be worse in an All-Stars than just dying over and over again. I died 7 times in the last All-Stars outside of the finals. Most were in multi. Wait, no, they were all in multi, actually. But imagine you die 7 times in multi and 10 times in singles, you know? Imagine, like, how painful to play it. I could put 100 on, I'd put Oda choosing Mika and No Monkey. See, the thing is, though, like, again, when I build a draft, I don't want to build a troll draft. And I just think, does anyone think that's just trolling? And I don't think Oda wants to troll when he's playing on stage, you know? This is the first of its event. You want to be the winner. You want to raise that trophy, you know? You want the confetti. You're looking No Monkey there. You're just giving too many good things away. And then if No Monkey's like a gamble, if he's not a gamble and pulls off, then fair enough, but... It's just risky to lock anyone in that doesn't have Deadman mode experience. Even if you have Deadman All-Stars experience, it's not going to give you much... Well, it will give you an advantage, but there's so much things you're going to have to adapt to in this All-Stars. Single kills, more blood money than multi-kills going to turn into PvP as targeting weaker PVM players. Oh, 100%. If I'm running around with PVM on me, but I've got a PK set as well because we've managed to get one, and I run into, let's say, foes not on my team, I feel I have a good chance to kill him, or an infinitely higher chance to kill him than killing doobies, you know? And blood money's always on the table. West Ham said today he doesn't care about winning. I'll be honest, I don't care too much about winning either. I will obviously play to the best of my ability for a win, but my goal is to have fun as a bottom line. I mean, like, I will play 120 hours of pure tick perfect if my team captain wants me to, but I would have fun doing that. But as for that, once you compete on stage, if you don't win, I'm not there, you know, like, I think Reese is playing for win, but I think out of the whole roster, Reese is the only one that's going to be sliming for the win, bro. Oda was being convinced by Greg to pick 61M. Yeah, well, 61M again is a new competitor, first All-Stars for him, but he has PvP background, so I feel like 61M will go quick. I would say if 61M is not picked, then, like, that would happen. If he's not picked beforehand, he's going there. Obviously, there's a lot of picks you've got to trade him for, but... Wait, what was the draft I built before? I don't see that happening. Wait, let's just say that happens. Who does Reese pick here? I feel he would maybe lock in... Oh, no, he probably... Oh, no, he goes Mutz, I think. He goes Mutz there. Framed in Torvester, I think, takes Specs here. West Ham and Lake take Pip. Yeah, there is a world. There is a world. But I do not see No Monkey being picked here, if I'm honest. I really don't see No Monkey being picked in. And then if Greg's telling Oda to pick 61M, that is a very high chance to occur. Give me the best All-Stars yet. The thing with an All-Stars is I'm still waiting for an All-Stars to be so ridiculously shit for a team. Like, I think the Titans had a bad run last time, but just sometimes some team's gonna get squashed, bro. It's gonna be so bad, man. The general has to be last pick. I think Foe's gonna be last pick. So assuming the draft was this for some reason, which could happen, in all honesty, if Oda starts training No Monkey off stream, then I can 100% see this happening. But that's the only situation. If genuinely Oda has time for No Monkey off stream and trains him and makes him really good. And if this did happen, I think we would take 61M here, and then it's hard to say. Is it 61M Coxie angle? Is it that? And then we'd probably get Foe at the end. That would probably be the team. If Oda trained No Monkey, I could see this happen because he brings PVM as well. But I don't really think he would pick No Monkey based on no experience. Unless, again, he can train him. But yeah, that would probably be the Dino Nuggets. And I think that team's pretty damn solid. Don't think we'd get that, though, but... Questions if we did something like that. That looks very dangerous, though. But again, if No Monkey's putting the practice in. Oh, Mutts over Gnome? Yeah, No Monkey's such a scary pick, bro. I'm personally hoping that No Monkey genuinely just gets cracked as shit, slept on, and then we just pick him and he just performs, bro. It's a coin flip. If you pick him and he's good, and he performs, bro, you're chilling, man. I feel like PVMers on that level of Gnome and Lake can pick up PvP very quickly. NH staking in the arena, yes. Last man standing, yes, I agree. I think a PVM can learn... No, I think a PvPer can learn PVM faster than vice versa. But there's a difference of a PVMer competing in a Deadman All-Stars environment that I think is very hard to learn without experience. And that experience is tanking West Ham with a cape swap telly block and some other shit, bro. Trust me, bro. Like, if you've never done a tank test on Deadman with sigils in the game, you have to remember a tank test on Deadman with sigils in the game is basically the person you're fighting is going to be cracked and is going to have every item in the game and all the sigils through swapping. And you have to tank them with no defensive sigil whatsoever, with the only exception being the old Rampart, which I used everywhere, thank Christ, and Pious Protection, which will probably get you killed, realistically. So yeah, there's a big difference. And then obviously with the complete removal of safe zones, a rookie's going to have a tough time dealing with people like West Ham and shit 10-tiling their escape routes. It's going to be very hard for him. Lake and Ellie upper boys. Yeah, I don't know. I've just thrown some random shit in. You know? I feel like I don't know yet if Dino's going to pick me. That's why I wish I could just message him or he messaged me and be like, yo, I'm picking you first. I would trust him not to troll. But I honestly think Pip does not get past us. You know? Oh, Mr. Lake, you don't know till you have an S-tier PK on you that can rampage 4-tick bolt of 50 into 72 VLS 82V wig and cheat more, bro. Hey, man, bro, Lake, I remember when I raided you when you died like 5 times in a row and you were on the absolute rags. Then I woke up the next day and you were bowling around in max. I was like, mate. What do you think, like, you think you're, I'm pretty sure you're confident you'll be a front rower this time, you know? How was, Torvesta Titans last time, mate, you know? No, Lake was on the Torvesta Titans this time. I feel like no matter what, Lake should be chilling here. He could end up being on Frame's team or Reese's team, but... Because, again, there's no confirmed that West Ham would pick Lake. Everyone assumes Dino's picking up the battle line. I mean, if he doesn't pick me, it depends, you know. Like, if Dino doesn't pick me and then West Ham doesn't pick me and then, like, let's say Framed picks me, unfortunately now I have downgraded to what we're breaking here. But if Dino picks Lake and then West Ham picks me, I'm chilling with that, you know. That's actually better for me, in all honesty, because I would consider West Ham better than Lake. Sorry, West Ham better than Dino. So I'm kind of chilling in my draft point here. It's just more kind of what team can you create? How realistic is this team here, you know? Because I think Pip's super underrated. But yeah, I don't think Elliot goes here. I don't really know. It's hard to say. Elliot could actually very easily go there. That's actually a very realistic team, which would be pretty insane. I'll be honest, I'm really curious where No Monkey and Sync are gonna go. Really curious. If No Monkey and Sync, because No Monkey and Sync, I'm gonna say it, both of those are the dark horses, bro. We don't know how good they are. We don't know how good they're gonna be. But we can see how good they are in the arena, but that's it. You know, if they're really good in the arena, does that bring their stock up high? That's what basically Torvesta did last time with the Lake pick, unfortunately, for Lake. Is he saw Lake PKing and was like, okay, Lake's cracked, I'm picking him. And then Lake had no Deadman experience, so just died a lot. But that's why Lake now has the Deadman experience, so he's actually scary. Torvesta is a YouTuber, no streams, live on stage so early. Look, the Torvesta frame pick, my theory is Framed is picking, he's the captain. Framed isn't too included in the streaming community because he's a YouTuber instead, you know? He's with the whole Settled Soup, Jimmy, and all that shit. So how many of these people on the roster does Framed not really know anything about, skill-wise? What he does know is Torvesta's, you know, Deadman follow-up, like, experienced, all that shit. He knows he's a good pick. I would say Greg's the better pick, but I also personally think if Frame picks Greg, Reese picks Torvesta. So you can flip those round. I don't think it makes any difference. As for perp picking doobies, I don't know yet if the perp locks in the specs yet, but if the perp locks in specs, I think Oda picks Mika and Mutz, or doobies and Mika. Or doobies and Mutz. I think perp always picks Skidler there personally, because it's not trolling, it's a very good pick, and it's good vibes. And then I think Reese would be... It'd be hard to say, actually. It depends if Reese wants to unlock skill specs. So. Can I see Dino picking Lake, West Ham picking Greg, Frame Torvesta, Reese picks you? I don't think Framed would pick Torvesta over me, because I think me and Nesty are like equal PvP, give or take. You know, I might beat him on one day, he beats me the other. But PVM-wise, I think I'm better than Nest, so I think he'd think overall... If he did, I think it'd be a bit trolling, and if I was to be Reese Rhino, chill him. I'll be a Reese Rhino. How big or important do you think the missions will be? Having a PVMer for the missions is irrelevant. How important do I think they'll be? I think the tier 1 ones will be mandatory, and the other ones could honestly be skipped completely, but again, I don't know. If you complete one and get a corrupted Void Waker, and 2 of your members die getting it, it's not worth it. But if you complete one and get a singular Zorial staff and 2 people die, it's hard to say if that's a worth trade, assuming you're losing garbage. Be the victim? Yeah, the thing with Be the Victim, though, is no one knows how good he is, bro. You know, I need to go VOD review him from Season 2, mate, but I think he had a Rampart, so it's so hard to say. But yeah, he's one of the picks, again, that's like the Dark Horse, you know. The Dark Horses is like Sync... Hold on. Sync, No Monkey, and Be the Victim. But Be the Victim has the experience. You know, he has the experience. But is he the better player between the other two? On paper, no, I don't think he is. But in a Deadman All-Stars environment, he might easily be. Hard to say. Right. 61M Dark Horse. 61M is PvP. You can literally go study his broadcasts and find out everything you want about him. PVM-wise, I don't think he brings anything. These 3, you can't. You can study No Monkey's broadcast to see how good he is, but we don't know anything about these 2. Is there an angle where West Ham picks doobies? Yes. But I also think West Ham... It's very hard. I think West Ham picks either Lake or doobies here. I don't really know if he'd pick Greg, even though Greg's... It's so hard to say. I just think for a skill set, West Ham's smart, and he knows how good Lake is. And he also knows what Lake can help him with and everything. I think it's an easy lock for West Ham. I think he's chilling right now. I think West Ham's probably sat there thinking he's either picking me or Lake. And then, yeah, maybe Doobies. Maybe Greg. It's hard to say. But I think Lake and West Ham, that's already scaring me a lot, bro. No monkey did 1v1s. Yeah, that's why, like, I can see a world where this happens. But this world only occurs because I do not see No Monkey coming back here. And if Oda's training him, there's no way he's going to risk that. There's no way he's going to risk it. No Monkey won't come back round here. There's no chance. He'll be picked up way before then, especially if he's fighting Oda and doing well. So I can see this world. If this world happens, though, I do think that Mutz goes there. And then I think Pip would go here and 61M comes to us. That's what I think could also occur. It's really hard to say if it's a good choice, though, for the bigger. Which captain do you think is most likely to mess it up on stage? Dino. Dino, for sure, bro. Women in the crowd, restraining orders. Come on, bro. He's trembling, man. Yeah, the way it works is if Oda wants No Monkey on his team and trains him off stream or on stream, he has to choose him second. He just has to. He can't risk it because we would all know. I'll tell you now, if No Monkey's not locked in here, we're going to lock him in, bro. Might as well. If he's been trained by the big O, bro, and O's trying to get him 10 picks later, not a chance, man. Okay, we might not, but... How are you ranking on stage performance? Stage performance is really hard to say. Because I think when stage performance is included, Curtis' stock should go up a lot. Because I think a lot of people aren't really caring about Curtis and ranking him low. But he's done a lot of stage work, so he automatically should move up. There's no way Oda's not picking Mutz over No. Yeah, that's what I mean, you know. If Oda's picking No Monkey on Mutz, who's he going for? No, I think there is a world this can happen, but it's only based on if Oda trains him. I doubt it, though. I do doubt it. I think it's realistic that this occurs. I don't really know. Like a Rakesy in there, you know. Something like that. The question is, does Sick Nerd? I could see Sick Nerd very easily being with the specs again. You're surprised by Pip? Very creative, John Preachers. Yeah, like I said, because I didn't play with Pip in the first All-Stars because I made the burger team, but in the Brawlers, we chose him, and I honestly think Pip is one of the most underrated on the whole roster. What he brings to the team, you know, as a 1v1er, he loses probably to this entire row, probably loses without practice, but everything else he brings is more than enough for him to just lose a singular fight in the final. More than enough. I would say there's a good chance if Pip is not picked before it comes back to the second picks, assuming I'm on Dino's team, first pick, that we would pick him. Not guaranteed, because it also depends who else is there. There could be some trolled picks, bro. If there's a load of troll picks, then everything's different, but... Mika is a first or second pick for Oda feels weak. Well, who else would you pick, though? In my opinion, Mika's the best pick, though. First. It's either Mika or 61M, maybe. But Mika brings a lot. Mika's like another person that brings a lot to the table. He does the shot calling in multi. He can bring strategy. He knows how to play Deadman. He's not going to fall over and die. Mika's a good pick. You have a feeling Greg's falling to Oda? If Greg falls to Oda, then I honestly will just say that I think Oda's team will just simply win the event. It's not guaranteed, though. At the end of the day, we're all practicing. You know? Like, what is this song chonging away? What would the troll pick be, though? The only troll pick I can think, quotation marks, is Hurt picking skill specs first. But I truly don't think it's that troll of a pick. because I think the specs can hold his own against this row, you know. And he will be great for any mission and anything because he's fearless. He goes in with no fear and shit. I don't think it's that troll of a pick, but that's the only quotation troll pick I could think of, maybe. But that still does not give Greg to Oda. I can't see Greg getting past Reese, though. No, the only way Greg would get past Reese is if Lake is on Reese's team. Like, there's the only way. Oh. No, because Greg would be... Oh, wait, hold on. Where's Doobies? Yeah, that is the only thing I can think of that would ever give Greg to Oda. The only thing. And then I think, obviously, Mutz would go out. Control X, Control V, Control X, Control V. Rakeshi's out from here, and then Mutz comes in there. Then, obviously, I think Frame, Torvester, and Rakesy would be solid. Wait, unless the Specs... No, Specs is gone. And then, I don't know if Pip's a lock there, but... Again, our team doesn't change based on any of that, but... Other than that, if Oda gets Greg, we lose, so... You wouldn't be surprised if West Ham picked Pip first? No way. That's a troll pick, I'm sorry to say to Pip. You know, I'll put it in, bro. I'll put it in. You know, that as soon as that gets locked in, you know, that's unfortunately just trolling. You know, I did say Pip is very underrated. That is very overrated, though. So, I can't... You would never be choosing Pip over Lake, bro. Pip himself wouldn't even want to be there because he knows he's on the burger team, bro. Mate, if that happens, West Ham makes the burger team, bro. How'd we get here, Mr. Greg? We are creating situations where you end up on Oda's team because none of us want to deal with that shit. Because we're putting you down as the best PKer in the roster, and we put Oda down as the best PKer of the captains. And this is kind of the only thing. Like, I look at that draft. That is, in my opinion, realistic to potentially happen. You know, if that happened, I don't think we'd actually be insanely surprised. It could occur. There is another situation, though, where Reese goes for Greg instead of Lake, and then I think Perp takes Lake instead of Specs. And then it comes back to Oda, and then if Oda really wanted... No, I don't think Mutz goes there. It comes back to this, and then it'd probably be something like that. That's another thing I can see him on. But yeah, it would be very, very rare to see Greg go to Oda, but it could happen. It could happen. Why didn't West pick Greg? Again, I think if West Ham picks Greg, though, this is what would occur. I should have done this the other way around. Oh, man, that was efficient. That's what happens, I think. I don't want to lock Torvester in on Frame's team, of course. I just think there's a really good chance that Frame's going to pick Torvester, so... Perp picking Skilly. Again, hard to say. I don't really know if Perp would pick Skidler over skill specs, but would Perp pick Doobies? He knows for a fact he's not going to get both of these, and he knows if he gets Doobies, he's probably going to get both. You know, this is where the burger team was, you know, but Skidler was sick nerd for me on my burger team. You'd like to see me on Westy's team with Pip as third? If I do a swap. I'd love to play a Pip again, mate. You know, it would be my connection to the brawlers. You know, we could talk about EV, Doobies, and Pop without them. That's insanely strong for Reese. Yeah, that team there, if Reese has that team, I worry about their strategy. But I feel like Reese as a captain would be like, yo, guys, you guys get me the best gear and I'll go kill everyone. Which would be so piss annoying to deal with, bro. Sixth pick is kind of rough. No. I don't think that sixth pick is bad at all. I think Reese's picks are better. Honestly, Dino's picks are great, though. That's why you wouldn't mind frame picking me. See, a frame picks you, because this is right. The reason why, Greg, when I created my first draft, it was basically that, actually. And from my point of view, if frame does not pick you, I feel like that team could get steamrolled. You know, Torvester's not going to fall over and die, assuming it's the other way around, but Greg's just better than Torvester, I'm sorry to say. You know, although that PvP tournament, Greg, I think did say otherwise, but I did see the trackers, so yeah. Skidler goes before Mutz. Perp would pick Skidler over anyone there, in my opinion. Skidler's solid. And Perp and Skidler are great friends, plus the specs, you know? Plus they probably get EVscape almost guaranteed on the next pick. That team's cracked. And then they pick Alfie, and then Alfie quits the Deadman modes. Like, look at the Perp team, bro. Skill spec, Skidler, EVscape, Alfie. Tell me that's impossible. There's like a genuine 85% chance, if not even higher, that that team will occur. The only way I think it genuinely doesn't is if Alfie goes to Oda before it comes back around. Yeah, you'd be glued to that team. It'd be so good. The content team, man. Oh, yeah, I appreciate the fights earlier, Greg, by the way, mate. Fun to fight, bro. Don't show the tracker from the second last one that I was lagging. Oda said he puts Mutz over Doobie in the clip where they fought. Mutz over Doobies. I mean, again, it's just a swap. It's just that. That's just the difference. Like, again, right now, with me, if I'm picked by Dino and I'm on the Dino Nuggets, I think currently our team stays the same. But again, if you swap out 61M anywhere, I think it just swaps into our team. Same with Coxie. So if Rakesy gets 61M and Pip is Coxie, it just swaps Rakesy and Coxie. Or Rakesy and 61M or whatever the hell. Mutz is so efficient, bro. Okay. If Doobie's there, he's 100%. I think Doobie's like, okay, personally, I pray that Doobie's is on Oda's team. Only based on, again, the speeches and the viewers that Doobies will get. It makes me just think that Doobies blows up and becomes like the #1 RuneScape streamer on Twitch, you know? Oda's #1 kick, Doobies becomes #1 on Twitch, bro. I'm kind of begging that happens. It'd be so sick. It'd be so happy. Doobies in the second row, bro. We robbed him last time, mate. You know, the Brawlers. Because I was here where Framed is. My first pick was Port Khazard, and Doobies came around to us. But that's only because Torvester trolled his draft. That's why we got him. But I mean, I look at those teams, bro, and I still do not like the look of any of these teams. You know, they're scary. I feel like we would have the second worst team. Maybe, yeah, I think we have the second worst team if I'm on the Dino Nuggets. I'd say Reese's team is probably better than Oda's team. In multi, maybe not. In multi, Oda's team's probably solid. Frame Greg, Rakesy, yeah, I think maybe we could. No, because Dino could beat Frame, so yeah, I think we could beat that team as well. So not the second worst, actually. Foe could just camp Halley ACB and be fine. Saj, what team do you want to be on, Greg? I'm guessing it's Soda's team. It is possible, mate, but let me recreate what made it possible again. What was it? It's only if West Ham actually chose Doobies. I think Torvester goes to Frame. Yeah, then Reese picks Lake. And then it's Greg and Mika, I think. That's the only situation. Can't see anything outside of that person. Team looks sad because first pick's kind of shit, to be honest. What, who's first pick, bro? This guy. Fine. Better? It's perfect, bro. Do you think there's a world where Mika is not with Oda? Pip's draft. I can't open an image of it. I need a Gyazo. Westies, Omar, Reese's. Is that in order or? Am I feeling confident about Perp picking Skilly? This is only based on Perp saying he would pick skill specs over everyone. Perp's the type of person to just not really give a shit and not really tell a lie, but at the end of the day, when the draft comes round, everything can change. You know, I don't know. Pip, right? Give me a second. I want to open a random ass massive penis on my screen and get banned. Yow! Okay, I've got it. Hold on. Right, kick chat. You link me something. Right, this is Pip's draft. Oh, Reese takes Doobies over Torvesta. I don't know if that's true because I know Reese in real life and I know Torvesta in real life and I see them both tomorrow and I think he's already said he'd choose Torvesta, so that's based on a bit of insider information. Oh, mate, my team's looking pumping, bro. Oh, we have Mr. Mammal. Wait, why does Foe go to West Ham? Is it to block the strategists? Because they have Pip already. They don't need his strategist. Insider info, I know basically what Reese's order of picks are for the first 4. So I know his guaranteed picks, basically. Bro, honestly, I really like my team. But I think it would be a hard toss-up, though. Is this your draft, Pip? I think it'd be a hard toss-up between Rakesy and Coxie on our team right now. That could honestly switch. We would lock... There's no doubt in my brain that if me and Dino were on a team and skill specs wasn't locked in, we would lock him immediately. There's no doubt in my brain. But between Rakesy and Coxie, that's also a tough one there. But very realistic. I think PvP-wise, that our team is actually pretty good for the first 4 picks. Oda has 0 chance of winning without. Let me read it. Oda has 0 chance of winning. Let me read the other teams, actually. What team's the best here? Shortcut me. Why do I feel like our team's the best, actually? I like it. I feel like Oda and Mika versus me and Dino probably edges them slightly. It's hard to say. If Dino turns up, it'd be pretty good. West Ham's team. Bro, why do I feel like Frame's team would be getting crumbled a bit, I think? Oda should take Sync over Alpha. I mean, I'll be honest, bro. It is hard to say, man. Coxie, I can't click images. I need Gyazos. Reese has a strong team in that mock. Doobies and Mutts. Okay. I think Torvesta's more likely to be here, though, so it would be Torvesta instead of Doobies. And I'd like to say they're probably maybe similar skill. Maybe Doobies a bit better, probably, actually. Plus, you get the speeches, though, so Doobies is a bit higher start, but Torvesta, I think, will probably get picked. V the victim, I don't know how good he is. Sicknerd's going to shake on stage, it doesn't matter. Coxie image. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, bro. V's way better than most people think. Well, that's the thing, you know. It's hard to say, like, if you were a player of a draft, do you want to be underrated or do you want to be on a team, you know? Could you message a team? Like, if I was cracked at the game and never been in, like, if I was Sync, personally, I don't know, though, because it's hard to say. But if I was Sync and I knew I was disgustingly good at PvP, but I really wanted to play with, let's say, West Ham, would you not message West Ham and be like, yo, give me some fights. I really want to be on your team. Let me show you why I should pick him. Although then again, you could maybe, like, you could always lock him in early, but I don't know. Because imagine you were cracked on it. Oh, no, if you were cracked on the burger team, actually. Oh, hold on, Jesse's messaging. We get picked. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I remember because I've only played in the roster once, which is this time, so I haven't actually played in the roster. But the whole messaging people not to pick you, man, I felt so bad for the specs, bro. I felt so bad for him, bro. Do I wish I was the captain? Assuming I was framed this time around and we swapped in the roster, no, because my team would be a downgrade. Oh, no, would it actually be? Yeah, my team would be a downgrade. Because last time I had third pick and I had Port Kazard, West Ham, or Reese, and I got Port Kazard on my team, you know. And then I got Doobies, you know. The team was strong. I only wish I was the captain if I was last pick. So let me make a really random ass draft. All right. This now assumes I'm a captain and I'm in the last pick. This is what I think would happen here. Oh, this is actually really hard now. Oh shit. God, this is actually kind of difficult to work out first pick for Dino. Dino wouldn't pick me, by the way. Thank you. That makes everything easier. Oh, shit, messed it up. Okay. Dino's going to pick late. Alright, let's just do it for fun, bro. There you go. Just for fun. So now I get the pick here. Who would I pick? Meeker, 100%. And... God. I'm leaning 61M. I'm leaning Mutz. I'm leaning Skidler. Okay, the best way for me to answer this is if I genuinely had this pick, I would be doing a lot of research on the players that I could pick here. So I'm going to assume that in this situation, I watch 61M and he's cracked his shit and I choose him. This is going to be a really hard draft to create, in all honesty. Ooh, Oda and Greg on the same team. Who did they go for? Did they get the shot caller? Shot caller. Go for Pip? No Monkey. Or would they risk him going? I think maybe that, actually. It's either Pip or No Monkey. I think they get Pip, though, wouldn't they? Let's do Pip there. Walking an alley up there. Dino Lake. Coxie. Is he on there? He is. Coxie Sick Nerd. Be my guess. Random guess, by the way. West Ham Doobies LER framed, I guess. Oda, Greg, Pitt. No Monkey, definitely. Reese, Torvester, Mutz. Be the victim, probably. Pitt would lock in Evie without doubts. It's back to me and I have this, bro. Okay. Rakesy, Sink, risk it, I think. That would probably be my team if I was sick. Pick would be my guess if I had the position. I've not put much thought into that. I kind of just wanged it down, but yeah, I don't know if I'd put Rakesy above Sink, I guess, because I'm going to assume Rakesy's better than Sink, but I don't know. It's hard to say because technically, if Rakesy's better than Sink, do I really want to choose Sink over the? No, I reckon that's fine. Oh yeah, then that team would obviously be the insta lock for Alfie. I couldn't choose Alfie in that position, bro. And then let's just say that foe is... I think Curtis would... No, Mammal would go with Reese, I think. Curtis can go to Big O. Sea Engineer... over foe for that team. Do they need a brain? They actually kind of do. So that's like a rough random ass draft if I was a captain in 6th position, I think. I don't know obviously how realistic that'd be, but I do think if I had the picks of what if everything happened realistically beforehand, I think the picks on the board are what I would probably take. And I think Dino would be happy as shit with that team, bro. Dino would love that team. West Ham would probably be pretty chilling. I think Oda would be chilling. Reese would be chilling. Bro, that is one of... Look at that. Every single team would be chilling. Imagine how much fun everyone would have. Every team just is good. As in, like, everyone would have a good time. You know, that is actually... I should have been a captain, bro. I regret it now. Look at that. Imagine that was the draft. How good all those teams... Apart from Alfie, bro. Apart from Alfie, bro. Oh, my God. This is a serious assumption. This assumes that I was a captain and I had last pick, basically. So what I did is I removed Frame from being a captain and swapped him with Oda Block on 3rd pick and then put myself last pick where Oda Block was. I don't think there's any universe where Greg is not picked by Oda in that situation. The rest obviously could be whatever the hell. But I honestly, if that was the pick order, I could see that being fairly accurate. This also assumed Pep trolls and picks a bigger team. Question is... Because I feel like Perp wouldn't choose Mika here, and I don't think Mika goes any earlier in this draft, basically, because Perp could do calling himself, and that's one of Mika's strongest things that he brings. I can't shot call, so Mika's just a lock for me here without any questionable doubt. I just go with the call and be like, Mika, done. Then after that, would I choose 61M or the specs? See, the thing is, if I created that, this obviously changes everything, but this already would be some good vibes, I reckon. You take Doobies over specs. So let's say Doobie... No, Doobie's already gone. You played with specs last year? Yeah, I know. It's hard. Like, one of the main reasons that I do put skill specs being first picked by Perp, by the way, is because Perp said he would probably pick the specs first over anyone. Was he telling the truth? I don't know, but that's the main reason. I just lock it in. Other than that, if I was a captain in this draft... If I had the absolute first pick on... Oh, I have to pick Greg, though, don't I? Yeah, if I had first pick, I'd pick Greg. If I had second pick and Greg wasn't available, I think I would go Lake. And my gamble is that Eliop would be available. Because we need a caller. If I had third pick... Is it Mika? Yeah, I'd probably lock Mika in for third pick. No way you'd have Skilly over No Monkey unless you're trolling. Where's No Monkey on this draft? This is a random ass draft I made. I'm not a captain. I just put myself in as captain on 6th pick. Like next All-Stars, I'd love to be a captain. I'd love to be last pick, but it depends on if they add loads of PKs to the roster. Because again, if they add a Petter to the roster and I don't have the first pick, I'd be very sad. Very sad, bro. Well, imagine, bro, like, is it actually just GG if you have a player like Petter or 10-13 or 1 year in the roster and then Oda Block gets first pick? Is it just GG? I feel like it's just GG. Imagine a draft with no obvious first picks. What do you mean by no obvious first picks? I'm guessing you mean like 10 players that are disgustingly good rather than no one being good. I think Petter's that good. Yeah, you have to remember that me as a captain, if you look at this captain roster, realistically on a level of PvP, I'm probably the worst. So if I have first pick, it's mandatory for me. The weaknesses I have is PvP, and I don't really know how to shot call, so I need to tick those boxes. If I had first pick, I need the best PKer in the roster. You know? If I had first pick in previous rosters, I would have been picking West Ham. Every time. Every time I would have been picking West Ham. I just didn't. I had 5th pick and made the burger team, and then obviously 3rd pick and I Port Kazard because both were gone. There was the exception actually last time, which was I had option between Reese and Port, and at the time Reese was probably better than Port, but I couldn't give Port Kazard to Odeblock. That would have been GG straight away. But yeah, for me, like, if I ever have 1st pick in a roster, it is just locking the best PK that's there, basically. Not Odeblock. I mean, if we swap some shit round. Oh no, this is actually way harder than I thought. Let's swap some shit round, bro. Okay. That is what would happen. Without any questionable doubt. You know? Port plus Oda would have been wild. If Port Kazard was in the roster, Odeblock was in the roster, Peta was in the roster, 10-13, 1 year, all of those, and I had 1st pick, I would pick Odeblock first. Because I know that I'd have a good time with him. If I had to pick on an unbiased point of view, that's hard as shit. I wouldn't get 10-13 because he'd get DQ'd. Red carded instantly, bro. Instant red card. Create the most balanced teams. The most balanced teams. It's really hard to do that, but I can give it a go. Wait, based on this pick order? Based on pick order, the most balanced teams has to be... Wait. It's going to be the same shit. If it were this pick order, the most balanced teams, right? Let me try and do this to the best of my ability. I mean, I feel like already this we're losing. Oh, it's actually gonna be really hard. Yeah, I have to change it. It has to basically be, this has to happen. That has to occur to even be able to create the rest of the roster. So let me think this through, actually. Now I can do this. So the best PK has to go with the worst captain. Which means... Does that mean Lake goes to Perp? Because I consider Lake probably better than me. That means I go to Dino or Reese, though, technically. So Oda would get, like... Rakesy, 6... That would go there. I'm yapping a bit here, but... Let's see how well of a balanced team we could actually create here. Well, the thing is, every single team has to have a good PK, so am I sleeping on it? Oh, wait, Mika needs to go somewhere. Well, Mika on Reese's team. So then 61M would have to go here to juice up the PvP. Okay, it's getting hard now. No. I'm going to put Grandmaster. Put Ellie up on Oda's team. For now. Okay, people don't rate the specs. We'll put the specs there. Give Ellie up over to... Flash him there. Skidler to Pip. 61M to Oz. And then... Mutz to Reese. Okay, this is actually insanely hard to do. What the hell? On a level of team balance... Reese seems a bit... I think Reese is a bit strong here. So let's decrease Reese a bit. Give Reese Ellie up. Give Uz Mika. 61M goes there. Framed now. Oh, wait. No, is Framed too strong? Huh? What do we think? On a level of team balance, it's so hard to do this because this is very different. No, now Reese gets smoked by Oda, right? No, does he? No, I wouldn't say so. This would be pretty rumble. Framed seems a bit strong, but that's okay. That's good. We want Framed strong. I want to say this is pretty close. I feel like West Ham's team's now probably a bit too strong, though. Let's get 61M out and pull him down a row and give West Ham... Signed. No, because now he gets stomped. Right, let's give 61M to Frame then for now. Who would you put in here then? For West Ham's team, it has to be someone that won't get stomped. Let's give a Cox in. Apparently he's good. I don't know how good he is, but... Why would Oda pick Rakesy again? Wait, is Oda played with Rakesy? No, Oda's not played with Rakesy because Rakesy's won twice, Oda's won 0. Oda's just joined, we're trying to make the most even team roster possible. Does Pip take Pip here, then? Is this based on PvP? I'm going to give V the victim to Frame because I think he's very good, apparently. Which means... C engineer there or something? Does Sicknerd come to me? Yeah, I think so. And it's... Alfie to West Ham or something. They're all around the same equal skill set right now, so it's pretty hard to do. Just put Mr. Mammal here. Right. And then the final rounds is maybe... Is it fair to say V, the victim, will be the best out of all those? Everything combined, I would say so. So No Monkey's going to be good in the final, but probably not anywhere else. So let's just assume he falls over. No. Hold on. Wait, what team's the strongest, right? Let's put Fo on Oda's team because he's the better captain. What was saying? I'm just going to read the chat. Oda a one-man team. It's not quite a one-man team. It's basically to create a team that might be insanely balanced based on the finale. You know, it's not a real draft. It's just an even teams, ideally. Is Oda's team too weak? All right, we'll juice Oda with a bit of No Monkey then, in that case. We'll put Fo on. Which team's strong? I think our team's probably strong as shit, actually. I think it doesn't really matter, though, at the end. It doesn't really matter. Elliot Overlake, it's not a draft! It's a random order that's to try to create teams that are very equal. You know, if this was the pick order, bro, apart from Dino, everyone's trolling to Christ, mate. Is it balanced, though? Oda and Rakesy versus me and Dino. I think I beat Rakesy. I think Oda beats Dino. Does he beat me, then beat Dino? Pff, more than possible, in my opinion. We ran that a few times. It could happen. West Ham and Doobies versus Oda and Rakesy. I think West Ham and Doobies win that most times. Framed and Greg, unfortunately... Oh, maybe? I think Oda and Rakesy would win that a lot. Reese and Elliot. I think Reese and Elliot get demolished, so sorry to say. Herpen Lake, possible as well. I'll be honest, my team's looking good, bro. I like this. Who do you think is the worst team, though? I mean, Oda, I guess. I think I've done a good job. That's actually quite hard to work out which team is the best or the worst. I think I did a good job just wanging that one. Reese is the worst team? Yeah, Reese's team is probably the weakest there. Swap Eliop and Mots. Oh, okay. Ah. Oh, is that bad? If you were to break down PvP skill on the roster, if Oda's S, let's say that I'm an A, Coxie's a B, does it drop another tier to a C and then lower, or is C the lowest? It's nice to see a draft that will never ever happen. This draft will never happen. If this draft happens, I will be laughing at how dumb people are, bro. I'll be laughing, bro. Bro, imagine just sat there and when it comes back round to us, and it's just like, yo, we'll have Mika, please. Mate, imagine this draft actually just somehow occurred, bro. Oh, man. What if you keep the same team but in a more realistic order? Oh. There's no realistic order to this draft. There just isn't. It doesn't matter if you change things around. The order is already, to some extent, realistic. You can't change the order. Oh, wait, no, we can. So hold on. More realistic order. We can do it. We can do it. There we go. Perfect. Good. Oda will not take skill specs. It's not a real draft. It's not a real draft, bro. If this was a real draft, mate, I'm going to be messaging Rakesy and asking what crash course he just did with Oda for 5 hours or some shit. Oh, for realistic order? Well, this is the big question we have right now, though. And Oda's not going to ever give us this answer. But does Oda really want to play with No Monkey? Because if the answer is yes, this has to occur. No Monkey is definitely not going to be on the board for 18 and 19. I just doubt it. Not after his practice in the arena. Even if he has no Deadman experience, he's going to get picked by a captain. It's going to get picked. So that means if we put down the picks that we think is going to happen, it's going to be that, right? Or something maybe like that. Well, I just don't know if that's good, because if I continue this draft on... Wait, let me just assume... Hold on. Let me assume the... No, let's just go... Oh, I'm just going to say this. Maybe... Let's put Mika here, actually. Do you reckon it's that? Mutts over doobies. I mean, I already look at this Oda team and I feel like he's already semi-trolled this draft. I'm not saying his team's trash. I'm just thinking there's better picks, you know. But if that happened, then I reckon Doobies goes here. Oh, no, Skidler's going to go here, I think. Doobies will go over to Reese Gregor. Like, this team's already stacked. Framed and Torvester, I think, would definitely lock in the specs. And that means West Ham and Lake would lock in... What, are we leaning Pip or something? Which would give us, I don't know, 61M and Coxie probably, I think. Reese Greg Joby's in front of talent. Look, Coxie, look at your team, bro. Look at him typing early, bro. Embarrassed himself, man. Look at that team, Coxie. Welcome to the Nuggets, mate. I'm going to be honest, bro. This is just not happening, bro. Do a mock draft where the 6 worst players are captains. Oh, I'd rather not. No, I'm going to be honest. I can't see it happening. I really can't. If Oda wants to play with no monkey, there is a very, very small chance that he can get it on 18-19. I'm going to be honest, though. I don't think Oda's going to prioritize playing with no monkey. Not when we're playing on a stage. Like, when we're playing on a stage, I still think Pert might pick Specs here, but... Like, could it be this kind of thing? Because even if he wants Mika and Mutz, he can get Mika and Mutz, but... I just don't think you can pick them there. I just think you're now below a bit. Perp not picking Skidler. Again, I have no idea, mate. If Perp says he's picking the Specs first and doesn't lie, then that means this is what I think happens. And that's good. That's now not trolling. That's a good team. Or they can swap, obviously. But... And then Skidler will come in here, because I can't see Perp getting past Skidler getting past Perp, because he's a good pick. And that means Reese would nab... Who did I get before? Mutz, because Reese would want Mutz. Then Framed and Torvesta don't have Specs anymore, so they would go for... What was it I put in here? Was it... I think it was 61M. I can't remember. Or was it Eliop? No, definitely Eliop. And then that means Pip goes to West Ham. And if it comes back to us, we have, like, I don't know. It's like Rakesy, kind of Coxian thing. Then, I don't know. If you're O, would you take Mika or Mutz in this scenario at pick 7? Mika. You have to... It's hard to do, though. If I was a... Right, you have to... Like, if I was a captain, and I was insane at PvP, and I knew how to shot call multi and all that shit, so I didn't need anyone to solve any of that shit, and I had the pick, then I would not rate Mika that highly. But outside of the fact that he'd be vibes to play with, but if you don't need a shot caller, I don't think Mika or Eliop is someone you should rate too highly in the whole draft. Even if they're good at everything, they're just... This might be better picks. You know, like, if I didn't need a shot caller, the question is, who's better at Deadman mode? Mika, Skidler, or Mutz, you know? Plus competing on the stage, there's a good chance Mika's still the best choice. You don't see Lake going that early before people like Greg. I only put West Ham under Lake because West Ham would know how good Lake is and also know what Lake can do for West Ham to get West Ham the best gear in the game to go PKing and kill people. That's the only reason. Other than that, if West Ham wants to lock in the best PvP team, Greg would be the first pick. And again, like I said, the thing here with Reese's team, though, now is it's very PVM heavy. It's funny if Lake's been overhyped like crazy. He was in the first All-Stars, but now he has Deadman experience and everyone's seen him play. And the fact that now he has the experience, it brings his stock up a lot. You know. Odwood could get a shot caller on 18? Could. It's not a risk you want. Ruby and Mutz on 6-7 look stronger. That gives Mika to Reese. But I feel like Reese doesn't rate Mika that high, and Reese shot calls, so this could honestly happen. That could happen. There's no player there who doesn't know how to escape PKs? Yes, there is, bro. Sink and No Monkey have never played Deadman. They're about to play Deadman All-Stars, bro, and deal with West Ham with cape swaps, every switch, and a nan. Because the thing with PKs in Deadman All-Stars is they can PK with literally no bruise on them if they want to. Because no one's going to really fight back, and if they do, they can just escape. You know, no one can stream snipe the fact that they have 0 bruise and all that shit. So they can just run on a trillion. Obviously, they PK with 7 bruise, but They can run around with every switch in the inventory now. If no monkey goes through the Oda training camp, you know, I know I'm helping the competition out, but But if Oda locks in this, if Oda locks that in, I'm laughing. Like, he's just immediately trolled his draft, and I'm laughing, you know? At the end of the day, Oda is the strongest captain and by far the hardest to beat. If he locks in a troll draft, he instantly just drops. I can't see it happening. If it does, fair enough. Yeah. Anyone in the Oda's team's being trained by Petter? Hey, Petter said he trained me as well, to be honest. Well, I've got a lot of people right now that I can play. I have so many. I was training with Ditter yesterday, but I beat him 15 times in a row as well, so that training camp ended pretty quick. I had to do it, bro. Sorry about the chat. Oh, bro. Would you say Roydie is the strongest farmer? I'd say so, yeah. That's one thing I think I genuinely want to see, you know. Bitter back in the roster. Pure Spam back in the roster. Add Petter, add Stu, add Port Kazard back, add Legendarium, add all these people, and then create a mock draft. And it could go freaking anywhere. It'd be so hard. You know, Ditter's first pick, obviously, you get the UAVs, yeah. But it'd be so difficult to actually, like, lock in a team if it just had, like, 10 people that know how to PK and shit. Pure Spam should be a captain. I could see Pure Spam being a captain. Yeah, I could easily see Pure Spam being a captain. He's very underrated, I think. Some people will probably be like, I don't want to be on his team because they don't know much about him. But if you watch him play, he's very good. And he's actually, he does have a pure Iron Man, but he's one of the very few people that PvPs and only PvPs. Top 3 PvPers and the tourney captains included. Oda, West Ham, Greg? Oda, West Ham, Dino. Where'd you rate Greg there? Oda, West Ham, Dino. Oda and West Ham are a lock, so it's fine, mate. Oh, Framed, how you doing, bro? I don't know what this is right now, Framed, actually. Oh, no, we created this Oda block team, which, honestly, bro, it's kind of giggly, mate, so yeah. Stu would be your first-round draft? No, you wouldn't, mate, because I get first pick, and I'm picking Stu, bro. Do you want to know why? If you pick Stu, every single competitor is nerfed, because he helps everyone out. And I'd be like, yo, Stu, you're on my team, bro. No helping people. So, yeah. You think Oda will pick the best PKs? So probably Mika and 61M? Where are we at here? Mika, 61M. I mean, again, if you build out this draft, let's just whack some people in here, you know. Okay, somehow Doobies is down here, but I'll just stick Mutts in, whatever. You know, does 61M clear this row comfortably? Who clears the top row, you know? Greg, Lake, me, Nest, Specs, Meek, or whatever. I don't think 61M clears this row, if I'm honest. Oda clears the top row. Oda clears the top row, I agree. Oda West Ham Dino, though. Is Dino actually just better than Reese, Perp, and them? Just straight up? Because if so, if he picks me, hell yeah, bro. Third best team straight up. I'll take it. Yeah, because what was the draft I created that was a real draft? This is the real draft I created that I think will probably happen. I can't. Okay. Wait. Wait, is it gonna be that though? No, you'll 61. What's the real draft again? I forgot. Oh no, it was if Perp did actually pick the specs. Oh yeah, this was kind of it. That was like kind of roughly a realist draft, I think. Bitter is very unbiased, rating Reese 5th. Hey, I watched that Bitter video, bro. The propaganda, man. Oh man, why didn't Alkin get to All Stars? Because Alkin would be last pick, mate. Just the draft is on the 31st of May. It's in 5 days from now. No players are allowed to message any captain about not being on their team. That's why Dino has the power to say who he's picking, you know? If anyone messages Dino like, yo, don't pick me, bro. Dino's like, okay, I'm picking him. Reese is good for sure, better than Torvesta. What do you think about this, though, Ditter? Assuming Dino just picks me, we're just doing that to make things easier. Do you think West Ham picks Lake? Or do you reckon West Ham is going to just pick Greg? I think Frame picks Torvesta over Greg. It's hard to say, though. Like, very difficult to say. And then I think Reese just picks any of the four. Or Doobie. Doobies is also up there, yeah, true. But then we have to also make sure Greg doesn't go to Oda block for free. If Greg goes to Oda, we're in the bin. Because what was the draft I made where Greg goes to Oda? It was Doobie's pick there, Torvesta, then Reese picks Lake, and then Pip says he's picking Specs over everybody. That was it. And then Greg goes to Oda. And then he also locks in Mika. And I'm like, bro, I'm not playing if this happens. If this happens, I'm not playing. I'm dropping out. I'm getting replaced by Port Kazan, man. No way to get correct. No, this is possible. This is possible. This draft can 100% happen. I think there's some swapping around that occur, though, because I could see Reese picking Greg, and then Perp would pick Lake. And then I think Oda would probably not pick the Specs, but he might go like Mika and Skidler or something. Oda offered 20 mil to Dino to trade picks. Yeah, this is why Oda's shit. You know? At the end of the day, Oda's got like an 800 bill bank, and if he messages Zik Lover, he can make another 800 bill in half an hour. Should have offered Oda 500 bill. Sorry, offered Dino 500 bill. You know? Then Dino would take that. Real will trade that for 200k. And then boom, there we go. Easy, man. If West Ham's serious, he'll take Greg. Said he offer at most 35 bill. That's what I'm worth. I'm worth 35 bill. You can be bought. Frame, did you get any offers, mate? Heard a rumor, chat, that Framed is gonna first pick. Sick nerd, bro. Yeah. Oda told me we're both dads and wanted to swap me in that alone. Ah, fair enough. I know he's probably a dad, but he doesn't know about it, you know? Good luck at All Stars. Don't worry, mate. I might be a Dino Nugget. If not, I might be a West Ham Winker or a framed motorcycle. You think No Monkey's a second round pick? I don't know, man. It's hard to just say. Because I think, like, how highly do you rate someone to draft into your team based on how good they are at NH staking? If you were to fight someone in the arena and you're cracked and they beat you 20 times in a row, perfectly technical, how highly would you rate them on your team? Because I would rate that highly. But then if they have zero Deadman experience, how many points would it truly drop you? Because I do think No Monkey, By the time he goes through all of his training on just practicing, because he's putting the effort in, he's going to be very good at NH staking in the PvP arena. But is he going to be good at Deadman All-Stars environment with 2 missions a day that's going to be crazy chaotic and a breach every day where a team can bowl in at any moment and start chonging your head off and you have to do everything your caller says correctly, otherwise your team falls apart? That is the hardest thing to answer the question. In the finale, you're great, but if there's 120 hours, which is going to be like 10 or 12 or 16 missions and 8 breaches or whatever, how much stock do you lose at being cracked at PvP but have no idea how to play demo? It's a very hard question to answer. Why is Sitting invited even though he didn't play anymore? He was invited a long time ago, and yeah. I do think it's going to become a lot harder to be involved in a Deadman All-Stars, because I think Solar realizes how big this event is, and I truly believe it should always be granted to people who actively play the game and stream the game. They deserve the spot more than anyone that's inactive. Oh, look at Reese, bro. Reese, do you like your team, mate? What are you thinking about this, Reese? This is the hypothetical random-ass draft we created that gives Oda block Greg. That's all I'm saying, bro. Or is there a chance? I don't know if Reese will ever... Reese won't give information, bro. He's playing for the win, but... I don't know if Greg ever gets past Reese, but in that situation, it's a hard choice. Pretty PVM heavy, he says. Yeah, come on, bro. We all know Lake 10-0 you in the arena recently. Reese is taking Greg. It'd be hard to say. I do think if Greg's on the board, Reese would pick Greg here because he knows he can get a PVMer like second. Like he could just lock in. Well, okay, Lake's not. I think if Perp has access to Lake, Perp would probably nab Lake, and that would cripple Oda a bit, which is good. You know, we need Oda crippled. Let's see, he goes Mika Mutz or something. Comes back here. Reese doesn't get the specs. Reese would go. Let's just go. He needs a PVM. Give me the victim. That random ass team. Is it fair to have Dino pick first after winning and becoming second in the last 2 years? It's completely random that the captain order is. We don't know any better way to go about the captains, but I think it was Pip that had a great suggestion that I understand now, because when he said it, I didn't get it. It's basically everyone in the roster, so myself, Doobies, Torvesta, we choose the captain order of how strong they all are. So it would be Oda Block 1. He's the strongest in our opinion, or my opinion. Now, everyone might not have that opinion. Some people might say West Ham's better. Some people might say whatever's better. But you can't troll. You know, you can't just say someone's worse. And then you create the order of 1 to 6, and then Solo Mission would get that anonymously. And then the captain that has the lowest votes, so he's the weakest captain, gets to choose the order of the draft. So if the weakest captain was Reese, you know, Reese is like, right, what pick do I want? And then I don't know if he's also allowed to decide what picks other people get. You know, I'm not sure if he's allowed to say, I want 3rd pick. Or if he goes, right, I'm 3rd, Oda's 4th, West Ham's 5th, Dino's 1st, Perp's 2nd, and Framed is 6th, you know. That is, in my opinion, a really good idea to do the draft. But the question then you've got is if there's someone in the roster, like one individual in the roster that is so good, which I don't think is going to ever happen. I don't think we're ever going to have someone in the roster that is just an astronomically better than anyone in the next All-Stars. It's not going to happen. You know, if we look back at the All-Stars that have happened, you know, Reese, West Ham, and Port were the best 3 picks both times in a row, in my opinion. I don't think we're ever going to see it in that way, mate. Hey, Torvesta, how you doing, bro? Torvesta, I'm calling it, mate. You're either on Frame's team or you're on Reese's team, mate. That's my prediction right now for you, Benasty, mate. I used to say Torvesta would be like a 15th pick because he'll have nothing to bring except PvP, but now I look at the roster more. I'd be surprised if Nesty doesn't go pretty early. Look at old drafts, see where people messed up. Well, okay, so the first draft, the first Deadman All-Stars ever, I can say that I happily say I trolled it because I made the burger team, okay? So I'm happy to admit that. But this is back when All-Stars was just a random thing that we didn't know what was going to happen. Now that it's a 4,000-person stage in Chicago, you can't really make a burger team unless you can kind of back up why you're doing it. In my opinion, at this point. And if you look back at Season 2, you could argue the Smorks were the burger team. You know, the Torvester Titans was also a bit of a burger team, though, but Torvester's already admitted to us that he trolled his draft, unfortunately for him. With the event being so serious now, there's always going to be the ability to create a team where the vibes will be good. But you have to also argue that you're not just having a disgustingly bad pick. So an example is, if Dino had the first pick and just picked Mr. Mammal, you know? No disrespect to the big mammal, but you're instantly looking at that like there's so many picks that should be there. Kind of thing. I feel like I'm always the flaming mammal as well, so it's fine. Soup, when are you in the draft, bro? BB said to it. Torvester brings Facebook presence. Hey, that's true, bro. Hold on. Not gonna leak. Let's go check the Facebook out. Unless he fell off. I generally got it. I clicked search Facebook. You might even see it. You might even see it on the right. I don't know if you do. Indoor large plant. Torvester, 300k, 276. Oh, he tweeted. Let's read the comments. Why does Messiah always get left out? Oda picks Torvester, so there's not a repeat of last season. Why Oda last? Lol. And then the guy immediately says they saved the best for last. Oh, bro, man. Like, half the comments just Oda, bro. But yeah, that's what we kind of thought was the best way to do a draft in the future. Shit. What the hell is this? I can barely read this shit. Lake round 2. Wait, what? Divide the players up into rounds they deserve to be and then do a draft. Wait, rounds they deserve to be in? Who decided this? Add Stu, Petter, Harry, and the rosters get spicy. Right, who is the Harry guy, bro? I know Stu very well. I know Petter learning. Is he cracked? I need to see some gameplay, bro. He's really good. I've seen his name so many times, and I like to know the good PKers, bro. And I'm sleeping. I need to know. Unless I do know. Harry OSRS. Wait, is he live right now? Oh shit, I just flew. I'm following. What's his gear? I'm gonna judge him by his inventory, bro. Wait, what is this? He's literally got a goodie bag inventory. He's good. He's good. He's good. You can tell when someone's good at the game based on their inventory when they PK, bro. If they have 17 different attack styles, bro, they're good. But that's what I mean, though. That's what I want to see the most. I want to see Deadman All-Stars kind of not dominated, but all the PvP-related RuneScape creators, within reason, involved. Like, imagine how insane the event would be. Wait, hold on. Let me get this mock draft up again. Okay. Wait, can I do anything here? I actually can't. Is Ian a first rounder for him? Pure spam? But it's like, imagine... Right, let's imagine that these are the 6 captains. Let's get rid of this. Imagine these are the 6 captains. But then you remove 10 people from this roster. I'm not going to name any names, but you just remove 10 people from the roster. And they are replaced by RuneScape PvP content creators who are insane at PvP. So you have less Iron Men and more people that are good at PvP. And then you do a mock draft. How hard it would be to crit. But that's what I say, like, if this was the captain order right now, although I do think captain order should always be PvP skill. if the roster had 10-13, like as hypothetically, 10-13, Wanya, Peta, Pure Spam, Harry, God, Legendarium, Stew, and they're all in the roster, how crazy it gets when you start creating like the actual things, you know. Whiskey Spot, yeah, someone said they were mock draft Mr. T Pepper, and then also have a whiskey, and I was like, I'm sold. I'm sold. You don't know why EVScape got another pair? A really good way to describe what I just said in a way that makes sense is when Port Kazar dropped out, who a lot of people would very easily argue is a first pick, if not the first pick, then gets replaced by EVScape, who's obviously just unfortunately not a first pick. If Port dropped out and was replaced by Peta, nothing changes in the roster to an extent. Port dropping out and EVScape stepping in has changed quite a bit. But that's why it would have changed so much. And then Dino, like, you know, would have been... But, I mean, if you add them back, it's like... At that point, you kind of want to be 5th or 6th, or 1st or 2nd. 3rd and 4th are not as good. Pet showed up in Addy. Hey, if you choose him, you have to feed him. That's why someone like me, if I was a captain with all of these captains, bro, I'd be nabbing Peta immediately, bro. Because I can give him the gear, you know? If someone like Reese chooses Peta, they're turning up in friggin' studded. Because they won't know what to do, man. But yeah, that's why I think, like, you know, if you get them in. Can you do a mock draft when you put yourself as last pick? I already did. My team was, if I remember correctly... Wait, a mock draft is in me here or me last pick captain? Because I've not done me as last pick here, but I can't be asked making that team, won't I? You know, I don't want to put myself in last position. Didn't Oda win studded body though, still through Gillinot games? Yes, but he had to fight not Peta. I'm not gonna lie. No, not last pick Larry. Why is this the world's loudest song? You know what pick where draft where Oda has every pick? Hey man, people are arguing right now that Oda's gonna choose this. And I'm gonna be honest, Oda Block, I'm a big fan. Please choose this. I beg. I beg. Because then the Warriors are not winning, I'll tell you that straight away, bro. Freest all-stars of all time. Dino Boaty Specs team? What was the Dino Boaty Specs team that was possible that we created? Let me see if I can remember what it was. It was something like this. Wait, was it? Oh no, it wasn't this. I don't think it happens. I can't remember. My first row's all wrong. I'll tell you tomorrow. Torvester, I've got a picture of my draft, mate. I'll show you it tomorrow, bro. Yeah, I don't think Torvester gets past this. Wait, hold on. This could happen, actually. Maybe. I'm putting random shit in now, though, to be honest, so. Oh, no. Was it Friend Picking Sing? I think it was this, actually. What's this song? There we go. It was something like this. I don't know. It's a very unrealistic draft for the specs to come around, but then yeah, we would like. I will tell you now. Even if Dino is my captain, I will go to his house and feed him Rustler's burgers till he's dead, just so I can type in the chat to pick skill specs. Then, Like, there's no world if I'm ever if the specs is coming around 10th pick that it's not being like slimed. In this situation, I don't know, but like that maybe or some shit. Well, it's pretty good actually. Do you think Frame could pick an American-based team just for time zone reasons? I will be honest, time zone is irrelevant in All-Stars. Every player will be awake and every player will go to bed at the same time. Your picks are based on PvP skill, shot calling, strategizing. Like, you have to realize how strategizing is important. You know, when we were with Pip and the Brawlers, we were strategizing every single day at the end. Like, what we're going to do. I remember me and EVScape woke up at like 7 a.m. my time, which is like 11 p.m. his time or something. We went to Scorpion to get 5 maledictions without being hit. And we got them all in like 20 kills. But we always were planning out what we had to do and all that. It was so much going on. Like, this is why we went so dry on everything, how good our gear would have been. We were so efficient and so dry on everything that we would have been balling up to the finale with the most outrageous gear. I think we even turned up with the best gear as well. And we went dry. Skilly at the 3 turn and being able to stack a good PK in the 4th is very OP. Skilly can hang easily in a good PK. No, I mean, the thing with doobies is, like, I think every captain knows how good skill specs is, okay? Like, most people or viewers know he's bad because he just dies all the time. But it's not related to just 1v1ing random people at 305. It's about Deadman All-Stars environment. He's very good at it. You know, he has barrage to skeleton and a mammoth and all that, but he's very good. I'll never remember on the burgers when we PK'd Mutts and got an enhanced weapon seed thing, whatever the corrupted weapons are. And Specs ran into the middle of everyone with an apron on, barraged every single enemy, and never ran out of the 10 tile so I could escape. I'll never forget that. You know, I was getting hit by the whole team. He ran in, barraged them all, caught every freeze with an apron on, and stood there and held them all in the 10 tile. And then I ran out and they couldn't follow me because they were frozen. You know, I'll never forget that. And then Doobies was on the Brawlers. And Doobies, I know you killed Reese in the final last time. But Reese did win on the tracker, mate. Can we talk about last picks? Sick Nerd, Skidler, Eevee. Look, bro, at the end of the day. Has anyone ever mentioned you also chanced Dino? I can't even remember, bro. Wait, hold on. Do I still have my tracker of when I fought Sick Nerd earlier today, bro? Sick Nerd had VLS, Nox Halley, Zarite Crossbow, bro. Max everything, and I fought him. Oh, shit, I went to the arena. Wait, I was fighting Greg. I'm not going to show you these Greg trackers, bro. They're pretty bad. Alright, bro. I didn't show this, actually. Oh, my C Engineer tracker. Oh, bro. C Engineer. What is going on here, C Engineer? It's not looking good, bro. C Engineer stock just fell off. Let me find it. I did lose to the General. Oh, this is the General track. I opened it, I was like, okay, I'm not gonna talk about it, bro. He had a Zarite crossbow and a VLS, and he went ultra heavy on it, bro. And I lost the fight. I was like, nah. I was like, man, come on, bro. He's tanking his all-star stock on purpose. Oh, what's the engineer? Hey, man, you want to see a tracker between me and the Big O? Hold on, let me see if I can find this shit. There's no way I can find... Does trackers, like, go overnight? I don't think I'm going to be able to find this. How does Pig work in the LAN? Log in first, bro. Wondered. When the hell did I fight the Big O, bro? I think my tracker deleted from the Big O, but... The weird thing is, when I fought Oda in the arena yesterday, that was the longest fight I've ever had in the arena. Ever. Oh, Dino stock's up, bro. Look at this Dino tracker. 100% attacks correctly for the big Dino. It was a pure LMS, didn't count. Where's this fight, bro? Oh, then I was session Dino. Hold on, did I win any of these? Oh, bro, I lost them all. Bro, Dino was sparking me up, man. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I hope he picks me. Bro, I'm going through. Oh yes, I beat him. Yeah, Dino stuck down. I'm just gonna show you this. Just don't look at the one below it. Wait, what? Don't look at the one below where I lost 17 hits. Yeah, shitty. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, mate. I'm 17 hits lost in a fight, bro. I don't know what happened there. It was. Wait. When did I fight Dino? When did I fight you? Was it last night? Maybe I don't have this tracker anymore because I feel like I fought Dino 2 days ago. Okay, I fought Sick. Okay, I don't have the tracker anymore. Basically, I fought Oda in the arena, and the tracker was like 110 hits to me and 124 hits to him. That's how long it took the fight to end. Oh, a few nights ago. I feel like I should have it there. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why I can't find it though. Doesn't even exist. Nah, I can't find it. I'm still searching. I just want to show you. Oh, maybe the reason I didn't find it is because I'm always looking at these red skulls on the right, and it's obviously not on the right, is it? Yeah. No, I'm looking for. I had a fight with Oda, and I just wanted the trackers. Just I've never had a fight in the PvP arena that lasted so long, but it's just gone. I was gonna show you it so the stock would drop. Yeah, I can't find it. It don't exist. I don't give a shit. It's fine. You can filter username. Wait, how do I do that? Oh, filter username. Oh my. As far as I'm aware, basically the same. What's this one? When was this? This isn't even that bad. Bro, my stock's going up looking at this. I actually don't know when these were. This one didn't look good, actually. Omar Kimura. Wait, when were these? These must have been like a year ago, bro. Bro, I did 13 out of 21 barrages and I still lost the fight. Sad game. Not a single red skull, bro. Sad game. No, it was in the PvP arena like yesterday. I fought him and the fight was he did 125 hits on me. I did like 110 on him. And I've never had a fight last 125 hits in my life, ever. Then the one time it had to be against the bigger. It's not as hardcore. It was in the arena yesterday, basically. Because he only gave me the one fight and then disappeared after clobbering my head. Oda said he played bad, but you played terrible. I remember the fight. I didn't record it, but then he only gave me a best of one, so. Because I normally watch my fights back if I get destroyed. And try and see why and what I'm doing wrong. I think I remember splashing a lot on the freeze, which is always bad. I go for the bolt a lot when I'm unfrozen, assuming they're going to pray mage. And then I bolt them, and if it hits big, I get such a big advantage. But if you just hit zeros every time, then it's fine. Said I'm not worthy more fights? Yeah, he was afraid, bro. You had 12 out of 41 and O had 16 out of 42 freezes. That was probably the fight, because it was like 120 hits or something. So if it's the third mage, it can probably about right. But yeah, I was going to show them the tracker. The tracker was like 30% prayers or attacks off prayer for me, and then like 70% for him, bro. So it was bad. Right, what's this? Whose draft was this? I don't know whose draft this was, but this is the good team, and I would very much play this, bro. Holy shit, I'd play that. I'd play this. I just see specs. It's all I need, bro. I don't know. What's the draft? Draft is... I don't know. Oda was 76 out of 111, and you were 47 out of 101. That sounds about right, yeah. That's about the fight. 111 hits. Signode last? Mate, there's a big world, I think, where the general is last pick, I won't lie. A big world. Who's Greg? Greg is... he dropped out, actually. He got replaced by... I think it was Oda Block. So, if you pick Oda Block, then he plays for both teams, basically. Was this the fight? Someone's in big trouble. Oh, the person that runs Oda Block clips, I think, hates me for reasons I couldn't tell you. Wait, does he have a tracker on the screen? Okay, this tracker don't really do it the justice, in all honesty. It says 794 to 636, but the actual thing was, from what I remember, he did like 70% attacks correct in 111 hits. And I did like 30% or some shit with 10 missed hits. So that I feel like should be a way higher number. But 794 is still like crazy high or some shit. I don't think I can actually just show you this. Yeah, because it'd be Otis POV only, I think. I can't be able to watch the whole fight, but I feel like I splashed a lot. Plus 190 deserved is pretty crazy. It was like... I don't know. You chance him at the start. I did actually chance him right at the start, bro. That's the saddest part, bro. I don't know if it's here, bro, because he got a ranch on me as well. But it was like 2 seconds into the fight, bro. Why the hell's he got the boots off? Bolted off prayer, got a 0. AGS off prayer. Currently I'm winning. Tied. Bolted off prayer. 0. Barraged on my prayer. Bolted off prayer again. 0. Barrage on prayer. Splash, splash. Bolted on prayer. Correct. It was the proc. 25 through prayer, mate. Splash. Why is he not dead? If he died there, I was the best player, bro. Look. Watch, Joe. Zero on 58, bro. See, if I just hit that 58, everything's different, bro. On first pick, you know, I win on the tracker. I win on everything. But I hit the 0. He gives you a big rant later on, to be honest, but. See, we both bolt, bro. Look at this shit. We both bolt. I get a 0. He gets a 41. Yeah, that was the chance to me. Beautiful, bro. That's so nice. It's so nice. Ignoring the 0-0, look at that close. It's the Big O's pid, but look at the boom. Beautiful, bro. Would have been so nice if he killed me now. Barrage me off Pratt. 34 deserved. AGS off Pratt. 0 undeserved. He's got Entity Hider on! What is this shit? Hey, it's my pid. It's my ping, sorry, actually, so. It's his pid, my ping, and he has Entity Hider, so. Mate, my character goes invisible? It don't matter. The Big O's better anyway. Oh, 39 bolt. Come on, bro. 0 bolt that time. 16 free prayer from me. He delayed a tick. He's delaying ticks. He's healing, bro. I've just noticed his headshot. I feel like I'm not doing that bad. Like, my POV, I feel like I'm doing everything right. How did I get this so demolished? Oh, they're so beautiful, bro. Beautiful. I remember that occurring as well because it was the 73. I'm gonna be honest, mate. I'm watching the fight. I'm watching the overheads and everything. I feel like I'm playing really well. Obviously, the Big O's better than me and all that shit, and he's on the ping and shit. But I feel like I didn't do that bad. The whips are the hardest thing to deal with. I'll tell you that. No, the staff bash. I'm in the mood. Oh no. Staff bash from the Big O. He got the Prey Mage on there with the tank as well. Beautiful. I bought him off the Prey Mage. Freezes me on Prey Mage, I think it was. Yeah, the whips, bro. How does he play, bro, with the prayer tooltips on? What the hell, bro? Someone tell Oda. Someone tell Oda to disable that shit, bro. How does he play with that turned on? Horrible. Big rant. No, my stuff, man. He did terrible, man. He flamed me, bro. Hey, man. He turns the cam with the arrow keys. Yeah, I don't know how somebody needs to tell him to remove the those, like, because look, if I hover my prayers, you see how that tooltip doesn't pop up? That tooltip's like a 0 millisecond thing. And it's horrible to deal with. Basically, I threw the fight to the Big O, chat. I threw the fight to the Big O. Just turn it off yourself. Honestly, I remember PKing, and it might be the arena and random accounts, but when you hover the prayers and the tooltips come up, like, if I show you quickly, like, what it does. Look at that. And that's popping up constantly while you're PKing. It's horrible. If you turn it off, it removes all of that, and you can just hover the prayer and nothing pops up. Yeah, go in already so I can kill him. That's fine. I'll go in, bro. Let me pour a whiskey, mate. Right. I'm not going to flame any bots, chat. I'll do one game of Max Main. And then I'll probably get off because I'm done with his drafts. Oh, I want to play shitty. My audio sounds so strange. Why is he tick delaying? My audio's not in properly. Okay, we're good. He just froze me with chops on! I'm angry. You decent. Yeah, let me give Data a phone call, mate. Data, bro. Thank you. Oh, shit, Data. Turn it up, man. Come on, bro. Die! Why is it just stopped? Is he typing or something? I play with public off, so if he's typing, he's giggled the whole fight. Why is the music so quiet? Right, give me Max game, main game. The in-game sound is on full blast. What, you can hear it? I'm not wearing my headphones at the moment, so it's like all the audio is so weird. Max main. Thank you. Drunken KO. Oh, the final area is here. Whip him to death! Wobble the moo! In-game sounds are currently 3x as loud. Oh shit. But is the music just quiet or? Oh, that step under was nice. I didn't expect that. It's what? Is the audio good now? Okay. I'm only doing the one game and then I'm off, so. Bro, I'd have been so sad if he just 17'd me there at that point. Alright, we have a nice big fat fang to use. Cloud badass, bro. Now cracked his. Sit whiskey. Cloud Badass backed up the competitor. Oh no, not a Noxile. Oh, he has a Noxile, doesn't he? Damn it. Ah. I prayed melee on the Noxale, bro, but I swear to God, mate, if a Noxale, if your health is ever below 30 in LMS, in my opinion, and you pray melee on a Noxale, it's always going to hit a thing. Always going to hit a thing. Alice, I am ending right now, my friend. I am ending right now. Right, fellas, I'm going to end the stream. I know I spent like the last 5 hours or something yapping about some random-ass all-stars, like, drafts or whatnot. I generally have no idea whatsoever, by the way, if any of them will be realistic. But that is that. So I will be live again tomorrow. Oh, will I be live tomorrow? I might not be live tomorrow. If I am, I won't be live for long, so I'm probably going to go to the arena and try and sesh maybe like 2 or 3 different people for an hour each or something like that. I've got an appointment at 1, and I'm not going to get back from that till 3, and I have to leave again at about 6:30, so it gives me about a 3-hour window to do some stuff, so I'll probably just bop some people and all that stuff, but yeah. Anyways, fellas, I will see you all tomorrow. Have a great evening, And if you don't have a great evening, enjoy the perm, my friends. I don't even know what I streamed today, so it's fine.